We are live, Professor.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us at the World University Summit for us here in India, day 2 of the summit. And welcome to this panel on transformative leadership in times of uncertainty. The world is finding its way out of a crisis, and so is higher education. What kind of leadership is needed for building back better? During the pandemic, we found ourselves in what for many were the uncharted waters of work from home. And as someone who's built a team from the office and also now built a team from home, I can say that the two can be quite different. What is transformation? Will what got us here get us there? And can transformation ever really come from the top? Here to reflect on these and other important questions are our distinguished panelists joining us today. And I'm going to, before we start the discussion, introduce them. Professor Barney Glover is Vice Chancellor and President of Western Sydney University in Australia. Welcome, Professor Barney. Professor David Latsner is President of University of Hawaii. Welcome, Professor Latsner. Thank you for joining. And Professor Adam Shoemaker is Vice Chancellor and President of Victoria University, also in Australia. Shortly to join us on the panel is Professor Uttam Gauri, who is President of the Star Scholars Network, joining us from the United States. I follow Professor Rajkumar in joining you all, and let me begin by asking you the first question. And if I may start with you, Professor Glover, on this. Complete the sentence. In my view, transformative leadership means ...
Thank you, Kalyani, for the introduction, and thank you to Professor Rajkumar for inviting us to participate. So I'll delay answering the question just to thank all of you for the opportunity. It's great to be able to join the summit today, and I do appreciate that we are no doubt connecting with people all over the world, particularly in India, but all over the world. And we're all moving through this very difficult period with COVID. So I recognise that, and I do wish everyone well wherever they may be. I'm in Sydney, and we're going through another surge of the pandemic at the moment. So it's interesting to talk about transformative leadership in that context. And you mentioned in your introductory remarks, Kalyani, that you weren't sure that transformative leadership can come from the top. And it's interesting you phrased it in that way. I think that transformative leadership means, in my view, very clearly, enabling and empowering the people within our institutions and our universities to bring about strategic change in a time in which our sector, higher education, is under so much pressure in a variety of ways. So the empowerment and the enabling is critical in transformative leadership. And I know in our case, Western Sydney University, going through 2020, we perhaps slightly counterintuitively, in a way, decided we needed to proceed with developing a new strategic plan in the midst of a pandemic, and to do it in a very different way with our colleagues within the university and our supporters and partners and stakeholders outside the university. And allowing colleagues within the university to reflect on the future as they saw it at what was a very challenging moment, and to develop from that a values-based strategic plan for the future. So the transformative leadership that I'm witnessing inside our university is about enabling and empowerment, and it's very much about framing the future for universities around the world. We're all going to be facing what is an extraordinary set of circumstances as we emerge from this phase of COVID into the long-term management of this disease in the future and coronavirus surges that will no doubt occur in the future. So we need to imagine higher education in a more disruptive environment. So transformation is a vital part of that. And empowering our colleagues, our students, because a lot of this will be about co-design of our future and not necessarily, as you put it, I think, Kalyani, driven just from the top, but in fact, a collaborative effort. But that transformation is going to be critical. It's going to be critical wherever we are in the world to ensure our universities are fit for purpose in what will be a very different set of circumstances that we'll need to operate in. That's very true in Australia, as Adam and I both know very, very well. So if I was completing the sentence, it would be about enabling and empowering our colleagues and about strategic intent and not hesitating, as might have been the case last year for us, to go forward with a new strategic planning plan and the development of that plan, but actually to seize the opportunity and to frame a future as we navigate through the pandemic.
So enabling and empowering with a strategic mindset. Love that. We'll write that down. Professor Laster, same question to you.
I wouldn't disagree with anything that Barney shared. Maybe I'll just add a few aspects of this from my perspective. I think one of the things that a leader from the top has to do is create a sense of urgency. And that is not a natural behavior for many of our colleagues inside our institutions. And this has been a time where decisions, both short-term and long-term, have a sense of have an urgency that we probably haven't seen before. A sense of urgency to make the decisions that needed to be made on a daily and weekly basis as we were learning how to cope with how higher education continues to function in a time of a pandemic. But also for us, and I think this is what Barney referred to, a sense of urgency that at the end of this pandemic, when it goes into its next phase, we have to already look different than we have historically. So this isn't a typical 1 or 2 year strategic planning process. We have to be making decisions now so that, from my perspective, we embrace the responsibilities that we have to support our communities in their transformations as well. Because it isn't just us who has been coming through this pandemic. Every community that we serve has a new set of challenges, and universities are the most important institutions for helping our communities face those. And again, it's not a role that everyone inside our universities has really had to embrace over careers that may have spanned decades.
So in a sense, the real transformation is probably understanding universities in a much broader context
and our roles and responsibilities to serve our communities.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. As they need to come out of this pandemic in different ways.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Professor Shoemaker, what about you?
Thank you, colleagues. It's an incredible time to be privileged to have these roles. And one of the things which I've been struck by is this absolute sense that democracy is rearing its head in new ways and collegiality within institutions in new ways under pressure of crisis. And I'll give some examples of what I mean by this, in that, it's not just enjoining people to have a COVID test or to be vaccinated. It's making it happen in everyone's lives as much as possible, for all staff to be aware of each other's mental health, for all aware of students' issues as well. So I see this as one where we accelerated this pace of reinvention of collegiality in a new way, which is quite exciting in many ways, but also goes to the point of speed that David was speaking of. So like Barney, we also enjoyed just in the last 3 months a new strategic plan for our university, but we did so using a crowdsourcing platform. and with nearly 1,000 people taking part daily over a 3-month period. Now, we would never have done that pre-COVID in that way. We might have thought about doing it, but we actually did it. And the result, I think, is better, not just a compensation. It's actually improved. So I think turning it around and saying that you're enabled by the digital world, look at us now. Thank you again, Professor Kumar, for this. It's a very good example of what I call democratic collegialism worldwide in practice. That's what I see happening.
So transformation is taking lemons and making lemonades, is I guess what you're hinting at there.
We're very big on citrus of all types, shall we say. Yes.
If I wasn't oversimplifying there. Thank you. Thank you so much. So my next question really would be, and because we're trying here to, shake you down as much as possible to extract your, vast experience and learning from that. What is the one leadership quality that you found yourself really leaning on during the pandemic? And you so far talked a lot about decision making, Professor Lassner. I'll add a little bit to this question. The question is, what is the one leadership quality that you found yourself most leaning on? And also, how do you strike the balance between making decisions from a crisis mindset to understanding when an issue needs to be dealt with from a long-term standpoint or with a long-term lens? And why don't I start on these questions with you, Professor Lassner?
For me, I think one of the most important qualities, maybe a couple of them. One is just listening with empathy. Passions are so strong. People are really nervous and concerned about their own health, the future of their profession and their work, what's going on in the communities around them and the people that they care about. And, as is obvious, they don't come to the same conclusion based on the same data. So to the extent a decision has to be made that doesn't satisfy everyone, I think it's really important that leaders listen, respect what they're hearing, and then ultimately, when it comes time to make a decision, to incorporate as much as possible into that, and to be empathetic again when announcing a decision and being respectful of all of those perspectives as well. I think you're right that there are decisions we have to make about what are we going to do tomorrow. And there are a lot of decisions we're making that are about what do we need to be in the decade ahead, knowing that our institution and our society is irrevocably changed as a result of this pandemic. And I think the opportunity to be thoughtful and much more inclusive about things when you can takes a little bit of the pain out of the reality that some decisions have to be made about something that's going to be done tomorrow. Maybe I'll stop there and leave something for my colleagues. It's always hard to be last, I know.
Professor Schumacher, your thoughts on that?
Well, colleagues, I believe, and this is another good example today, deep listening rather than superficial listening has never been more important. The kind of concentration and focus on hearing others. And whether this is global politics, which we know is crucial, or indeed the movement of trade, or indeed the movement of vaccine diplomacy, as we've heard, deep listening could solve many of these issues. But in a university context, I believe it also means that you have to be prepared to be surprised by solutions you have not thought of before. I think David was adverting to this as well, that many Indigenous Australian people say to us, you've got to know your audience and you have to listen carefully, but also the journey is just as important as the destination. I think a lot of us with a kind of teleological view have said we have to know where we're aiming at 7 years from now, 10 years from now, but now that time frame has been foreshortened. So really, really being aware of that deep listening is crucial.
And if I may ask, how have you struck this balance between switching in and out of crisis mode and kind of understanding when we need to be reactive versus when we need to be proactive?
Well, just to continue, in my own case, I've been very privileged to work in other universities, and in my prior university, which was called Southern Cross University in New South Wales, I don't think we were a stranger to crisis in any single year, because the environmental crisis of the world was very present. So we had not only floods, such as one is seeing in China at the moment, of that ilk. We had the ring of bushfires, which is, of course, you can see in many nations at the moment in the world. And of course, we had security issues. And then we thought we were just through that and just beginning to relax when COVID arrived. So in fact, every one of the 4 years that I was there, I think you could describe it as a crisis-laden year. And it's become, not that you become inured to it, but one is prepared always to be surprised by something which could arise unbidden. And I think that's the nature of what we're planning now. It's not just the known, but that which could happen, its potential. And of course, climate change renders that even more likely.
That's a Glover.
No,
Professor Glover, you may have gone back on mute accidentally.
I was hoping never to hear that again. That I'm muted. I feel terrible now. I was saying, while muted, that I support the comments that David and Adam have made. A couple of observations, though, from my perspective. And Adam is right. It has been a difficult period all over the world. And prior to COVID, in Australia, we were dealing with natural disasters, and some universities much closer than others. And I appreciate the great work that Adam was doing at his university last year when surrounded by bushfires. And we had flooding in ways that were quite challenging to many. So it hasn't been a time at which we weren't making decisions with a crisis either upon us or looming around us. So in a way, Vice-Chancellors managed those circumstances well. The pandemic, in a way, though, has given us an opportunity, to my mind, to illustrate how critically important leadership is in our institutions. And we sometimes, I think, undervalue it in the normal course of events. If there is such a thing as a normal year in higher education and the normal decision-making we go through and the consultation processes that are underway and engaging with our colleagues and our communities. But at the time of crisis, the leadership is palpable and the importance of it and the way our colleagues look to the leadership of the university for guidance, for advice, for reassurance. And David's point about empathy, if you look for a skill that a Vice-Chancellor needs to bring to bear from a leadership perspective, David's right. It's very much about empathy, about listening, about understanding the circumstances that colleagues are facing at any particular moment. In our case, communication, as a big multi-campus university in Australia, communication was crucial, as I'm sure it is at every university, and we all go about it in a different way. But we found our outreach through all staff webinars that I'd lead was an incredibly important part of allowing people to ask questions, unfettered, of the leadership and to have us respond to those in real time and to address some of the issues that people were worried about, not all of them professionally oriented, some of them about just the difficulties of working from home and looking after children and carer responsibilities and so on. So there are skills we bring to bear, and I don't think we should underestimate how important the role is. Decisiveness in decision-making is the other point. Our colleagues within our institutions, our students, want decisions at crucial moments, often in circumstances where a definitive answer is actually hard to give because we work in the greyness of the public health environment we might be operating in. But we need to give as much certainty around the direction the university is taking as we can. And your question, or the element, Kalyani, you were bringing into this around making decisions in the moment, the urgency of decision-making, because we have to move online, we have to get 1,500 courses online in 2 weeks, that we have to do professional development on using video conferencing technology, that would normally take a decade, we need to do it in a week. Those sorts of immediate, urgent challenges actually bring with them, and I think we all thought about this, okay, we're doing this now, we're using technology in a way we hadn't imagined we would in the time frame we're needing to do it. Let's learn from this for the future. Let's future-proof our institutions and draw that out from our colleagues about, as we came out of the first phase of lockdown in Western Sydney, we began to reflect on what did we take from this that we don't want to lose, and how will that shape our strategic direction as an institution. So I think it's a sign of the complexity of leadership in higher education, transformative leadership. You need to seize those opportunities, as well as dealing with the urgency of the moment and the near term. You need to keep an eye on how we're going to manage. We made early decisions to uplift our technology in a way that we hadn't imagined we'd do so rapidly, but that's now future-proofed us in a variety of ways. So, Kalyani, I think there are elements here in the leadership function of universities where you can't take your eye off the future in the urgency of the moment. And I think our communities expect us of it, our colleagues, our students expect it of us. And I think right now, as we come into 21, looking to 22, we're much better positioned in some ways as a result of the pandemic than we would have been otherwise for a very disrupted future.
It sounds to me like your priorities as leaders and the things you give your time and attention to has also undergone such a precipitous shift and a change over these months and years. And I think what needs to be said is that empathy works both ways. I mean, we often talk about leaders being empathetic, but we all have to be empathetic in terms of the demands of leadership and the fact that there is only so much time and energy that and razzle dazzle that leaders have to spread around. And what's also fascinating is that we have around at the table today speakers from Hawaii and Australia, both places in which conversations around the environment and our relationship to nature. In Hawaii, certainly, there have been very long-standing conversations. In Australia, by the sounds of it, they're becoming increasingly important conversations. And it's in this context that I ask my next question. How do we encourage students to be global leaders while also serving their local context? I mean, if there's one other thing that the pandemic has taught us is that our own health, our individual well-being is so intimately connected to our local situation and our communities and the health of nature and our ecologies. So what have universities learned about this? What are they already doing, and what could they do better? Training students to have a global imagination, but to be very much dedicated to their local causes, and understanding that the global and local are in fact co-constituted. They mutually constitute each other. They're not at the exclusion of each other. So I'll start with maybe Professor Shoemaker on this one, and then go around.
Great. Thank you, colleagues. I've thought a lot about this because I think it's so crucial. The idea of students, and we're talking tens of thousands of students, each one with a kind of journey of confident capacity being created. And I think for us, and certainly in answer to your question, enabling that in a way we've not done before is top drawer, absolutely. And I think different models of education are being invented more rapidly now because of not just the world crisis, but the sense of pressure of need. So I'll give you a concrete example. In the last 5 years, Victoria University has led, through my predecessor and colleagues, something called the block model, which is taking one subject for 4 weeks, intensively, done superbly well, and then finished, and then another in that suite. So in other words, it's not 4 subjects at once in a semester or a term, one after another. Now, that was a big radical call. It's the biggest experiment of its type in the Southern Hemisphere, if not the world. And happily now the graduates are starting to prove it's working. But that's only the beginning, because the student centricity of that is that student leadership of that model is crucial. So students on the university council, students as staff, students indeed, I have students as an intern all the time in my office, for example, advising on the latest aspects of these. So I'm sure that others do too, but I don't think there's ever been a time when the student voice has been more important. And also the sense of careers in the making rather than careers at the end of a degree. I think careers are being forged each step of the way. And I believe, for example, that having more industries on campuses will actually enable that, what we call a flipped campus model. So I'll give you an example. If you're teaching law and you have a law firm on the campus and the partners in the law firm are eminent people who teach in as adjuncts into your school or faculty, and students meanwhile have internships, that's a wonderful way of inculcating that sense of leadership very early on, continuously at graduation and then beyond. So that's what I would say. It's that absolute focus.
Fantastic. Professor Glover.
Yeah, no, it's a very good question, and it's an interesting one to reflect on, as Adam's been outlining it from the VU perspective. Because I think we are all increasingly engaging with our students. I mentioned co-design earlier, and Adam's touched on it, to be involved with us in the curriculum reform journey that we are on, to ensure not just the modalities we teach in, not simply around the way we might micro-credential what we do and the stackable way we might develop our courses and programs to be more flexible in a variety of ways, but importantly to be guided in that by working with students and stakeholders. I think what's really important when you talk about global leadership, and you made a really important comment, Kalyani, in your opening statement, and that is that you should never divorce the local from the global, and the importance of the local action having global significance wherever that might be. And I think in the context of the Hindu Kush Himalaya region, for example, and the work that we're involved in with Indian and Nepalese and Pakistani and other universities about addressing the fragility of that zone and the criticality of that to about 1.9 billion people who rely upon that extraordinary ecosystem for their livelihoods. And the world needs to pay attention to that. But the actions begin locally, and they can begin locally in Hawaii or in Western Sydney, as much as they can then have influence elsewhere in the world. Having students who believe and adopt the ideas of global citizenship are part of that. Now, for Western Sydney Uni, this is framed around our commitment to sustainability and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we're finding increasingly that our students are vitally interested in our commitment to the UN SDGs. The New Times Higher Ed ranking system, the impact rankings, has given more visibility to what universities around the world are doing to support the UN SDGs. As we come out of this phase of COVID, it's going to be even more important for each and every one of our students to reflect on the role they play to address those critical sustainable development goals, whether they relate to climate or to the environment or to poverty or to inequality in whatever form it takes, and the actions we can take at a local level that can have ramifications globally. So I think framing our new strategic plan around sustainability and our commitment to the SDGs and global citizenship is the way in which we are, I hope, engaging with and encouraging our students to be global leaders now and in the future.
Thank you so much. That sounds very exciting. Professor Glover, you said that so much of the action and initiative lies at the local level. So does so much of the wisdom and so many of the solutions, doesn't it, Professor Lassner?
Yeah, thank you. That was a great lead-in for me to build on Barney's comments as well. For us, we're a tourism-based economy, and tourism was essentially shut down. So Hawaii, at the beginning of the pandemic, we had the highest unemployment rate in the U.S. We had the most crushed public economy in the U.S. But at the same time that was going on, it's a beautiful place, as I think everyone knows. Everyone here enjoyed the peacefulness of not having tourists on every beach, on every highway, on every hiking trail. And it really created a new value and understanding of the environment, because the change was so stark, going from a pace of, we were at around 10 million tourists a year, literally to zero in a heartbeat. And that created a sense of concern about the environment and sustainability that I think wasn't as real as it was before. And for those of us, with apologies to my colleagues, with gray hair or not much hair, this is so much more real for our students, because when we talk about what conditions are going to be like at the end of this century, many of us won't be around, but they will be. And I think their sense of urgency is so important for us to support and empower them in ways that I think we didn't do so much. A part of it that's local, and I think is certainly relevant in Hawaii, and I'm not familiar with the extent to which this is true in Australia, although I did read quite a bit that when the wildfires were coming along, the indigenous people of Australia commented on how all of the wisdom of the original inhabitants of Australia about wildfires had been lost with colonization. And I think we see that here very, very intimately in Hawaii, where the local practices of the indigenous Hawaiians were so much more in tune with the environment, and the appreciation of the intertwining of the lives of the land, the sea, and the people were appreciated, practiced in ways that we are trying to understand those and bring them forward into some of our practices. Obviously, we're not going to go back to the way things were for us really as recently as, 300 to 400 years ago. In Australia, much longer. But those practices go back and developed in tune with the environment, and our students are really interested in understanding those and adapting those. And I will say the same for our young faculty who are Hawaiian. They are appreciating the wisdom of their ancestors and bringing that together with Western science in ways that I think are really inspiring for the future.
That's such a profound take on student centricity, Professor Lassner, because you just redefined it in a very generational sense, which makes it so real. So thank you for that take. I'll just jump to the next question now, which is, speaking of transformation, what are the levels of intervention that we're looking at? And given as we've just addressed the limited time and resources that leaders at the very top have at their disposal, I was wondering, what are some of your go-to strategies for inspiring colleagues to hone their leadership skills and make an impact throughout your institutions? Professor Glover, can I start with you?
No, thanks, Kalyani. I think it's important to follow up on the comment, first of all, from David around Indigenous First Nations people. Thank you, David, for making that comment, and it was interesting to hear your reflection on things in Hawaii. This is something that Adam and I, obviously through our leadership of universities in Australia, feel deeply, the commitment to First Nations people here. And you made a very valid comment, David, that Indigenous knowledge around the management of fire going back millennia has been not completely lost, fortunately. We are finding ways to learn from Indigenous elders in Australia about those management techniques in the environment. It's true in the context of fire. It's true in the marine environment as well, right around Australia, and in many, many other ways. Desert knowledge and Indigenous medicines, and in a whole variety of ways. And I believe in Australia we are doing a great deal at the sector level to engage with Indigenous people and develop a sector-wide Indigenous strategy led by all of the Australian universities. So that I think is picking up on the very, very salient point that you made, David. So thank you for that comment. But I think there's more we can do globally in connecting Indigenous peoples together to reflect on the challenges facing the climate, the environment, our food supply, and those issues around the UN Sustainable Development Goals I mentioned. But to come to your question, Kalyani, which is really around developing leadership skills, this is a particularly important element to, first of all, in the context of going into the virtual mode that we operated in. And I know at Western Sydney University, we attempted to develop some new leadership skill development programs for our colleagues, recognising that in their environment at the moment, not being on campus, not being able to network in the same way, we needed to rethink the way we engaged with colleagues and developing their leadership skills. It's a little bit of a challenge to talk about leadership skills development as if it's a simple and straightforward concept, because it isn't. And demonstrating leadership and leadership by example is a crucial part of it. So we've been looking at ways to enhance our leadership skill development for the, if you like, the senior leadership group of the university, which is, perhaps 100, 150 people in the senior roles within the university, and then to begin to nurture leadership skills in those aspiring and emerging leaders within the university, how we can reach out to them. We wanted to frame this, importantly, leadership development, in the context of our new strategic plan, because the way, and touching on the crowdsourced comment that Adam made earlier is a good example of it. You use new tools to connect at times of crisis, and we used various techniques to bring people together during COVID around our strategic plan, but to frame leadership around the values we embedded in our plan around boldness, integrity, fairness, and excellence. So those four simple values became the drivers of our strategic plan and the interplay between them. So when we talk about leadership with our colleagues, we craft it in the context of we want boldness, we want entrepreneurial decision-making inside the university in the context of a very disrupted environment that we are facing, but to do it in concert with the values of fairness, integrity, and obviously excellence. The way they play together, one without the other, is you would have to question the leadership context where you'd be attempting boldness, but you're not conscious of the importance of fairness, integrity, and excellence in that particular circumstance. So I think we're seeing new models of leadership development. And again, in one of those positive emerging elements from COVID, we are using technology more to bring people together, to have meaningful conversations. It doesn't by any means replace the important networking and leadership development that comes from being together. But importantly, it's giving us another way of doing it that's actually quite empowering for colleagues. And I think when we have sessions like this and we can use technology well, whether it's Zoom or WebEx or Teams or anything else, when we use it well, we can actually, I think, make great progress in developing our skills, in sharing what we've learned, in sharing our understanding, in sharing our problems and challenges as leaders. So I think that's all been emerging in a very positive way. And like I said earlier, these are difficult circumstances, but we can take a great deal out of it that will that will be very powerful in the future.
Thank you, Professor Glover. Professor Schumacher, same question to you. And also, do you almost feel like the one-to-one dynamics in which leaders are involved have become even more vital, because that team environment which you draw support from has almost evaporated and disappeared for people. And so you almost have that one leadership figure to lean on and almost to kind of rely on more. Is that your experience, or have you found some ways to maintain that team support system?
Well, thank you for the question, Kalyani. I'd like to think that we can reframe that challenge, the individual challenge that you put, and put it this way: instead of focusing on the boundaries, the borderlines, focused on the bridges. Because, for example, how does one senior leader solve the problems of someone else rather than just their own? How, if you had a student who had our jobs for a day, how would they do them differently? You know, those kind of experiments really are powerful. So just joining up a few of the thoughts earlier, if in the past we all in public purpose, taxpayer endowed or private universities would talk about working with partners. In fact, we do every day. But partnering with principle and with ethos is a different thing. So that's sort of where it's been pushed now into a different frame, which I think the world is seeing is much more effective, because that's where trust is maintained. Or in the past, we would talk about, you know, as David did very effectively, the environment in Hawaii, how, you know, gorgeous it is and under threat, many are. But this concept, which isn't just the UN SDGs, but that's very strong, but also we flip it and say, Indigenous people in Australia call that protecting country. And when they say country, they mean air, land, sea, water, and story. So what I'm getting at here is the leadership isn't always what is taught. The leadership is we get taught as well. It's a two-way street. And that's what I think is so exciting about the new ventures that we've got. Doesn't mean people don't hold rules. But to summarize, again, if you're very student-focused and people are given opportunities to rise to challenges, they can design with you a new building, can design with you a new lab, design with you a new campus in a way which we haven't done before. We want to make that opportunity happen, and we also want to make it happen for First Peoples, as was said by David and Barney very effectively.
Wonderful. Professor Lassner, how do we create leaders throughout institutions rather than just followers?
So we have, and it's hard to answer in other than the context of this, you know, the COVID crisis that I think occupies most of our time, most days, in some way, either directly or indirectly. We created a leadership program here, and we actually call it the President's Emerging Leadership Program. And the goal is to identify emerging leaders. They're nominated from throughout our university. We have 10 campuses and research and education facilities spread on 6 islands. So we want to grow leaders everywhere throughout the institution. Everything from a financial officer to a faculty member to an assistant volleyball coach. We need them everywhere, and we don't know where they'll emerge from. So we've created that opportunity. One of my big disappointments, I'd say, is that in the frenzy of coping with the pandemic, it's one of the things that we put on hiatus during the pandemic, just because we couldn't do everything. And we didn't manage to reconceive it for the totally virtual environment as we did with all of our classes, our business meetings, our processes, our communication, our shared governance, all of that went virtual. But I'm reflecting as I listened to Barney and Adam, what a missed opportunity that was for those emerging leaders. If you can almost think about if every day or every week they had the chance to ask about what we had encountered, how we dealt with it, and why, that would have been amazing. And I know they'll still have that opportunity moving into the next year. It's not like I will have forgotten what we have faced ever. But certainly that's an opportunity to share what happened in the crisis. But two things we did that I think really were effective. One was almost the first day when we were faced with crisis decisions. And I'm guessing Barney and Adam did something similar. We had daily teleconference. It started with a small group to make decisions. And almost every day, somebody would say, gee, we really should have in the dean of students who wasn't there, or a facilities manager, or someone. And that grew to be a fairly large group. But we modeled how we make decisions together with people who wouldn't normally have been in the small executive suite decision-making processes. And I think all of those people benefited throughout that. We also had a number of very targeted task forces. So we had a vaccination group, and we had people from public health, nursing, medicine, who would not be considered institutional leaders, but who were our best and brightest on the specific topics. And they were together with people from our staff senate, our student government, our faculty senate, and I joined the vaccination group. So I could ask the kinds of questions that those people wouldn't normally hear a president asking a professor of medicine or nursing or public health. And so I think we had a lot more shared, and as was already said, this was me learning from them leading in their profession. At the same time, others could have the opportunity to lead on specific topics, and others could participate and learn from those interchanges. So, some things we did well, and I'm a little disappointed that we lost our kind of flagship structured leadership program for next gen institutional leaders, but we'll get it back.
You slightly preempted another question that I was going to ask you, which I was saving for the very end, but I will ask it anyway if we have time. Thank you all. I'm now going to move on to the audience questions, and there are many, so thank you to the audience for the very engaged involvement here. I'll ask the one which we haven't touched on yet, which is on employability and the future of work. How has online learning affected the performance of students in terms of employability? What are the thoughts of leadership? And how does the changing future of work figure into your own sense of direction and your own vision for your leadership moving forward? And we'll start with Professor Shoemaker there, please.
Oh, thank you, Kalyani. It's a terrific question. It's a global question. It's absolutely as crucial in India with its incredible variety of employment structures and peoples as anywhere in the world. So put very simply, I believe that never before, in recent human history at least, have more occupations been invented quickly that were not foreseen. The kind of border operations, the kind of, who would have thought 2 years ago, the most in-demand occupation probably in the world would be contact tracing and vaccinology, this kind of thing. Who saw that coming, right? So the fact is, we got very good, I think, at redisposing our ideas for people who are graduates into new fields. But now it's time to also bowl those back into the programs. So as I alluded to before, one of the advantages, I suppose, of Victoria University is that it has what could be described as vocational education and higher education under one umbrella. So if you wanted to be someone who is a patient transport officer for, emergency transport, that's one occupation. Paramedicine is another. In most universities, they'd be split. In ours, it's joint. So I guess what I'm saying is, as we go forward, we are going to see new forms of bridging of occupations like that happen, much more than ever before. For example, nursing and paramedicine, I think, is a logical one in the world that we're facing post-COVID. So I would imagine the workforce developments that we can contribute to are unique, empowered, and have never before in human history been so rapid. Very exciting indeed.
Great. Professor Lassman. Yes, Professor Glover, I was going to ask you one more thing. In addition to how you were just about to respond to this question. My sense is that probably in Australia, there has been already a kind of a background in students learning and working at the same time, or a kind of idea about lifelong learning, or a kind of idea about an acceptability around changing careers. And inherent to all of that, a certain kind of dignity of labor as an important principle in society. And I reflect on many of these things, painfully aware that we're still kind of working towards achieving many of them in India, even though we have our own strengths, of course. So what do you think are some of the societal mechanisms that are already there, and some of which are lacking in this whole kind of debate around future of work?
You've expanded the question to a really interesting topic, Kalyani, around the societal dimensions. And I do think, and Adam's touched on it, we're dealing with such a dynamic situation, certainly in Australia, and I'm assuming it's very similar in Hawaii and around the world, where we're seeing emerging job opportunities in industry sectors and new skill requirements that are reshaping higher education and actually reshaping the nature of higher education, how we deliver those skills that are needed for the workforce of the future. So in Australia, to come to one of your earlier comments, and I think society, at any time of industrial disruption, society goes through a period itself of unrest in trying to equilibrate with those changes, the disruption that the labour market experiences, and then it has to equilibrate and grow again. And you can pick that over the last 200 years as we've seen industrial revolutions. This is no different in that regard. It's going to disrupt some jobs and create new jobs, and we've got to be able to respond to that. To go to your core question, though, it's been interesting during lockdown about how we've pivoted away from the challenge of work-integrated learning not being available. And that's really the concept we like to build around in Australia. So it's connecting work experience with credit-bearing assessment within the university so that students can be in the workforce, getting the skills and experiences they need and contributing to their educational endeavour. The challenge has been that's not been available, and we've had to pivot to online and virtual modes of doing work experience and work-integrated learning. And that's actually worked surprisingly well in many instances. In the health dimension, of course, clinical work is still critical, and those clinical placements and managing them have continued to be a vital part of it. But we've opened up a new, and I know in the case of the Australian government, for example, it's driving an agenda around STEM plus skilled graduates, work-integrated learning, and industry placements being now at the core of what's expected of universities and the way we deliver our programs. So we've got a national imperative to intensify that and to do it with a virtual dimension to it during the pandemic.
Reza Lasner, what's your take on this?
If you had asked about the future of work for me before the pandemic, it would have been all about the impact of artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, and how do we help the people whose jobs are going to be lost to those technologies. And it's a double-edged sword for higher education. I think we're developing the very technologies that are changing the nature of employment, and we also have the responsibility to help those who are most impacted to find them other kinds of employment opportunities. I think what the pandemic put on top of this is the realization of just how many jobs can be done effectively at a distance. And that changes everything, how we do those jobs, things that are done better electronically, where we're just accommodating opportunities for people not to have to commute long distances to get to offices, opportunities for universities and business to downsize office spaces because we don't need as many workers on our campuses, potentially classrooms because we're doing more distance learning. and our faculty are teaching from home. So I think a big chunk of this is it's all about agility. Agility for us to be able to adapt. And, you know, like many of my colleagues, we were the primary source of training contact tracers. That's so long ago, I forgot about it already. But we stood up a program and trained a couple hundred contact tracers for our State Department of Health when they needed it, because we had the expertise and skills and we're able to do it. But I think above all, while we're training people for jobs, we also have to remember that we're educating people for their futures. And that encompasses what employers tell us all the time is we can train people to do the tasks. What you have to do in your university is you have to educate them with the basic skills that they're going to need for any job. And, you know, the data suggests that many of our graduates will have 6 or 7 careers, not just jobs, during their lifetimes. And almost all of those jobs require communication skills, persuasion skills, teamwork skills, creativity, problem solving, entrepreneurship. And different employers will give different lists, but those are the things that higher education, as we commit to preparing our students for employment, we also have to commit to preparing them for long-term employment in a variety of careers.
That sounds great. Final question, and a quick one, because we have just 3 minutes remaining. But I have to address how depleted you're probably feeling doing all of this. So I'm tempted to ask you, what are you doing what is your practice to build back better, to rejuvenate yourself, to sustain yourself? And of course, I'm looking for ideas to steal here. So why don't we start with Professor Lassner on this one?
I am finally managing to take bits of time off, and that is really rejuvenating. I encourage everyone to do it. And then once a week, I try to play tennis and go swimming in the ocean.
Sounds lovely. Professor Glover.
One of the great things about lockdown is time working when both my partner and I are in the house together, working together. She's in one room, I'm in the other, and our Italian water dog, our Lagotto, is running between us, and catching up for a few minutes during the day. That's an extraordinarily positive way of reinvigorating yourself that we don't have in the normal course of the life of a president of a university.
Sounds fantastic, and I know what you mean. I too have a pet that's kept me going and kept me hanging in there. Professor Shoemaker.
Well, look, I cannot disagree with the companion animal theory. It's absolutely been doubled for us, and also it's an attempt to. In so doing, it means you get into a schedule, which is every day. You can schedule real time, real places, and it's not just fitness for purpose, it's invented new purpose. So in my case, it's either outdoors or if permitted, but I do a lot of swimming when that's permitted as well. Not in the ocean, sadly, David, but certainly in pools. So, but I think you have to schedule. You really have to plan it, because if you just leave it to happenstance, the only person planning then is the dog. And we must be a little bit more in control of the environment than that.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. By the way, I recommend yoga and meditation. That works too. Thank you so much. This has been most enlightening. I've had so much fun talking to you all and learning from you all. I hope our audience, who have been very interactive, have enjoyed and gained as much as we have, I'm sure, out of this discussion. And look forward to many more such conversations, and hopefully in a not too distant future, conversations in person as well. Thank you, and now I hand back over to Professor Rajkumar and the organizers.
Thank you.
An absolute pleasure, and it's great to see my colleagues too.
Yeah, thank you, Kalyani, and it's really a pleasure to meet both of you, Barney and Adam. And I'm not a stranger to Australia, so maybe I'll get down there and see you.
Professor Sean, you can start your live.
Hello and welcome to the 10th session of the World University Summit. We're very excited to be joined by distinguished speakers from all around the world, in fact, today. The session will be focused on paving the way forward, strategic collaboration among universities in times of uncertainty. And I'll give a brief about that subject shortly, a very short brief. However, I want to introduce our distinguished speakers before I do that. We are joined by Professor Dominic Mittal, who I must acknowledge is dialing in very early from the United Kingdom, and he's representing the University of Essex, and he's the Dean of Partnerships there. We're also joined by Mr. Aditya Malkani, who's South and East Asia representative of the Association of Commonwealth Universities based in India. Professor Nacha is dialing in from Thailand, and we're very happy to have her join us here today. She's the Vice President for Strategic Planning and Innovation, as well as Global Engagement from her university. And I welcome also Mr. Kurt Larson, who's a Senior Education Specialist from the World Bank, who's had decades-long experience in education, including at the World Bank, OECD, and prior to that for the government of Denmark. So a big welcome for our very international panel here today. And it's quite fitting because we are talking about international strategic partnerships and how really the uncertainties of today's world have impacted those kind of strategic partnerships. It's not news to anyone that we're in the middle of a global pandemic, which has affected us all, both personally and professionally. And as institutions, as higher education institutions, it's had a great impact on the way we do business, on the way we teach, on the way we conduct research. And really today's session is focused on how do we plan and implement strategic partnerships in times of uncertainty such as this. As alluded to before, it's not new to anyone that we've had to innovate and adapt to this uncertain world and this changing environment. And in many respects, that's forced our hand in terms of moving to the virtual world, rather than traveling to the other side of the world, both as a student in terms of student mobility, or as academics for conferences and research meetings, or even strategic meetings for collaborations and partnerships. While typically and historically we've done that in person, and we've hopped on an airplane and we've visited another institution in another country, we have not been able to do that because of the times we're in. So it's very clear that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on the way we do business in higher education. And really today's session is focused on how do we plan in such uncertain times, both now and moving forward? How do we develop, plan, and implement sustainable strategic partnerships all around the world? And as I've said, we're joined by people throughout Europe and the UK and different parts of Asia today to talk about this important issue. And I might get the ball rolling by inviting a couple of speakers to address what does strategic partnership mean to them in the higher education industry, and what have the constraints of the COVID-19 pandemic meant for strategic partnerships to their institution or to the institutions that they represent. I might invite you, Professor Nacha, to take a lead on these two questions, please.
Thank you, Professor Sean, and greeting from Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. We are very pleased indeed to meeting our global partners again online, even though online, but we still have hearts-to-hearts feeling for each other. Well, for us, when we talk about strategic partnership, which is very good question indeed, because it involves a number of things. It involves planning and it involves management. And the word strategic itself, it encompasses the scope and the depth of involvement, as well as durations of partnerships and commitment of resources that we're spending on that successful partnership. And our presidents and the team has really emphasized on avoiding an empty MOU, which means we have lots of MOU, but if it is not active, that is not good. So how we can utilize our time and resource meaningfully and effectively. So we should first understand and identify key to successful partnerships, which definitely it should come with having a desired common goals. So if our partners are aligned with the same common goals, and definitely the interest and enthusiasm of individual players to that partnership and trust in the system, in the partnership systems are the key to success. And hence, having a strategic partnership should be selective. And the selected partner should be in the areas that complement and enhance one another's strengths to achieve our desired common goals, such as in higher education, of course, our key person is our students. We want to prepare our students to be future leaders who have social minded, who think and do for the society and global common goods. And the second part is on research and innovation. We want to develop impactful research and innovation towards sustainability, which today we are very lucky that UN SDG goals set a very clear 17 goals. So that could really help all of us to align our time and resources. And also with uncertainties, with the pandemic that we are facing. So how we can collaborate and partner to combating with today's pandemic. And when we're looking at the concept of July International Strategic Partnership is hence to strengthen our existing collaboration with other universities and also private sector. We identify areas of our strength and our partner strength and whether these strengths could come together and contributing to our desired common goals, which it is not only a bilateral collaborations, but also including multilateral collaboration. And during the time of uncertainties, we do believe that working collectively rather than competitively will benefit all parties. And right now, there are hundreds of research work that we have been collaborating with our international partners. Of course, the goal that we are trying to achieve is UN SDG goal. And yet, there are several other research areas which are we are still looking for our partners. And Chulalongkorn University is definitely always welcome the collaborations from public, private, and the university sector for the best benefits of our students and for the best benefits of our citizens and of our society. So that is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nacha. Quite an inspiring start, but it's much more than just empty MOUs. There's something more tangible and substantive to it. And that gives us a great springboard to start the conversation. I might hand it over to Kurt, actually, to speak from a World Bank perspective and to think more broadly. What does strategic mean to you, and how have times of uncertainty changed things?
Thank you so much, Sean Starr. It's a pleasure to be part of this very inspiring webinars and conference that you are doing online with J.O. Jindal University. I would like to talk a little bit about what the consequences have been on this pandemic situation for a university globally. The World Bank is working with the Ministry of Education in India on basically finding out what are the implementations strategies for the national education policy that the government of India has launched. And in this context, of course, the COVID-19 situation also plays a key role, not only for India, but for the whole world. And what we have seen is that student and teacher mobility has really slowed down because of the travel restriction, the health situation, and so on. So what we have seen is that globally, student and teacher mobility has really slowed down. And what we might see in the very short run is that student really seeks to more conservative options and make choices according to national and international policy, health and safety, as well as what they can get in terms of academic support. In the more medium term consequences is that both the higher education institutions, but also the families and individuals, they might not be able to afford in the same way international mobility. So what we see is that institutions are really struggling economically. Not all of them, but some institutions which are not able of taking advantage or really adapting to the pandemic situation might be in difficulties, but not those universities who are really very actively using online possibilities for reaching out to students abroad and in their own country. What I think we are going to see on a more medium and long term is that universities will concentrate more on doing good online and virtual exchange programs. Also, maybe in some cases, if the universities have branch campuses in the other countries, they would use these campuses to reach out to students. And also, I'm aware that Mittal University, that they have partnered with the Arizona State Universities on micro campuses which is a partnership where students have access to another university's teachers through online, and the home university is very much following up with this international partner to do flipped classrooms where students watch lectures outside of their class and can use class time to work collaborative with their professor in their home country. So these are what we call micro campuses, and which is something new, which I think will grow substantially. So what I think is that we will see more of online branch campuses and mini campuses where the knowledge is coming to the students in their country, rather than students are moving physically to another country. This might be something which will it's already happening, but something that we will see more of because of the pandemic. So my message is really, number one message is really that we will see more of these online micro campuses as in a sort of post-mobility period, where the knowledge will be exported rather than to import students. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Particularly the point about alternatives to physical mobility, which has really been one of the greatest impacts of the pandemic, and highlighting a number of options in terms of the trade or the exchange of knowledge rather than physical mobility is a really nice way that you illustrated that. I might hand it over now to Professor Dominic at the University of Essex to talk about, from your perspective, what are strategic partnerships at your institutions? What do they mean, and how have they been impacted by these times of uncertainty?
Thank you, Sean. I mean, firstly, I would just very much agree with some of the points made by both of the previous panel members. I mean, one of the things that's always occurred to me in trying to build partnerships is that the distinction between something that is strategic and, shall we say, not strategic is not clear cut. It's certainly not a binary issue, because to make it a binary issue really doesn't take into consideration the time and maturation that a partnership may need to go through. And very often I've found that, for something to be a strategic partnership, it largely depends on the appetite and alignment, really, of both organisations that are involved in it, or if it's a network, then of the organisations involved in it. And in some cases, the right way to progress with a partnership, I think, is to start with something quite small, perhaps a friendship agreement or an MOU, but then to avoid the situation that was described by Professor Natcher, you really need to have an associated, agreed set of actions and plan to convert that into something that involves collaborating, rather than, as to coin the phrase, it becoming an empty MOU. So I think that's really, really very important. It doesn't always work out that way, I have to say. I mean, this isn't an exact science. Sometimes partnerships start with the thought that it can grow into something much more significant, and it sometimes doesn't necessarily happen. And that can be also because I think the priorities of one or both organisations does evolve over time. And that's often not talked about in partnership development, and where the potential for a partnership can be very evident when you first start talking. Actually, as you get further into your negotiations and discussions, it can become quite clear, actually, that there's going to be considerable limitations to what you can jointly achieve together. But for others, sometimes there's a serendipitous, flip to this, which is that you start with a partnership that you think will be quite small, and then sometimes it can, mature and grow and flourish into something very, very significant. So I think that one of the most critical things to do in trying to develop a partnership is for both organisations to take sufficient time and to be sufficiently candid with each other about what it is they want out of the relationship. And if you don't do that, really, I don't really see that a partnership will be sustainable, because what you're going to end up with is an imbalance between the partners. Very likely, you're going to probably end up with something that isn't sustainable and will probably fizzle out. So I think that at the very earliest stages, the critical point is the depth and detail and effort that both sides put into finding out what each other wants, and then trying to create a partnership around common territory. So in terms of whether a partnership is strategic or not, I think time is the real judge of that, because planning a partnership doesn't necessarily mean it is strategic. I think it becomes strategic over time when it's actually delivering against either, well, it has to, and I would underline this, it has to be delivering against both institutions' wider strategic objectives. It has to be having an additive effect to both organisations. If it's only having that effect on one organisation, very likely it won't last. So that is what I consider to be a strategic partnership, one that is functioning like that, and for which there is a great shared understanding and the potential for potential for sustainable future in the work that you do together.
Thank you, Dominic. I'll ask Aditya the same question, in fact. From your perspective, given the institutions you work with in the Commonwealth, more broadly, can you answer that? What strategic means to them? But also, importantly, has the answer to that changed because of the impact of the pandemic?
Sure. Thanks, Sean. And let me join my co-panelists in saying what a pleasure it is to be here. The Association of Commonwealth Universities and O.P. Jindal Global University have had a very strong relationship over the years, and therefore opportunities to nurture that are always welcome. And I think this here itself is an example of a strategic partnership where fundamentally strategic partners are those that help each other grow and help each other make strides towards achieving each other's objectives. And I think that is fundamentally the key, which is it's very simple rules of trade in a way, which is if I have what can help you grow and achieve your objectives, and if you have what can help me grow and achieve my objectives, that's a perfect match there. And then, of course, there's many other factors that come into the picture, which is a constantly changing environment. We're in a highly uncertain world, as the last 1.5 years have shown us. You also have sustainability and climate issues coupled with the ravages of the pandemic, which have been only being highlighted more and more with each passing week. And therefore, those institutions which can resource their strategic partnership well, those institutions which can appoint champions or ambassadors to nurture their partnerships are the partnerships that can actually build up in a healthy and sustainable way. Having said that, things are not much easier in the online world. Of course, it's quite easy to switch on one's laptop and connect with one another and have conversations, but I've noticed that conversations are far more transactional when you're doing them across a screen. One is not able to build the same sorts of relationships one would be able to build, drinking chai in a canteen of an Indian university, or let's say going to theatre at London's West End together, because it's those sorts of relationships that evolve into personal friendships. And I think that at the end of the day, we're all human beings with emotion, with feeling, and when those strong personal bonds can be built between academics, between professional services staff, is when relationships become that much easier to negotiate and move on. On the flip side, there are great advantages also to working in the online world, which is, of course, reduced costs, reduced carbon emissions, which are so important. And I think, there's 3 key words that come to mind when one thinks of strategic partnerships. One is faith, the other is trust, and the third, of course, which binds these two together, is people. So I think the nature of strategic partnerships is really down to the people that are engaged in developing them. As an association that brings institutions together and plays a facilitation role, we've noticed that those bonds which have been developed over the years coming into the pandemic have been strengthened during this period of time apart. New relationships have also been established. And again, universities that are part of networks such as the ACU or other associations, there's already a comfort factor because we're part of the same group. And therefore, it's a good way to initiate and ignite the early shoots of a partnership and then take it forward from there. But I would go back to these 3 pillars of faith, trust, and people time and again, because it's these three factors, I think, that enable partnerships to develop the momentum that they need.
Thanks, Aditya. We'll certainly come back to those 3 pillars. I think there's a few questions that can come out in terms of follow-up. In the meantime, Professor Nacha, I might go back to you and pick up on something you said in terms of, I guess, the key stakeholders when we're looking at a strategic partnership. And it's I mean, the obvious focal point that you spoke of is the student. You also talked about, however, research and innovation as an important facet. So I want to sort of put a question to you about these two facets. And that is, how can you give an example of how your institution has had to pivot, let's say, in this online virtual environment and has successfully planned and implemented a strategic partnership or collaboration for the benefit of, on the one hand, students, and on the other hand, research and innovation?
Thank you, Professor Sean. This is a very good question again. Well, as I mentioned, there are two main missions of the university. First is to nurture our future's leader, or our next generation leader, who has a social minded and who could contribute to the global common goods. So when we're looking at during the pandemic, the student learning process did affect a lot because when we're talking about the best learning experiences, of course, people to people, human touch is important. And when we are looking at nurturing our future's leader, projects-based learning come into play. Innovation projects come into play. So this part, we found difficulty at the beginning because at the university, we have Innovation Hub and a number of project-based learning going on in the campus. However, during the pandemic, instead of face-to-face, we have to change that into online by using the technology. So we try a number of ways and we found successfully. We did organizing what we call engaging futures with the UN and UNESCO and the UNDP with the UNUS Foundation about a year ago when the pandemic just started. And in that programs, we found successfully, we use everything online, like what we're conducting right now as a webinar, but we're organizing the process using face-to-face process, but changing that into an online platforms. We found that it's quite successful and it's more cost and resource effectively than using face-to-face interaction. Because when everything online, you can do it anywhere, anytime, and you can organize it to the best way to the students. During that project, we found that we could engage our undergrad students around the world, about 400 plus students involving in that project, and more than 100 projects, innovation projects submitting to that programs. So that is one of the way we improving or finding way to coping with the pandemic. And the other one is a student exchange. As we know that student exchange is one of the key activities that we all do. So what we have done in the past is we are collaborating with APRU, which is one of our major university network, the Association of Pacific Rims University. So the board come up with the new programs called APRU Virtual Student Exchange Program since last year. And we try that program together with the network that we are working with, and we found excellence. This program provides our students with international experiences. Students can take course more than one universities and internationally around our network, and they can study any place in the world during this time of uncertainties. And definitely without the collaborations and partnership that we have, it is impossible that this will happen. So I do very much appreciating our partnership network that we have that could help us coming through this pandemic. This is the first part of Future Leader. And then the second part of impactful research and innovation. Again, we use online technologies and of course, because of people-to-pupil collaboration, our faculty member build relationship, build friendship, have done research work together with our partner globally, and that still continue. But instead of face-to-face and have to travel, now it's coming to an online. So that is some examples, and because of the UN SDG goal, that even help us align our common goals. because in the past, the project is like quite fragmented, right? It may cluster into a research area, but the goal itself is not clear. But when UN SDG come, it does help a lot. I mean, all the research project now can link to the UN SDG goal or how we contribute to a global impact. So these are the two main things that I would like to briefly explain. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nacho. And in many respects, that's a fantastic segue back to Dominic, who spoke about appetite and alignment as a key theme of a successful strategic partnership. So Dominic, I might go back to you on this one. In terms of measuring success, and you alluded to this, however, measuring success of a strategic partnership, in a nutshell, what makes a partnership a success, strategic or not? What makes a partnership a success? And has that measure changed because of the changing circumstances?
So thank you, Sean. I mean, one of the things that I think is really important in the success of a partnership is having a very clear focus on what you can do rather than what you cannot. Very often, I think, having developed a lot of partnerships over the years, there's a natural tendency to try to explain what can't be done in a bilateral partnership meeting, rather than really trying to focus on what can be done. One of the biggest barriers actually to partnerships, I think, is or to overcome in terms of doing things that you can actually achieve, is understanding different contextual and regulatory sort of frameworks, really, I suppose, in a sense, and misalignment between those across physical borders, across political borders, can be one of the challenges that you have to try to overcome. So for instance, if you just think about the regulatory differences in what is possible from a partnership point of view or a higher education point of view in one country compared to another, in trying to collaborate with universities across that border, you have to somehow try and come up with a solution that satisfies not one set of education regulatory rules, but very often two. So success, really, I think it also comes back to having a shared understanding of the context in which both organisations are working properly. It wouldn't be the first time that two universities have tried to collaborate together and have gone a long way down the negotiation process and the planning process, only then to realise that there's a regulatory constraint that is impeding their plans, and that can be incredibly frustrating. So I think success really is partly about very much understanding each other's perspective, each other's operating context, regulatory constraints within which they work, and then on that basis, developing your plans from that. That will certainly help, because it will mean that you're able to move more quickly towards a sustainable and successful partnership.
Thanks, Dominic. I might move to Aditya on a similar question, but with a practical focus. When we're looking at, your third limb of your three themes was people. So when we're focusing on people, let's look at one particular aspect of that stakeholder group: university leaders, the executive leadership of a university, associate deans, vice chancellors. What practical steps do these people need to consider when implementing a real strategic partnership across borders? And again, we're focusing on mutual benefit for both partners. What practical steps do these leaders need to keep in mind?
Thanks, Sean. I think a very, very relevant point to raise and discuss. So the role of academic champions in strategic partnerships, of course, is well recognized and well established. But this point about the role of university leaders in our opinion is also phenomenally important, because it really is the leaders that would need to ensure that the vision documents of an institution focus on certain strategic developments and priorities and partnerships. It's really up to the leaders also to ensure that these strategic documents and the strategic vision of the institution gives due weightage and importance to select partnerships, so that it's not just those that are involved with the partnership from its very inception stages, but others as well in the institution that then can play a role in contributing to the overall development of a strategic partnership. I think providing adequate resources into making sure a partnership is able to sustain itself over a longer period of time is another very important role that university leaders have to play. I think finally, making sure that as a university leader, one is able to devote a certain amount of time and interest personally to the extent possible to nurturing strategic partnerships is also phenomenally important. And this could be even to the extent of simply being present at a symbolic event, whether it's an MOU signing that brings institutions together and formalizes relationships, or whether it's in the old world when one was actually getting on planes and traveling to different cities and countries, making sure that if you're in a particular country where you have a strategic partner, to make that effort to actually travel to that partner and see them and have a cup of tea with your counterpart. I think these aspects are phenomenally important from a university leader's perspective. But I would say the most important of these three factors that I've mentioned is really making sure that strategic partnerships find a place in university vision documents, just so that they get the respect that they deserve.
Thanks, Aditya. And in many ways, aligning with what Dominic was talking about finding that focal point and that alignment. So some great consistencies there. Thank you so much. Kurt, I've got a question for you, and I want to go on a little bit of a different tangent, perhaps through a World Bank lens. And that is whether the pandemic and everything that comes with that has forced or encouraged institutions when looking at a strategic partnership to, and in fact, in line with what Professor Nacho was talking about, to focus on, I suppose, development goals, to focus on the bigger picture, not just institutional goals, but goals with more of a social impact. And whether that is the case in practice, and from a practical perspective, how can two institutions which are globally focused implement those kinds of projects that are social-minded and socially focused?
No, it's a very good question, Sean. I mean, there's no doubt that universities do play a role in, for example, addressing the issue of how do we develop a vaccine for the COVID situation. And we see a lot of universities playing a very active role with companies in actually the whole process of developing vaccines and so on. And there's no doubt that the universities are very much aware of that this situation we have now, where in physical connections, which is the core of teaching and learning, is not very possible. So you have to be very aware of the social environment and even your local community where you're operating. And that is very important. So I think, yes, some universities are really at the forefront, collaborating internationally on the vaccine with other universities, with research institutes, and with the private sector. but at the same time, they really need to be very aware of their local communities and you know, helping the students, parents, and so on to understand this critical situation we have here right now. So I think focus on equity, social issues, but also on the opportunities, because there's no doubt that the whole biomedical area of research, teaching and learning in that area, those universities who have those skills, they have a multitude of opportunities to collaborate and get funding for developing such areas. And we have seen very much a focus on these areas, and there's no doubt that within the next 5 years, the biomedical area will have a huge boom in collaboration between universities and with the private sector. So thank you so much for addressing these issues.
Thank you, Kurt. I mean, this has been an extremely fruitful discussion so far, and I'm conscious that we've got a really engaged audience today, and I've got with me a lot of questions, and many of which I'd like to get through before our time runs out. So I'll group a few of the themes together and potentially propose a discussant for each one. But of course, if you'd like to address it, please just let me know. So one of the themes has to do with student engagement in times of uncertainty. Now, we all know for both faculty and students, it's been an incredibly challenging time during the pandemic. And there's a sense among students, at least the individual who's put this question has phrased it as such, that there are many challenges, both from a technological perspective. Kurt, you alluded to the economic circumstances as well, both for institutions and students, but also mental and physical health during the pandemic, of course. So how do we remain sort of cognizant of these challenges, particularly issues such as Zoom fatigue or spending too much time on a computer when we're implementing partnerships and webinars such as this, online courses, online exchanges? How do we remain aware of these, but continue to engage students in interesting and innovative experiences from a partnership perspective? So I think any one of you could probably answer this question, but I might start with you, Dominic, from the perspective of your institution.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I mean, clearly the pandemic has had a devastating effect on student mobility. This was, I think, Professor Natcher talked about that a little bit earlier on, and we do, you know, in some ways, what the pandemic has done is given us a preview of what the future could look like. It's enabled us to be able to realize what can be done without getting on a plane, but we also, in some ways, are at a very precarious transition phase, I think, in international higher education, in terms of dehumanizing it. And we do need to be rather careful of that, I think, because the experience that students want from an international higher education is in part being able to immerse themselves within a different culture, to be able to interact with students from many different countries around the world, and to do that while studying for a subject that they're very passionate about. So as we move from, I suppose, the old way of doing things, where students would have traditionally got on a plane, they would have gone to their chosen international university and studied there. As we transition from that and we find a new compromise, one perhaps that involves blended learning, some face-to-face contact, some some online delivery as well. I mean, Kurt was talking about earlier about, he was predicting that there would be an increase in online transnational education. I happen to agree with that prediction. I think that probably is going to happen. As to what the answer is in terms of maintaining the student experience, I think that is a very, very difficult challenge. I don't think there's a clear answer at the moment. I think blended learning will become a very important part of this. I think flying faculty will help contribute to that. It's, just from, it's a lot easier to send faculty from a university to somewhere in the world to deliver a module or a program than it is to send, 30 students from all over the world to the faculty. Just from a climate point of view, that's much better and more sustainable. So we do need to rethink these things, but I think finding international higher education that is not dehumanized, which we could easily go down that route if we're not careful, will be essential to student experience and engagement.
Thanks, Somlik. Professor Nacha, did you want to add anything?
Very good question indeed. Actually, this one is one of the key risks globally about the student health, mental health especially, because now students are online, and this is a very critical issue. So how we can help them? So I would say my 3 things that popping up from my mind is let them find, having fun, and having a focus. So find, fun, and focus. What are they? When we're talking about find, is letting them identify their true values, letting them having self-awareness, setting up clear objective of life, what make them feel happy, and what them feel meaningful to the society, and find out what are their strength is, and that is something to do with find. Fun, of course, university has to find way to let the student do something fun, apart from listening to the lecture and learning online, which is people get tired of being online all the time. So we should find time for them to having fun outside of the computer. So project-based learning is important. So that's why I already mentioned that we try to initiate a number of innovation projects for students to participating. So they could go away from the computer and then come up with drawing, thinking, and analyzing, something that they don't have to really online all the time. And they enjoy it because at the end of the day, it's kind of focused through global common goods, come up to global impacts and something that tangible. They could feel that what they are doing is valuable. For example, during the pandemics, as we know, it's about COVID-19. So we bring our students to engaging in our faculty research and innovation project combating COVID-19. So the students feel valued because what they are doing is somehow will link to local and global impact. So that's why one of our motto, university motto, is innovations for society, both for students and the faculty. And before we can do that, we should help our students to dream about the futures, understanding about the challenges. So this is the reasons why we participating with the UNESCO high-level Future Literacy Summit, which was held in December 2020. And when we talk about future literacy, it's about capabilities. That is part of the future skill that our students should have. Because being future literate enable people to use futures to innovate the present. And this is an inclusive discipline of anticipation that is essential for all of us in today's pandemic world, and this is good for our students. So that's why we're participating in this activity. So let our students imagine the futures and be able to think something beyond what they are doing right now. And from that, we do have what we call public-private partnership platforms, or CU Innovation Hub, which is a platform to allow them to experiment their ideas and come up with tangible solution that they have a chance to bring that into global impact. So one of the projects that we do is the startup called Baya Phyto Farm, which is one of the Chula COVID vaccine team that made locally in Thailand. So our student, undergrad, postgrad, postdocs can participate in that project, as well as many other innovation projects around the campus. So I think this is one of the ways to help our students cope with their mental health, as well as sports. Nowadays we have esports, and this is becoming very, very famous for young generation. They love to play sport online too. They enjoy interacting with other students around the world through games. So yeah, so my conclusion would be, let them find their true values, let them have fun, and lastly, giving them a focus for locally and globally impact, and let them have a chance to be able to enrich their power, inspiring them, and let them have a chance to shine. And failing is okay. Let them learn that failure is common. It is something that we should not punish them for being failed to solving a particular problem, but the most importantly, they must learn to coping with that change, learn to coping with the failure. And that is, I think, one of the ways to help them with the mental health problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nacho. Those 3 Fs are, I think, a lasting message in some respects. And I particularly, when you were talking about focus, in fact, it ties in with some of the key themes we were talking about before, about engagement, about the public purpose, even of a private institution, and the broader global or local impact of a partnership. It need not necessarily be the institutional wins, but sometimes that focus, that engagement, the inspiring nature of both a strategic partnership for the students, for all the stakeholders, is that external impact as well. So I think that's a really key message that's come through from a lot of our presenters today. I want to pivot back to Aditya and then to Kurt about something that you alluded to, both Dominic and Professor Nacho, in the sense of employability, in Dominic's words, and then future skills, Professor Nacho, you mentioned. So when it comes, Aditya, to partnerships, how important are these strategic partnerships to the future skill set and employability, both locally and globally, of our students?
A wonderful question, Sean. And I think the key in today's world is adaptability. It's those institutions and those organizations and those individuals who have the ability to adapt to a constantly changing environment, and those that are able to show resilience really are the ones that would be able to succeed. And I think developing partnerships with institutions that have complementary skills is so important. I think it was Dominic that mentioned this early on in our conversation, that it's complementarity is so important, and we see this a lot within the ACU network. We often have universities from the global north seeking partnerships with universities in the global south, and vice versa, because it's different factors that institutions in different geographies bring to the table. Of course, one common factor which has been a great equalizer, unfortunately, is the COVID pandemic, where the problems being faced by certain countries in certain geographies when it comes to COVID are very similar to the problems being faced by other countries in other geographies. And this whole period, I think, has taught us a lot about future skills, about employability, about the future of work. I don't think any of us thought 2 years ago that it would be possible to get so much formal business done from the confines of one's bedroom. But I think human beings fundamentally we're adaptable creatures. And I think strategic partnerships help that adaptability because you're able to learn from colleagues and from partners in different scenarios, but you also are able to understand how similar you are at the core. So it's been a very interesting period for the world, and I think those institutions that can help you and your stakeholders adapt are the strategic partnerships that will last well into the future.
Thanks, Aditya. Kurt, I'll put the same question to you about future skills and employability.
I really like very much what Aditya has mentioned about being able to adapt to a new way of delivering teaching and learning. That is really number one key. And I fully also agree with the digital divide, which we see globally. I mean, some countries, some universities, especially in the north, they have been able to adapt very quickly. Within a few weeks, they were able to deliver good quality online courses. And you would even find a number of universities in India being able to do that. But the fact is that the majority of universities in India and other developed countries, they were not able to deliver online even after several months. So adaptability, being able to total new situation where the focus is not on what the teacher is doing, but how the students can learn. And I think there's a huge learning curve for professors at universities in many countries to be able to deliver quality online. And again, as Dominic also said, blended learning is the key. I mean, I don't think you can, most universities cannot only deliver by online. Some universities are now experiencing with artificial intelligence in order to really adapt the learning to the students' needs. And you have institutions around the world which are really experimenting in that. But that would not be the majority even in the medium term. So I think blended learning is a way of, and I really think partnership comes in where we do have quite a few universities around the world which are now struggling a lot, not only on the teaching and learning, but also actually having the technology present at their universities to be able to deliver good online teaching and learning. And that is definitely what we see in a number of developing countries, but also a lot of activities to really adapt and try to deliver quality online teaching and learning around the globe. And I think partnerships, even South-South or North-South or North-North, will become very important to reach a higher level of standard by universities to be able to use the technology in a blended way, which will really not dehumanize, as Dominic said, the students, and that is a real challenge.
Thank you, Kurt and Aditya. Yeah, I would agree fundamentally that partnerships can play a really important role in that adaptability. I mean, certainly another word we could use and throw around in the context of this pandemic is resilience, both of students and faculty and even institutionally. And that tying back in the theme we were talking about earlier of I guess, the greater good in some respects, greater impact outside of institutions can be lifting each other up in terms of, as you alluded to then, Kurt, quality, standard of teaching, knowledge sharing has been another theme here. So it's not just the institutional impact, getting more postgraduate students through pathways and whatnot. It's providing these future-proof skills to our students, adaptability, resilience, of course, technological skill sets and whatnot. But one of the broader themes here of a successful strategic partnerships has certainly been that of alignment of interests, but also public and greater impact and benefit, which I think has been a really interesting theme throughout. I'm conscious of time. We do have to wrap up now, but I want to thank you all once again for your words of wisdom and for bouncing off each other on these themes and questions. And thank you to the audience who have participated through fantastic questions for our panelists and for your attention here today. So thank you, everyone, and we look forward to seeing you through the remainder of the summit.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's been a real pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. A place where one dreams big, aiming to make history. A place that inspires, makes one inspire others, and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools, where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. watching over India's best and brightest students, is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of JGU, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, JGU stands resplendent. JGU's architecture merges finally into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. JGU promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. JGU's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music, and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances, and cultural events. Through moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support, and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms, and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end, leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues.
Chancellor, you're next.
Good morning from India. Good afternoon to people across Southeast Asia, and good evening to our friends in the US and other parts of the world. It is indeed my proud privilege to welcome all of you to the second day of the World University Summit. We have with us a very distinguished speaker who is going to be delivering the keynote address on the theme Relevance of Ancient Indian Education in Modern Times. This keynote address will be chaired by our own Professor Sudarshan, the Dean of the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy at OP Jindal Global University. The distinguished speaker we have with us is Ms. Sahana Singh, who is an engineer turned writer, editor, who writes on a variety of issues, including water management, environment, and Indian history, and of course, education. She has won several awards for journalism, including the Developing Asia Journalism Award, awarded by the Asian Development Bank Institute in 2008. A short animation video made by her on the world's water crisis won the top prize at the TU Delft Urban Water Movie Contest, awarded by the Delft University of Technology in Netherlands in 2012. Her articles have been published in Reader's Digest, Washington Post, Discovery Channel Asia, Swarajya, India Facts, and other outstanding publications. She is passionate about traveling and connecting the dots across different societies, civilizations, and disciplines. Her book, which essentially inspired us to invite her to deliver the keynote address, is The Educational Heritage of Ancient India, How an Ecosystem of Learning Was Laid to Waste, is available both in print and Kindle versions. Without further ado, I have great pleasure in inviting Ms. Sahana Singh to deliver the keynote address.
Namaste. Namaste from Houston, Texas. I am very honored to be a part of this August gathering. I was listening to some of the talks. You have all been deliberating on the universities of the future, but I am planning to take you in the opposite direction. So I'm here to take you back to a time when India was the educational capital of the world. It was a time when, in the midst of nature, in open-air classrooms, the gurus and the students, they discussed the fundamental sciences, the philosophies and arts, which later became the bedrock of what we call modern knowledge today. So why do I want to talk to you about the past? I think the main reason, the simple answer is inspiration. There is immense inspiration that one can take from India's educational heritage. And today we need inspiration more than ever. So let's learn a little bit about the universities of India that existed a very long time ago. So in the beginning, there were open-air forest universities, which gradually made way for the brick and mortar structures and then the temple universities. So long before the Common Era, we had Takshashila University, where intellectual giants such as Charaka, Kautilya, and Panini taught. There were students there and they also taught over there. Now, conventionally, Takshashila is dated to about 6th century before the Common Era, but it appears to be much older. And we still need to do a lot of work to know the chronology. So the whole of India was covered with universities like Nalanda, Vikramshila, Udantapura, Nadia, Mithila, Varanasi, Ujjaini, Kanchipuram, Ennairam. I was able to find some 89 centers of higher learning, which I have put in a map that is going to be featured in my next book, my upcoming book, which will be published next month. So archaeologists are still coming across ancient universities, which they are excavating. So for example, in 2009, the Telhara University was found very close to Nalanda University, and the work is still going on. Then in the state of Kerala, they found a university called Kantalur Shala, which was another amazing university. It was called the Nalanda of the South, and it had even more subjects than Nalanda. It had martial arts, painting and arts, alongside the sciences and regular arts. So that's how it was. And Indian universities attracted thousands of foreign students. I mean, if you're thinking that globalization is a new phenomenon, you have to think again. Because students came to India from Tibet, China, Japan, Korea, Indonesia, basically the Southeast Asian part of the world, and Greece. They even came from Greece, West Asia. So you can gauge the dedication of the students by the difficult journeys they made in order to reach India. So they crossed mountains, deserts, rivers, seas. They took every possible route to come to India. And in those days, as you know, it wasn't easy to travel. So many of them lost their lives during travel because of, shipwrecks or, being attacked by bandits and things like that. But so many of them did not give up their dreams to come and study in Nalanda or Vikramshila or whichever university they had in mind. So that's how it was. So we know all this because of the accounts of the foreign students. For example, Xuanzang, when he came to study in Nalanda, he had to cross the harsh Gobi Desert. Then he had to walk across the Pamir Mountains. And finally, with a sigh of relief, he managed to reach Bihar and go to Nalanda University. Then there is another Chinese student called Pa Hian, who wrote in his autobiography that when he remembered his journey, he would break out into a perspiration and just think of all the dangers that he had been through and count and thank the gods that he had been able to accomplish his mission and bring back some knowledge from India. So why I'm telling you all this is that I want today's students who are complaining about Zoom classes to know that they've actually got it very easy. Now, even after making all these difficult journeys, these students had no guarantee that they would get admission into the top universities of India because the standards were very high. They were very challenging admission tests, and these were held in order to know if the students had the rigor to keep up with the studies, with the education that would follow. So just think, we are talking about the 7th century. In Nalanda, only 20% of the students who applied were getting admission because the admission test was so hard. And that's how around Nalanda, in the villages around Nalanda, many coaching centers had come up to help the students crack the entrance examinations. At its peak, Nalanda had 8,500 students and about 1,500 professors. So you can look at the student-teacher ratio and wonder how they got it so good, because even today, it's so hard to find that kind of a ratio. So most of the students who traveled to India to study, they carried back with them a large number of manuscripts and books. They carried them back to their home countries. So among the Chinese students, in fact, there was a kind of competition about how many manuscripts they carried back. So Xuanzang was very happy that he was able to carry back 657 texts. I Ching took about 400 texts. So all of them mention how many texts they were able to carry back from India. And mind you, these were not just books on Buddhism. Commonly it is believed, people think that Chinese students went to study Buddhism in India. But actually they were carrying back texts with mathematics, science, medical knowledge as well. And it was not just a case of Chinese students coming to study in India. Hundreds of Indian scholars went to study in China. That is not told in the textbooks that we have. So these students, these scholars from India who went to China, they would also carry a lot of manuscripts, and they would translate them to Chinese with the help of the Chinese scholars there, and they would teach it also. They would teach it to the students. So these Indian scholars who traveled to China were often received with great fanfare by the Chinese kings. There would be whole processions, welcome processions for them. And several Indian mathematicians and astronomers held very high positions in the Chinese scientific establishments. For example, there is a mention of Gautama Siddha. He was called Kutan Siddha in Chinese, and he was the head of the Chinese official department of astronomy. And he is the one who introduced Indian numerals to China and the calendar system to China. Now, you might be aware that India exported a large number of goods to the world. So we hear about jewelry, textiles, and spices that were exported and the various trade routes that were used. But what is not discussed enough is that this was also the route for transmission of manuscripts, for books, and for knowledge to be transmitted. So there is a lot of evidence to show that trade routes were the routes. Thousands of books were taken out from India. And apart from that, there were major translation movements. So in Baghdad and later in Spain, all these books that were taken from India, they were translated to Persian, Arabic, and Latin. So when the works of Indian scholars like Sushruta Samhita, Charaka Samhita, Brahma Sputa Siddhanta, these are all books on medicine, astronomy, and mathematics. When they were translated to Persian and Arabic and later to Latin, they simply created a sensation. A sensation is the right word for it, because there was so much excitement on knowing what is in these books. So that's how the fifth Abbasid Khalifa, the ruler of the Islamic world at the time, he invited an Indian physician called Manka-e-Hindi to be his court physician. And then he was given the job of translating Sushruta Samhita and various other books. And not just scientific books, even the Panchatantra, the book of fables with talking animals, that became hugely popular in Western Asia. So in the earliest translated version of Panchatantra, you will find reference to one person called Bourgeois or Bourgeois, who went from Persia to India in search of knowledge. So it was very common in those days to talk about going to India in search of knowledge. So that's how Indian scientists were frequently invited to Baghdad, and with their help, the observatories and other such, the telescopes and those things were all set up in Baghdad. The discipline of mathematics was itself called Hindisa. It was called Hindisa by the Arabs because it pertained to the knowledge of the Hindus or the Indians. The Arabs acknowledged the contribution of the Hindus. They did it quite openly. So that's why you have Al-Khwarizmi, when he wrote his book on the decimal system in the 9th century, he titled it as Kitab al-Hisab al-Hindi, which means the book of addition and subtraction according to the Hindu calculations. So it is a little strange that he is called the father of algebra because he himself gave credit to the Indians for what he wrote in that book. So the knowledge that the Arabs got from India eventually reached Europe. And once the translation to Latin had been completed by the scholars in Toledo in Spain, then there was a knowledge revolution in Europe. So for example, Fibonacci, you might not know that the famous Italian mathematician Fibonacci, he was deeply influenced by what he called the modus indorum. The modus indorum meant the method of the Hindus or the method of the Indians. And he played an important role in persuading the Europeans to not be afraid of using zero in their calculations, which came from modus indorum. And he told them to use this, the Indians' method, so that their accounting calculations could be faster. He has written about that in his book. Of course, zero was not the only concept that was transmitted from India. After the European colonizers figured out how to reach India in the 15th century, it was as if the floodgates of knowledge had been opened. So hundreds of monographs and books were written by the Portuguese, the Dutch, the French, and the British on India's astronomy, surgery, medicinal plants, grammar, and what have you. The French philosopher Voltaire, he said that he was convinced that everything they knew had come from the banks of the Ganga, whether it was astronomy or the mind sciences. You'll actually find many people echoing the views of Voltaire at that time. So actually, by the time the Europeans came to colonize India, most of our ancient libraries, our ancient universities in northern India had been destroyed by the invaders. So our temple universities, for example, in Sharda Peeth, that had also been destroyed. In Kashmir, Sharda Peeth, that had been destroyed. But thanks to the heroic efforts of some of the Rajas, the committed Rajas and the families of scholars, not all the manuscripts were lost. They were kept carefully. And that is what the colonial, the colonizers, when they came to India, they found many of those. So there is the example of this missionary called Bartholomew Ziegenbalg, who was single-handedly able to collect 100 Tamil manuscripts in just 2 years of his stay in southern India. So now I want to tell you a little bit about the various aspects of ancient India's education system. which might give you some food for thought. So firstly, not everybody studied the high sciences and philosophies in ancient India. Only a very small percentage of students, they studied the Veda and the Vedic literature. And most of the children grew up learning the family trade. So whether it was carpentry or weaving or textiles or sculpting, there were about 64 arts, 64 skills that have been listed in ancient books. So most of these, the children grew up learning the family trade. So for example, if a child was born in a barber's family, then he would become an expert in hair cutting and styling at a very young age. And so they would all become entrepreneurs at a very young age. And so even a child would be contributing to the family income at a young age. And if you compare that with a college graduate today who does not have any vocational skill, even at the age of 22, so the difference can be quite startling. You must note that India was one of the richest countries in the world until the 18th century. You will find this in the writings of Angus Madison and others. So this was, the richest were because India was exporting most of the products that were being used in the world. For example, like jewelry, cotton, spices, steel, and various other products. It was the manufacturing hub of the world, India. And this was possible because a large part of the population got extensive training in the trades right from childhood. So as I mentioned, the whole family would be engaged in the business and they would all contribute. To take another example, in a doctor's family, some members would be involved in picking the right herbs from the forest. Another set would be, some other members would be drying the leaves, somebody else would be grinding it, making into a powder and so on. So even women and children were all part of this, okay? And the skills used to be passed down from generation to generation. And the ethos of the times was such that the Brahmanas, the Brahmin scholars who studied and taught the Vedas, they were not supposed to make money from it. So they were actually prohibited from making money. And a Vedic scholar was required to lead a very simple, frugal life, avoid any kind of luxury. And so it fell upon the shoulders of the non-Brahmins, the rich businessmen, the farmers, the workers who supported the students and teachers. So the ecosystem of learning ensured that the seekers of knowledge, they did not have to worry about their livelihood. They did not have to worry about where the next meal was going to come from. The society supported every need of theirs, including even expenses of marriage for their children and so on. So it was very common for students or the gurus themselves to knock at the door of households to ask for food, and the lady of the house would be very happy to serve the gurus or the students. She would think it is a privilege to feed them. So today we all lament that teachers are not getting paid enough, they don't have respect in the society. But in ancient time, it was, in India, it was just the opposite. The gurus had the highest status because they were so dedicated to teaching, and they did not treat it like a business. And because of this priority given to teachers and students by the society, they could focus on learning and on teaching, on research, and so on. So that's how India produced so much knowledge. And it was this system that allowed gurus like Aryabhata and Bhaskaracharya to produce their fine work. Fourthly, the students, they spent a lot of time in the midst of nature. So they interacted with cows, monkeys, squirrels, and other animals. They listened to bird song because they woke up very early in the morning. That was a requirement. The students had to wake up at sunrise, and they had to cease their activities at sunset. So they were very much in synchronicity with the natural rhythms. So they listened to bird song, and they could identify the flora in the region. They knew all the plants that grew. And when they studied in the ashrams, they would watch they would enjoy the sunrise and sunset, and they knew that they were a part of the circle of life. They knew that for the humans to survive, it was important for the other species to also to survive. And so, they didn't have a separate subject like environmental sciences or environmental engineering, because nature was a part of every subject that they studied, whether it was chemistry or architecture or any subject. They knew that they should not violate the laws of nature. That's something I'd like to highlight. And another aspect of ancient Indian education was that logic, debating, and communication skills were extremely important. So you have so many texts on Tarka Vidya, Vada Vidya. These were taught in universities. So a student who came out of a university needed to have these skills of debating and speaking well. There are numerous references to them in the ancient texts. And the terminology of debate was very well developed. So they had terms like sadhya, pramana, and they were very technical terms of debate. And the kings were very fond of organizing debate tournaments and inviting the students to compete. And this used to be watched by the commoners, and they would also pick up a lot of things from there. And there were strict rules to be followed for debate, like how one could debate with an opponent only after having completely read the works of the opponent and understanding his or her point of view. Only then you could go into a debate. And many times the judges would themselves be female, just in case you're wondering whether women were being educated. The famous debate between Adi Shankara and Mandana Mishra, it was moderated by a lady judge. I think it will be very interesting for today's students to get acquainted with the science of logic and debate of ancient India. Because I'm myself studying Nyaya Shastra, learning about logic, and I can tell you it's fascinating. It is helping me to get new insights about everything that we know today. So my next point is that today we talk a lot about the need for interdisciplinary learning, how different disciplines should collaborate with each other. But that was something very normal in ancient India because we had no artificial barriers between different subjects. So, for example, we have the mathematician Bhaskaracharya, who wrote in poetry. Imagine writing algebraical formulas or giving problems, setting problems while using beautiful similes and metaphors. So that's how the books on algebra and mathematics and arithmetic are. They are in poetry, Bhaskara's works. So then you take the example of the Sanskrit language. It was like a coding language with mathematical rules. So it was from Sanskrit that the idea of language as a science came about for the other languages. So in Europe also, they were fascinated when they rediscovered Sanskrit, when William Jones rediscovered Sanskrit. So to study language as a science, that was a revelation, and that's how the science of linguistics came about. My last point is about character building. That was an essential part of education. So today we are in a society where corruption has seeped in very deep. So people try to evade taxes, they tamper with meters so that they have to pay lesser for electricity, or they give bribes or they accept bribes. And we also see a high incidence of psychological problems like depression and mental breakdowns. So this is where the ancient Indian education scored very high, because students learned a dharma-based approach. Moral values were woven into the academics itself in a very integrated manner. So it was a part of the education. So, and apart from that, they learned pranayama, how to breathe correctly. They learned yoga, asanas. They learned various sadhanas, the spiritual practices. They learned the concept of purushartha. So these are the things which really help them to have very strong values. And they got their values and courage also from the stories of Ramayana and Mahabharata. They learned karma yoga, whereby their daily activities could be offered as worship to a higher power. So these are some of the things that I wanted to highlight about ancient India, which I think are still relevant. I think it's time for me to wrap up. I've only made some general points about the relevance of ancient Indian education, but if you go into the details of Sanskrit, Tamil, Kannada, and the various Indian texts and traditions, you will find many more things which can be applied to a discipline, whichever discipline you are pursuing, whether it is management, water conservation, architecture, medicine, anything. You will find many things, many takeaways from ancient Indian texts. So I'd like to tell you that if you approach the past with curiosity, I can promise you that the collective wisdom of India's civilization will offer you many treasures. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sahana Singh. What an extraordinary tour de force. You took us back to so many aspects of ancient Indian culture, heritage, and how it has impacted the global civilizational heritage. In some ways, the foundations of global knowledge and the ideas of education, foundational ideas of education, idea of university, even influencing thinkers and philosophers around the world. Those foundations were indeed laid down in India. Well, we have already got a number of questions, so we will get back to it shortly. But now I'm going to invite Professor Sudarshan, Dean of the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy, to share his reflections as far as your own address is concerned. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajkumar. This is a special privilege for me to share the podium or the dais or the platform virtually with Dr. Sahana Singh. And she is one of the extraordinary people who has been able to communicate to a modern audience what is the worth and value of ancient Indian education and learning. There's a particular idiom in which this has to be done. I mean, we in this modern age, we could find, I suppose, scholars around the country. I'm thinking of, say, Professor Nagaswamy, who are, a minefield of knowledge. I mean, but they don't have the idiom and the way of communicating what we need to know. Their knowledge needs to be communicated in a form that we can grasp, young people in this day and age can grasp. And that way I must first acknowledge that Ms. Sahana Singh has embarked on a major project which is invaluable, and we are indebted to her for this. I mean, there are not too many people with this project in mind, and this is a vitally important project. I have to say that, I have been educated in 5 universities. I did my what is called pre-university in Kolar Goldfields and with Mysore University. I studied economics in Central College and Bangalore University. Then I came to the Delhi School of Economics. And then I went to Oxford University on a Rhodes Scholarship. And then I went to Cambridge on a research fellowship. And in all of this time, I had very little knowledge of the language that I learned in school, which is Kannada, and very little knowledge, even less knowledge about Tamil, which is my mother tongue. And it wasn't until I got to Oxford that I got a sense of what is valuable about Indian scholarship and knowledge of the past. I mean, it was in Oxford. Bimal Matilal was the professor holding the chair of Eastern religions and ethics, which is a chair that Dr. Radhakrishnan had at Oxford. And therefore, I was able to see that Oxford University was giving importance. There's the Indian Institute Library in Oxford, which is very rich in resources. But in all of the education that I had throughout in India, I had no clue at all. Not even by reading newspapers or magazines or journals. In no form or manifestation did I get an inkling of what were the riches of Indian learning and education in the past. So that's somewhat ironic that you end up in the land of the colonizer to learn about oneself. And in Cambridge, there was Julius Lipner, who was a scholar who specialized in Ramanuja. So, I come from a family where I know the name Ramanuja, but I had no idea what is it that he taught, and so on. And then I also discovered that it's not religiosity. I mean, Lipner is not studying Ramanuja because he is a practicing Vaishnavite and wants to attain the feet of the Acharya and get moksha. That's not his motive. I mean, he's interested because Ramanuja, as Sahana explained, was a great debater. He looked at other philosophical standpoints and positions and argued about them, right? So one of the titles that people could get in ancient times is Pratibadhi Bhayankaram, which is that you are able to overcome your rival in debate, right? So these principles of logic, debate, what is pramana, what is the final proof for something that would be conclusive, what do you learn from your senses, all of this suddenly connects extraordinarily well to quantum physics. And it's not an accident that all the great physicists after Newton, I mean, beginning with Einstein, Niels Bohr, all of them, Heisenberg, have been interested in ideas from Indian philosophy. The idea of who is the observer, who is the observed, what is certain, what is not certain, is this real, is your dream state real, what is reality, who are you? I mean, these very fundamental questions that have come up in modern physics have been part of our heritage and knowledge. But unfortunately, our educational system, having been affected in a way, I mean, it's now that we are taking a more critical look at the legacy of the British Raj. You have books like Era of Darkness by Shashi Tharoor and others, where we earlier we kind of taught in universities and so on. I mean, our constitution owes a great deal to the Government of India Act of 1935, and we are very proud of it. But then we are not told that in the Constituent Assembly, Kengal Hanumantaya from Karnataka said, I hear the sound of the military band, but where is the subtle and graceful tunes of the sitar and the veena in this constitution, right? Now, he was making an important point there, that we transited from colonial rule to becoming an independent country, adopting a constitution which undoubtedly has very fine qualities, but in the process somehow completely missed out that there is a whole range and treasure house of learning that we need to have and that our students need to understand and learn about. So this is a consequence of, if you like, the minutes of Macaulay, who, when the East India Company was debating about whether to continue with the education of Indian students in schools supported by the state or the company, whether they should learn Sanskrit and Persian, which was then the official language, they decided that they would, focus on English and create clerks and babus. And so this has been a very unfortunate legacy. While ironically at the same time, as Sahana Singh explained, you had Max Muller, William Jones, and others taking a great interest in the knowledge, right? So Macaulay famously declared that all of the literature and of the Orient, meaning India, would not be worth more than one shelf of European books. Now, what is worse for us is that we have decided that even with respect to Western or European literature, one shelf is enough, right? I mean, this is unfortunate because, you know, we have a great deal to learn from others, but then we have a great deal to learn from ourselves and our past and our heritage. And neglecting that is really very, very heart-wrenching. And so as you grow older, as I have, I feel greatly deprived because our education system has neglected this. I mean, my own mother tongue, Tamil. I mean, I had to learn about what is really Tamil by reading a biography of that language by David Schulman, who is a professor in the university, in Hebrew University in Jerusalem, right? And I discovered then that the word Tamil, you know, and this is a recent discovery, and this is something I ought to have known as a child. The word Tamil means, you know, means how to love. That's in classical poetry. It also means being a civilized person, right? And then you grow up thinking, and you get the wrong ideas because you don't have a proper foundation and an education. You think somehow there's some big division between, you know, the Dravidians and the Aryans, and you have in Tamil Nadu a political movement calling itself the, you know, the Dravida movement. Now, this is unfortunate because, you know, in the very grammar of Tamil, in the Tolkappiyam, it's clearly prescribed that there is such a thing as an Ilakkiya Tamil, and there is such a thing as, you know, a colloquial Tamil, and there is such a thing as, you know, Malayalam, Telugu, Kannada on the borderlands of Tamil, and a language or a dialect that emerges from there. And there's a Vadanul, which is how to borrow from Sanskrit words and incorporate it in the Tamil language. So this idea that somehow, you know, there's been a divide civilizationally between a Tamil culture and the rest of India is quite wrong. But how would people know that it's wrong unless there was some opportunity for some serious study of the language and what it contained? And it's also a language that speaks to the fantastic syncretism of India. It's a language that incorporates all the great classical works of Tamil were written by Jains. I'm not sure whether Thiruvalluvar was, was a Hindu. I mean, he may not have been. And therefore, this entire civilizational, value that we have in our country comes with basic elements. I mean, we all learn English grammar, and and we pride ourselves in being better at the English language than the English themselves. And somebody might even well say that the only place where you can find proper English spoken is in India, and not even in England. But what value is that? That's pretty good in itself. But what value is that if you do not know the languages of this country? If people in this country do not get an education where they learn something about the linguistics of this heritage, right? And therefore, I'd say that we need to figure out quite consciously and deliberately how to incorporate this, not in some way of some atavistic vestige of some past which we glorify and so on. But this is knowledge that is is serious knowledge. I mean, it's not superstition. It's not religious beliefs. It's nothing of that kind. It has to do with logic. It has to do with mathematics. It has to do with debate, as Sahana emphasized. And I think we need to incorporate these things in the regular curriculum in our schools and in the universities. And we cannot neglect this. So in many ways, we have to revisit what has happened since our independence. We have to revisit, I think, in many ways our constitution, I think, because, Jawaharlal Nehru proclaimed that it's a constitution that's been purloined by lawyers. By that, he meant that most of the draftsmen were, Bharat law, barristers at law from England. And since that was their profession, they kind of, wrote in that spirit and in that language, and then shoved into something like the directive principles, the window dressing, as Krishnamacharya called it, something like the Nyaya Panchayat. Now here we are concerned about the shabby state of our legal system, the delays, and the injustice that follows. I mean, Amartya Sen makes this great distinction, again deriving from ancient Indian wisdom, the distinction between Nyaya and Niti. And he points out that much of Western philosophy and John Rawls is focused on Niti, an orderly way in which you conduct affairs. That's fine, but he points out that what you get from the Indian justice system, an ordinary person would say, Idu Anyaya, this is not Nyaya, right? It is not justice. Now, the fact that the court of justice delivers a decision does not automatically make it a just decision. There's a distinction between law and justice. It may follow the procedures of law, but the outcome may not be the just outcome. It may not be justice as perceived by people, right? And so you need to get a sensibility of what is it that people are looking for, and to put them through this court system that we have, where there are characters who are known as Mukaddamabazis, whose motive is not to settle or resolve a dispute, but to harass the opponent by, taking that person to a court and then appealing against every decision of every court till you reach the highest Supreme Court. And our Supreme Court, in its great generous spirit, accommodates all these appeals and sits on top of them with judges working, 18, 20 hours a day. Now, instead of that, there is such a system as a Nyaya Panchayat, a sense of what does the community regard as just and right. But we've subverted it. Every time the government has attempted to create Nyaya Panchayats, the legal profession, the lawyers think that their income and their livelihood may somehow be affected by this, because this system doesn't require lawyers arguing. So even though there are attempts in our judicial system to have court-sponsored mediation and lok adalats and so on, none of them has caught the actual spirit in which disputes are to be resolved, right? And we need to somehow recover that. It's not that it's not there. I mean, it continues. I mean, in most of these countries that are former colonies, 80 to 90% of people's disputes are resolved in other fora. And the formal legal system is only used to harass people for the most part. So I think we need to, pay serious attention to what is in fact valuable, and that would enable us to flourish as a country and as a civilization. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Sudarshan, for those reflections. Since we have another 15 minutes, let me quickly jump into questions for Sahana Singh. So there are several questions. I'm going to pick up a few. One of the questions is that holistic education is even more important in the present times. How can we inculcate and induce ancient learning in modern education and ensure its effective implementation in the curriculum and course structure of our universities?
So I think, of course, one of the major things is to have textbooks which include this ancient learning. So, for example, even our epics themselves, Ramayana and Mahabharata, they used to be taught in schools in the earlier times. So, because when you read an epic, you learn many things along with it. You learn literature, you learn literary devices, you learn about the society of the time, It can lead to very good discussions about all this justice and niti and everything, nyaya and niti, as Sudarshan ji mentioned. So I would think that you need to introduce courses on the great books of India, such as Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, the principal Upanishads, the Yoga Vasishta, Natya Shastra. That's another very important book, which talks about the entertainment, how to present plays, how to present music and all those things. Selected Sanskrit plays, they need to be there. Of course, I'm not saying all these things need to be there at every level, but these are the ancient books which have relevance even today, and they need to be woven into the curriculum. And then of course we need the history of Indian sciences. So when mathematics is taught, you need to also have the history of mathematics, and that also would make the subject very interesting. Instead of straight away getting into the subject and knowing how to calculate, how to apply formulae, if the history of mathematics, the history of physics, if all that is also taught, even if it is brief, like you taught about Vaisheshika Sutras before you start with, straight away teaching them about Newton and all the other, the European scientists. Of course, I'm not saying we need to distinguish between what is European, what is Indian, but then let us at least have the history where you talk about what were the Indian scientists saying, and then how that evolved, and then we have the modern day science, because all this would help to give a holistic perspective to the students. So these are some of the things. The Nyaya Vaisheshika definitely needs to be introduced in our schools, because I am studying Nyaya right now, and it is just simply making me get a lot of insights and think out of the box. So you're not just walking the path that has been set for you. You're now thinking in various dimensions. So I would say Nyaya, Vaisheshika, and I mentioned Yoga Vasishta and all those great books, they should be included. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Well, one of the questions that I wanted to raise in the context of several other questions which have come about is that one of the things that we are very conscious of when it comes to celebrating our past is how do we recognize the past and also engage in critical inquiry, because some of the consequences of celebrating the past also means that there is a sacrosanct nature attached to it. And so how do we create opportunities for young people to not only study the past, but also engage in critical inquiries? Because from the standpoint of what we hear when it comes to the larger discourse, at least in India today, is that the past is so sacrosanct that it simply should not be interrogated. And so how do we strike that balance?
Well, actually, I don't completely agree with you that it is treated in a very sacrosanct manner. In fact, our education system has done a very good job of making us doubt and question everything and kind of not believe anything that is told to us. Half the time I hear we have discussions on, did Ramayana really happen? Did Mahabharata happen? So I think the sacrosanct part of it might not really be there. In fact, it is in our DNA that we have to question, we have to argue about every little thing. So I don't really agree there. But I would say that when I mentioned Nyaya to you, that's the reason I mentioned Nyaya to you. The critical thinking comes right there. So if you start with Nyaya, you are actually exposed to the kind of arguments that used to take place even in those times. Even in those times, everything was questioned. So if you read Nyaya, you'll find that the author of the book is actually putting the arguments of his opponents right there. When he puts his views, then he puts the opponent's views, then he gives his answer to those opponents. It's all in Nyaya itself. So I think reading it in that format would already make you a very critical thinking person. That's what I feel. Of course, there are those epics where you might probably you're not really welcome to question the moral character of some of the characters or the deities. But even that can be done in a respectful manner. I mean, it is not disallowed for us. There is no fatwa that our head will be cut off or anything. We can easily argue about everybody. And we've been doing that. We've been arguing whether Rama is a good husband or not. Right?
Got you. Got you. Thank you very much for that. There's a very interesting question about its contemporary context. Now, what are the factors that India is lacking at present, which are restricting and limiting our rise in the higher education sector? And to what extent history and heritage can help us in today's advancement of our education system?
I think history and heritage first gives you the pride, because once you have a pride, it automatically acts like a motivator. So that's how, for me, I can definitely say that it has been a motivator for me. It makes me read more. So if you're put down and you're said that you don't know anything, you have to learn everything from others, you are nobody, that's not very conducive. So it's history, and especially since we have such a glorious history, you're not concocting that history, it is actually there. So why not use it for inspiration, I would say. And what is the other question that you said? How
can it be used for today's context? Yeah.
Okay. So
improving the quality of education system today.
Okay. No, I'll give you the example of Manjul Bhargava, who won the Fields Medal. If you see his story, right, he actually, in his holidays, he used to read the Sanskrit works at his grandfather's place, the works of Pingala and other Bhaskaracharya, Brahmagupta, the mathematical works. And he went back, and then when he was looking at the Gauss theorem, he wanted to prove the Gauss theorem, and he found that it takes 30 pages to prove it. And he said, can I adopt the methods of the Sanskrit mathematicians, the mathematicians who wrote in Sanskrit, and use some of their elegant ways of proving this? And something clicked, and he was able to give a very elegant, concise proof, and he completely credits it to Brahmagupta, Pingala, and all that. So I think we should take ideas right there, that maybe there is a way of looking at traditional literature and applying it to modern methods. And we are doing it with Ayurveda, for example. Even today, we are looking at the herbs that are mentioned there and trying to use it for curing various ailments. It is still continuing. And another example I remember is this, this Toppukaran. There is the punishment given to children, naughty children, where you hold the ears and you go up and down, that utak baitak. I was astonished to find that being put forward as super brain yoga. It is used for preventing hyperactivity. Kids who are hyperactive, it helps to calm them down and helps them to think clearly. And it's being taught as super brain yoga. So this is how I feel that, just introducing those texts and making it brief, you don't have to make it unabridged. Maybe you can abridge it a bit. Just giving a flavor of all these texts to the children of today can already give them ideas about how to apply it in the modern times.
Thank you very much. Sudarshan, there's one interesting question which you might be able to answer, which is that, a lot of history and culture and heritage have been used, particularly with regard to understanding religion and divinity and things like that. But to what extent we can use this for, let's say, developing effective public policy? Management as a discipline has, in more recent times, have used some of the historical and ancient texts to develop, to share ideas about leadership and governance. To what extent public policy as a discipline or economics as a discipline can draw upon some of the ideas that we have evolved centuries ago?
No, that's a good question. Again, that goes back to, if you read the classics that we are taught from Western classics, Plato's Republic and Aristotle's Politics, there's a great deal of wisdom there. But equally, there's a great deal of wisdom in Kautilya. But in our education system, if you asked what are the precepts of Kautilya, students won't be able to answer. If you asked a political science student who was Machiavelli, they may be able to tell you. Right now, this is the problem, that some of these ideas, particularly about governance, there is enormous literature available on what is Raja Dharma, what are the duties of the king, what are the precepts of public policy, when do you consult the public? One of the things that's problematic with our public policy is that we don't consult the public about making public policy. Whereas if you went to Kautilya and looked at, not just Kautilya, but even in the Ramayana or the Mahabharata, there's a lot of discussion on Rajadharma. Bhishma in the Parva of the Mahabharata is giving a long discourse on what is governance, how to govern. I mean, he's going to leave the world at his own choice, as he happens to have that gift. But before that, he gives a lesson to Yudhishthira as to what are the precepts of governance. Now, why is it that that knowledge that is there in the Mahabharata unknown to our school students or to our college students? That is the problem, right? Because it's not that you have to take everything there at face value, but nonetheless, if you didn't know what's in there, you know what's in Plato's Republic, you know what's in Aristotle's Politics, but why is it that you don't know what is written about the Rajadharma in the Mahabharata? That's the point. I mean, so I think we need to be able to draw wisdom from wherever. And we are missing out a great deal by not paying attention to these great classical texts. I mean, the liberal arts schools in the USA, they'll tell you read the great books, right? What about our great books?
Well, thank you very much, Sudarshan, for that. Ms. Sahana Singh, then that takes me to the last question that I have, in which, well, one of the problems that we are facing today is that to what extent we can inculcate and permeate this ancient knowledge within the context of contemporary curriculum, both in schools and colleges and universities. And people like you have played a pioneering role in having us, rediscover this. But do you have some suggestions and perspectives as to how and what ways by which we can create this imagination and take it back into our schools, colleges, universities? I'm asking this question also because of the fact that there is a lot of emphasis on wanting to use contemporary knowledge for the future. But in this context, I do believe that there is so much that we can use from ancient knowledge that we have evolved over centuries, and what could be the pedagogical approach that we need to adopt in our classrooms as well as our research culture within institutions, that we can draw upon our history and heritage.
So the first thing, of course, is that we need good textbooks. Okay, we cannot have textbooks where, like I saw a textbook which is telling children about all the problems in the society and how the government should be doing this and that for solving the problem. Instead of asking the children, look, what is the kind of business that you would start in order to solve this problem? Something like that. So there has to be a massive rewriting of textbooks so that you look at them and see whether you are going to create the next generation of entrepreneurs. Are you going to create the next generation of thinkers? So then, you need to see the end goal. What is the end goal you have, and then rewrite those textbooks. So that's what textbooks is number one. And that's the reason I just got into book writing, and I just will see how much I can write. So that's one thing. The other thing, of course, is nature. I mean, we are also seeing that we are not able to, these children are not able to think out of the box. They are sitting in the classrooms and they're being given things to do, and they're not observing where they are, what is the kind of flora and fauna around them, what is the nature, because just sitting and watching things grow in front of you, watching an insect making its house, or, birds making nests, these kind of things also open up the mind. So we have to find ways that, they're able to go into nature. That is one of the things. I have many other ideas. I hope I don't take too much time, but I want to stress on textbooks. Rewrite textbooks. Ensure that you are teaching them the right things, and you're giving them projects where they are able to go out into the nature. They're going to meet people. They're going to think on their own. Those kind of things have to be done. And implementation is the key here. We have an NEP which is already having many good things. When I look at the NEP, it's a very fine document. So it's all about how are they going to implement it. It has everything in it which we need to bring back, ancient knowledge and everything. The storytelling, just one more thing. Storytelling needs to be used a lot more. And the other thing which I have mentioned in my book is memory. There were many ways in which you could remember things which was taught in ancient India. Memory training was very important. So today what's happening is we know that everything is on the net. We know that we have hard disks. So we don't try to remember much. And I can tell you that affects our thinking. Because if you have, you have memorized many things in your mind, those things come to you at the right time when you want to use it, and those things, and you're able to connect the dots very well. So I would like to see the mainstream education collaborate with Vedic schools and to learn from them those techniques by which they are able to remember and memorize so much. Because by the way, there have been neuroscience, what is that? The neuro effect of Sanskrit that was done recently, where they found that students who were studying Sanskrit, their memories were very expanded and they could remember a lot of that part of the brain itself was bigger. So I would really advocate for learning from Vedic schools and seeing if they have some techniques that can be applied in mainstream education.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Sahana Singh, for a fascinating tour de force and also reflections on the historical evolution of Indian education system and its contemporary relevance and how it can impact the future. I am deeply grateful to you for accepting our invitation and doing this at around midnight in Houston, Texas at the United States. I look forward to hosting you on our campus. My very best wishes for the new book, and we hope that we can launch that book at our campus. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dean Sudarshan, for being part of this session. It's one of the best sessions we have ever had, and all of us who were part of this session, including the audience, have learned immensely from this. We will have a short break and we will begin the next thematic session in 13 minutes from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are on live.
All right. Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Of course, we are having this great conference, the World University Summit. We are in session 11, and we have many more to go. Of course, since we are here, let's talk about a very interesting topic today, which is responsible research, harnessing knowledge resources for creating tangible social impact. And we have, a sort of a great panel here this morning. Professor Martin, who is Vice Chancellor of Deakin University, Australia. We have Professor Mohammed, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, University Kebangsaan, Malaysia. We have Professor Lauren Robel, former Provost and Executive Vice President, Indiana University, and Professor Newman G, Vice Chancellor, University of Liverpool, Liverpool University, China. So thank you to all the panelists for joining this morning, this afternoon, this evening. There are many questions that would come to my mind even start the discussion, especially the title of the research or the title of this session, Responsible Research, throws many questions. Responsible research, if you look at the fundamental ethos behind academic research or otherwise, whether responsible research brings in some kind of disciplinary dependency, so to speak. And I also, during the session, we'll be talking about, what are the kind of strategic competencies possibly universities should adopt while catering to responsible research. And going to the threshold, for promoting inclusive and sustainable research, the kind of ecosystem that one should have in the university setup, and what kind of usefulness would collaborative research would have amongst all these expectations. And finally, the question that we should ask ourselves would be whether COVID-19 or the effect of COVID-19 actually has triggered a paradigm shift, so to speak. So that brings me to the first question of this session. Have there been any major shifts in the discourses on the responsible research in times of the ongoing pandemic? What kind of attitudinal changes do you anticipate towards the scientific research, in particular in the aftermath of COVID-19? Before I, I'll go by, Professor, this order, Professor Martin, Mohammed, Professor Robel, and Professor Newman. Before you answer this question, I would also request you to spend 30 seconds on what exactly to you would be responsible research. I'll start with Professor Martin. Thank you.
It's a very easy question to ask, but quite a hard question to answer. And I think there's two ways of thinking about responsible research. One is that is research carried out in a framework where we are responsible for the quality of it, we're responsible for the integrity of it, and we are accountable for ensuring that the research is conducted in a way that we can trust the results. And I think the second paradigm is it is responsible as in we as universities have a responsibility to carry out research that will drive progress. And I think they're both different sides of the coin, but they are really important. And I can't talk for other jurisdictions, but the last 18 months have been really interesting in terms of thinking about how that's played out in the university world. So on one level, we've probably seen greater trust and greater engagement with science, the science of pandemics, the science of epidemiology, the science of vaccine production. And we've probably had more university academics come up and be commentators in the mainstream media than we've seen for a very long time. But the flip side of that is that the narrative and the noise around we can't trust experts, there's a problem here, this is a conspiracy, has probably been louder as well. So I think both sides have strengthened their voice and we've drifted apart. But I think if I put the two together, I think it probably has strengthened the role of research that is focused on making an impact to the communities we're embedded in. It's still probably too soon to know, but this sort of very strange polarization that certainly we've seen a little bit in Australia, looking at the news, certainly in the US, I'm less familiar about other countries, but it has been there and I think is a very real phenomenon, at least for us.
Thank you, Professor Martin. Professor Mohammed?
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to this session. For me, responsible research, this is definitely something that is very important for all the academics to really understand it very well. And I think responsible research should be look into solving the problems that we are facing as a nation. I mean, at least in our country. I mean, this pandemic has shown us the fact that probably we have not been focusing on certain areas that will be important for the country. Yeah, just taking, for example, in terms of the COVID pandemic, suddenly the government was asking us, the universities, where are your research on virus, for example? And the fact that we cannot come up immediately with that particular solution, that posed a very big question to us, whether we have been trying to do responsible research all the way along the way towards up until now. So for me, responsible research means basically you have now to see clearly what would be the issues and problems that are relevant to the country first. Yeah, because the funding, most of it would come from our own country, and I mean, in my case, from Malaysia. So we have to see the kind of issues and that are needed and required for the country, and everyone should work together towards achieving or solving those issues and problems first. Yeah, so that at the end of the day, our research result or output or whatever will be beneficial for the country, and this is. Some people, I think this is again an argument that is going to creeping up again all the time, because you're talking about fundamental knowledge, you're talking about research that are important for the countries and so on, and we have to find ways to balance all of this, and that probably would be a good definition of responsible research, I think.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed. Professor Robin?
I'd love to follow up on a theme I heard from both Professor Martin and Professor Mohammed, and that is the increasing demand for research that has immediate social impacts that can be measured within a country. And I feel very strongly that we do have to listen carefully to that drumbeat of political skepticism towards our research missions. But I also want to pick up on what Professor Mohammed said about the balance, because we are the only institutions that do the kind of fundamental research that pushes a field forward. And we will always be facing the political push to focus most of our research on inquiries that have immediate social payoffs. We have to hold on to the other piece. And for me, as I've thought through this, I've thought that universities have to be very intentional about their understanding of the politics surrounding the social impact side, and very careful to protect the push within disciplines for fundamental knowledge, because that latter piece is easy to lose in the and it's what makes universities universities, really. It's what we do that is, that is unique. No one else does it in the way that we do.
Thank you, Professor Tharoor. Professor Newman?
As Martin has mentioned, that responsible research is an easy question to ask and difficult to answer, but I would like to answer in an easy way. Normally, most of the researchers are understanding very well about relevance and rigorous, but at this environment, we are facing many challenges from different perspectives. For example, there are a lot of noise or attractiveness which will attract the researchers to a wrong direction or wrong way. So I would like to highlight two perspectives. One is to follow the scholar's heart to conduct research in this turbulent environment. And another one is to face the really demand from society, from humans being demands in long term. That's easy to see, but difficult to follow. So I think if we want to be a true university, we want to be a true scholars, we should follow this, our own heart and the future development trend and demand by avoiding the disturbance from the different noise sources. That's my understanding of responsible research.
Thank you to all the panelists for their opening remarks. I think there is a, we shouldn't have a great divide between what is required to what we ought to be doing in terms of, our love or passion. So therefore, there has to be a balance, and I believe that, that balance is very difficult to attain. It will take us time because the situation that we are all going through at the moment may sort of trigger research in some way and not sort of neglecting research in other areas. But the going by the given the situation that we are in, do you think that the current mechanisms for assessing research productivity would still be considered adequate? And how can we possibly ensure that these mechanisms, the existing mechanisms, encourage responsible research, and it's also sort of have some kind of societal impact, and it sort of follows the nomenclature of common good? And so I would sort of start with maybe this time, Professor Newman, what do you think about the existing mechanisms that we have, given the balance that you want to have in the university structure? Because the terms like productivity and other aspects, right, those are important terms, right? Depends on how you see them. So the current mechanisms for assessing research productivity, whether they are still considered to be adequate, given the balance that we want to sort of have, and how do you what kind of mechanisms would you adopt to drive home the point of responsible research, kind of impact that it would have, and of course the common good that that kind of research would have as well? Professor Newman.
Actually, university is a very interesting organization. We can take it as a knowledge worker and a knowledge organization, but according to the Peter Drucker, the university's system or operation system is not good for the efficiency of knowledge work and knowledge organization, because we are isolated by department, by schools, by the index. So from this perspective, it's very crucial for a university to avoid the silos, to develop the interdisciplinary education. So I think that's the first very fundamental or basic issue for the university to help the scholars to have a high productivity for research. So in order to do so, in our university, for example, we have been trying very hard to restructure the university organization structure. We developed a 4-center seamless connected platform to give all the students, staff, no matter which departments they are, could cooperate freely and friendly to carry out the research. And this has helped us to produce many very high quality research results. I think that's the first perspective for us to improve our research within the university. And the second strategy or mechanism is to strengthen the collaboration between university and the community or industry sector. Traditionally, we have had such kind of cooperation, but there are lots of barriers or obstacles for the cooperation because the benefits are pursued by different institutions. So in last few years, we have been trying to develop a new system to support the integration between university institutions and the industry sector. For example, we have developed a new campus. We are trying to develop a new system, educational system and a research system, which is focusing on the integrative education. That means a new way for us to integrate the knowledge from different sectors. Traditional university used to use a disciplinary way to organize teaching and research, but we are trying to use the industry to integrate the knowledge of fields in disciplinary. So we call it integrative. It's a synergy and the integrative, which should have some chemical reaction. In this way, we have combined scholars in university, experts in industry, and some specialists in the society together to create a research platform. So in our, we call it research and educational institution, in which we have 3 different kinds of researchers. So which will bring the research result into industry, into society, and also bring the problems, phenomena, or challenges faced by industry or by society to university. So university is playing a role as a glue to integrate all the relevant elements and create an ecosystem to play as a catalyst to help all the elements to generate new ideas or new research products. So that's our second research mechanism. Recently, we developed our third research mechanism. We take university as a place to generate or create ecosystem to attract industry together to develop an innovation ecosystem, which can combine basically research, innovative and R&D research together. So that's 3 ways for us to help our university or our society to generate a responsible research.
I think so very well put, Professor Newman. I think the 3-pronged approach and the synthesis that you have talked about, it's really a chemical reaction, you know, and you know, in a positive note, with a positive note. Professor Rubel, do you think that you would do something else in addition? And how is the situation, maybe say at Indiana, and the things that you would probably like to do in addition to what Professor Newman has said? Thank you.
I have seen at a number of other universities, particularly in China, what Professor Newman is describing around the synthesis of industry and academic institutions, research efforts, and it is a very powerful collaboration. I think another way you can go about that is to pick a social sector and try to bring people from their disciplines into attacking a common problem. So at Indiana, we created about 3 years ago a Center for Rural Engagement that has taken a series of issues that rural communities in the United States are facing and brought together disciplinary folks from public health, from computing and engineering, from just across the entire spectrum, including the arts and humanities, to surround, if you will, communities and work with them around the kinds of issues they're facing. I have found that has really invigorated our faculty members around their research, because they're engaged with people who have immediate needs, and their concerns, the faculty members' concerns and interests are broadened by that engagement. And I've watched an increasing synthesis of work from multiple disciplines that takes bigger and bigger problems around rural spaces, from democracy and governance issues all the way through, the basic infrastructure, economic infrastructure issues. And it's really quite inspiring to watch. And it has the side benefit of being attracting political support for the research mission of the university.
Thank you, Professor Rubel. Professor Mohammed, do you think that these are the prongs would actually adequately work in Malaysia or probably at your university?
Okay, we had recently a good argument about this issue as well. I think in terms of the most difficult part is actually in terms of measuring the impact of doing all of this. Yeah, on one side we have it is so much easier to measure the impact of publication. When we talk about citation, when we talk about publishing in high impact and so on, and people tend to really want to move away and not move away, but they want to be more connected to the industry and community by solving the issues and problems that the communities and industries have. At our university also, we have different centers that have been set up to address those connection with the industries and communities, with the hope that more researchers will be able to come sit down together as a multidisciplinary team and really tackle the issues and problems that the industries and communities have. But I think the thing is, how do we actually measure the absolute impact of this collaboration or of this integration between the researchers and industry and community? I mean, you can do so many things, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure whether we will see a very strong, tangible impact to know that we are doing the right thing, And I think this is the biggest problem, because people can say that they have done a lot of things, but at the end of the day, did we see any big improvement coming out from those collaboration? So this is the most difficult part actually when we talk about trying to put a different measures on responsible research. I hope that there will be a good way to measure all this impact together so that we can really see, and it should be balanced between this publication kind of measurement and the work that you do with the society and industry and so on. At the moment, I think the ranking, for example, is still very much heavier on this publication and citation side of it. And as a result of that, people still feel kind of, I mean, they will do something with the industry and community, but they, without a proper acknowledgement or without a proper measurement, the tendency is to still goes back to your publication impact and so on. So I think this is the main issue which still many universities are facing, and hopefully we can if we can come up with a better system that will balance all these things, all this measurement between those two, we will be in the right direction.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed. Professor Martin, do you think that, the problems that other panelists and the strategies that other panelists have talked about, would you do things differently? And what is your reflection on the RAE, or the research impact exercise the universities are sort of looking at when sort of measuring, responsible research? Thank you.
I think listening to the other panelists, everybody is articulating similar opportunities and challenges. So what would we do different? Well, there's probably nothing that we would do different, but in many ways it's a point of emphasis. So we talk a lot about universities being environments where ideas can be explored, developed, critiqued, challenged. But as long as they remain ideas and stuck within the university, they're not doing anything. So we're very much thinking about impact. But we look at impact. There's clearly the academic impact, which is the traditional RAE world rankings. I'm not saying that's not important. It is important because that global community relies on that to feed that necessary discipline endeavor. And I don't think we should forget that. But then there's a range of other impacts that for us are important. There's a social impact, which is how do we influence policy, local government, national government, state government, so that we are acting as an honest broker in helping them formulate the right approach. It's critically important. We're looked on to do it. It's just really hard to measure. There's cultural impact because many of our universities go out there and they work in the creative industries, in theatre, in sport, in many other areas. Again, really hard to measure, but critically important. And then there's the one that certainly in Australia at the moment our political leaders are absolutely focused on, which is the economic impact. How do we take our research and turn it into new industries, new products, new developments? And you have to have all of those. But I think three others have used the word ecosystem. This is a really complicated ecosystem. And like many ecosystems, it's not simply you pull lever X and get impact Y, because there's so many other factors in there. So I think my job as a university vice chancellor is to create that ecosystem that functions well with some clear drivers of what matters to the university and community. And to some extent, we've got to let people get on with it. I'm a bit of a cynic. I look around the world at universities. There aren't many great research ideas or new products that came out because the vice chancellor's executives sat around the room and said, we're going to do this. Where it's worked is we've employed great people and given them the environment to flourish and the signals of what we expect. So I think that's really my role, is to create and support that ecosystem. But at the same time, I've got to make sure that the drivers and levers see value in creating social, cultural, and economic impact alongside the academic impact. Because all too often, you can revert to type and you go into your academic discipline echo chamber and say, isn't it fantastic? I've had 5 papers in Nature.
Thank you so very much, Professor Martin. I mean, I'll sort of, I'll also, will be with you in terms of the other areas and the other ways of measuring, impact. Of course, my next question would be talking about impact only. And, we have one parameter in terms of peer-reviewed articles, high impact articles. How would you go about in increasing it? There's something, a measuring scale that you would see in and around the world. So how would you go about in increasing and pushing that, if you would, other than the other aspects that you have talked about? And in what ways possibly research collaboration amongst scholars, amongst in the universities would help, in attaining that goal? Would you like to respond to that? Yeah.
If you don't have that high quality scholarly activity, all of those other areas of impact will dry up in time. Sometimes it'll be a few months, sometimes it'll be a few years, but they will dry up. And it is around making sure that you've got the balance right in there, which is why I say absolutely those really top-notch publications that are regarded by your peers around the world are changing. Now, whether that's in a theoretical area or an applied area, it absolutely matters, because you can't do the rest without those ideas to take to the next step. And again, I come back to this ecosystem. So it's about making sure that we've got the balance in there. And there will be and the other point is to do it well outside of a few disciplinary areas now, and I'm thinking philosophy and perhaps theoretical mathematics. It's almost impossible to work outside of a team. You can't do it on your own. So it's about saying within that team, we've got some great fundamental researchers, but we've also got the support mechanism and those that are enthusiastic about taking it to the next stage, building the company, building whatever else. So you've got to get that balance in there. And then as a leader, you've got to make it absolutely clear that you value both equally. Because if you only promote off the back of one or the other, academics are smart, they'll change their behavior and you'll break that wonderful ecosystem. So I think if I look over the last 20 years with what rankings have done, they've certainly focused our mind on what we do in terms of those very high impact publications. They've focused our mind on where else in the world is good at what we're doing so we can compare and possibly collaborate. But they are very, very, very blinkered. And I think you've just got to be very careful pursuing that on its own, because you will lose the support of the community that sits around you. And I think that's part of the journey that a number of us are having with the political environment in the moment, is we've probably gone too far that way and we need to reset somewhere in the middle. Create the ideas, but have the machinery to turn that into impact.
Thank you so very much, Professor Martin. Professor Mohammed, do you think that, it's how would you go about in sort of, attaining that balance, given that high research impact articles and publications are extremely important. It shows a measuring scale, but as Professor Martin had said, that it's very important that you need to create that and sustain that ecosystem. How would you go about, and your general opinion about, that being a measuring scale, the high impact research articles? Professor Mohammed, thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer your question here. I mean, first of all, we have only one definition for high impact publication. Yeah, and this mostly will probably be tied up to the metrics of journal, the impact factor, and how many citations and things like that. Can we have a different definition of high impact? For example, maybe 2 or 3 other definition of high impact. This is something that is keep coming up to my mind, whether it's high time that we introduce another versions of high impact to sort of balance between these ideas. At the moment, it is very much skewed towards whatever that we have understand on the metrics of high impact publication. One thing that I would like to point out, and I've been thinking about this for quite some time. I mean, the way we are writing up our thesis, the way we are writing up our journal publication is the same way that we have been doing for the last, I don't know, maybe 50 years, 60 years. And we have been training our students to follow that sort of format up until now. And if you want to introduce a different ways of doing it, when you want to introduce more multidisciplinary nature, you want to introduce more collaborative work with society and industry and so on. I mean, it requires a different approach. Yeah, it requires a different ways of representing it. And this is, I don't know, I may be wrong, but I have not seen it being done very much in many universities, at least in my country. We are still working on the same thing that we've been doing, So there is no opportunity for our students, for example, to really capture the essence of what we have been discussing today, responsible research. Basically, they will just tackle whatever that they, in this narrow version that they understand, and they have seen people have been doing it that way. So if we can somehow formulate a different ways of measuring or defining a high impact that will incorporate or include all these other elements that we want, maybe we can come up with a better ways of doing it. And I wish that I can see journals now, different types of journal coming up for the university to or for the academics to go and publish, and it's going to be a refreshing way of looking at the high impact that we want to see. And this is again probably requires more discussion and someone who can drive this towards achieving the balance that you are saying. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed. Professor Robu, hearing the other two panelists, how much effort would it take us to actually bring us back to that midpoint and to attain the balance? Thank you.
I want to come back, I think, as I try to respond to that question, to something Professor Barton said much earlier in the panel about in his modest way, about what is the purpose of academic leadership in the research mission. And you said quite rightly, you don't think it was ever a provost sitting around in a room dreaming up what faculty members should do that led to impact out in the world. We have to trust our faculty members, and our job is really, as academic leadership, is to hire great faculty members and give them the conditions to do their work well. We also have to give them the conditions to evolve the standards they use for judging impact. And I think I have seen over the course of my own academic career that younger faculty members have a more interdisciplinary approach. They work more in teams, more naturally and more quickly and earlier in their careers than they used to. When I was evaluating tenure files, 20 years ago. And they are anxious for a way to have us understand and accept the need to feel an impact in the world, to feel a sense of purpose that goes out, that reaches outside the university. And I think as academic leadership, we should be able to do that. We should be able to help do that in a way that makes clear that all of the integrity around research, the accountability, the necessity of peer review is still there. We still have to do it right. But we could do it in ways that allow us to count the reinvigoration of a community. The ability of a community to engage in a kind of self-governance that is inclusive when it wasn't before, because of faculty involvement in that community using the research that they have produced. So I do think this is an imperative for us. And part of what we do as leaders is grant that permission, for that evolution. Even in the face of the rest of it, the rankings pressure and the political pressure, we still have that important role. We're not a static environment, and we can't be and still be good.
Thank you, Professor Robu. Professor Newman, would you agree with most of what other panelists have said?
Yeah, I think it's a very challenging task for the academic leaders. We have mentioned about the ecosystem. Actually, the ecosystem, the operation mechanism of ecosystem is evolution. But as academic leaders, we are trying to intervene the direction of the ecosystem to evolve. So how for us to do that? I think that's a key issue for future, especially for the knowledge organization. So how for the university to create ecosystem and to create some intervention to help the ecosystem to run in the direction we are trying to develop the responsible research. I think the one is to create the ecosystem for both. One is personal interest in research to support all the academic staff could conduct personal interest in research efficiently. But at the same time, as an institution, we should have institutional focus on the strategy. So we could develop institutional platform or institutional themed centers or themed strategy, which will guide or help the personal interest in research to follow the university or the institutional strategy. And third, certainly, in order to have a more effective intervention in the knowledge community, two things are very critical. One is a professional or inner driver. Every professional should have their professional spirits and the quality system they are following. And another one is a system. We do need a system. No system, I mean systems, for example, the KPI system, the academic community standards. That's two sides for the community to help the individual to do things according to their personal interest and at the same time to contribute the university institutional strategy. So I think that's a balance for us to do that. So in future, I think research is a business which could emerge new ideas, not follow the guidance from the academic leader. So that's why eco is critical, but the ecosystem needs the guidance, needs the intervention of the academic leaders. So in future, academic leaders also should change their way to impact the academic ecosystem. It's not use authority or not use money, but it's use strategy to leverage the environment and then let the knowledge workers to follow the strategy, to use their respond to the research strategy to meet to run in the direction of the institutional. So that's my understanding, and we have tried several cases in our university, Xi'an Liberty University.
Thank you, Professor Newman. I think it's time for us to take a question from the audience. I think it sort of, connects to what you just said. The question is, there is a growing culture of researching for the sake of CV within quotes, rather than progression within quotes, and how, because of publish or perish mandate, how can responsible research ethics be nurtured under such institutional and policy environment? It's something that we have talked about a lot, about the ecosystem and the balance. Professor Newman, would you like to take this question? The question, again, I'm repeating, there is a growing culture of researching for the sake of CV rather than progression because of publish or perish mandate. Yeah. How can responsible research ethics be nurtured under such institutional and policy environment?
I think that's a very challenging question, especially in Chinese context. Many Chinese public universities use a huge investment to push the publications, patents, and if you look at the numbers, they are great universities. But if you look at the quality, from the quality perspective, some of them are garbage. So that's a problem. So from the national level, policy level, government is keen to change the situation. They have issued the regulation, the policy to avoid the mechanism to only pay attention to the publications, to the numbers, to the SCI papers. That's a government policy. They are trying to push the professors or scholars to pay serious attention to the really academic problems. So that's a policy. But how for the university to nurture the ethics? I think two perspectives perspectives from my own practice. First, I'm trying very hard to develop our university as a quiet space. I mean, we pay less attention to the data, to the CV, to the publication. We want to create a quiet environment for the professors to follow their professional, use their professional behavior to teaching, to conduct research. I think that's an institutional policy. If you pay serious attention, some universities even pay the professors if the professor published a paper in the Science or Nature, they give the professor a huge money as a reward. No, in our university, we don't use that system. We are trying to let our staff to understand that's our professional behavior. That's our purpose, to be a professor teaching and conduct research. So that's one perspective from our practice. Secondly, how for us to help the staff to do that without the impact from the external environment. So we needed to develop our own evaluation system, which will help us, our staff, to follow their inner heart, God, to do their research. So two perspectives. One is to develop an environment, and secondly, to improve our evaluation system, to let the people to do their business in a very friendly and quiet environment. So our university's culture is quite different with most of Chinese public university. That's why we attract many professors from the whole world to be here. I think when I asked them why for you to choose this university, they said, okay, this is a platform which can realize our dream, because we have worked in our own university. We can see clearly about our future, but here, this opportunity, this platform can help us to realize our other dreams, which I could realize in other places. So that's the way we used to promote the ethics of the research, to promote the integrity of ethical research.
I think it's very refreshing to hear, Professor Newman. Professor Robel, what do you think of the publish or perish mandate?
I think there are many, many things that faculty members can find time to do that get in the way of research. And so there has to be constant expectation setting around the research mission. That said, for research to have integrity, research has to come from a place that builds on the past and established ways and is evaluated in ways that we all feel confident in. And we all know that some research, very good research, will take faculty members down dead ends, right? And we need to be able to have the space to and self-confidence in our evaluative processes to look at research and say, this is an important problem, and this is a step in pursuing progress towards the solution of this problem. I couldn't agree more with Professor Newman. I just think it's at the center of who we are and what we do. And if we don't get that right, we can't get anything else right.
Thank you, Professor Robel. Professor Mohammed, do you see that there is a mad rush of filling up the CVs with a lot of publications, and how would you reflect upon this issue?
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's definitely. I think at least I can say in my country, and I believe in many other universities as well. I'm an editor with an Elsevier journal, and we see people submit papers, a lot of papers to our journal, and basically most of the papers are of low quality. I mean, yeah, that's why the rejection rate is like 80%. And people just rush to publish whatever they can in the hope that it will be accepted by the journal and then becomes part of their CV. And then again, because most universities would see the numbers rather than the quality of the work. The thing is, if they cannot publish it in this particular journal, then they can move towards another journal. And nowadays, you have heard about predatory journal, where they solicit papers and you have to pay a lot of money in order to get published in that particular journal without a proper peer review, etc. So it's something that is prevalent in the whole world, and it is becoming a concern actually. Yeah, and at the end of the day, when you look at the CV, people cannot differentiate. Very difficult to differentiate. If you have a long list of papers, you don't really know whether this is a very high quality papers or it's just basically junk, as Professor Newman has said. So this is a big issue actually. I mean, I wish that when people submit an article to a journal, it is really of the highest quality. I mean, it covers a lot of aspects rather than just a small part of it just to get it published, etc. But how are we going to change this? I hope that all the universities will look into this as a matter of importance and try to find or develop a system of assessment within the university that will basically eliminate this issue. I mean, those who come with a lot of papers, whatever, but at the end of the day, when you see at the actual work, there's nothing big coming out from it, then we should say, no, you should stop. You are not of a good quality there. But I'm not sure whether this has taken place or not, because when people apply for promotion, the process itself can be are not as stringent as probably you would like to wish for it, and people can just get away by showing a very extensive CV with publication, etc., and with without the real substance behind it. So maybe this is something that all the university leaders have to really think and consider the different ways of measuring the achievement of academics in that sense. Yeah. So yeah, I hope that something can be done on this matter.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed. Professor Martin, do you see the same way, the approach? Thank you.
Like so much of we've talked about today, this is a balance. There is no doubt there needs to be a level of expectation and clarity around the performance required to achieve faculty promotion or tenure or whatever system you work in. And that needs to be clear. It needs to be challenging but realistic. The flip side, however, is that the ethical integrity parameters within your institution have got to say there are no shortcuts to getting there. And you've got to balance those two out. But the latter around integrity trumps any desire to produce quantity or to take a shortcut in getting there. And that's a hard thing to do, but actually, if we lose the integrity, we've pretty much lost everything that we stand for as a university system. So it is so important we get there. It's hard, it's challenging, it is going, and not everybody in their research career is going to be able to progress and meet those challenging but realistic standards to get there. And we have to be honest about that as well. So it's one of the one of the harder bits of working with faculty colleagues around doing this, but it is a balance. I think part of this is good mentorship for young faculty. Part of it is some very clear guidance around those expectations. But also, we all need to be really clear as a sector that we speak out against predatory publishing practices. We speak out against some of the things that are beginning to undermine the integrity of that global academic publication ecosystem that we all rely on so much, because nobody works outside of that. So yeah, I think I agree with what everybody else has said, but probably with a real emphasis on that integrity piece, because if we lose that, we're in trouble.
Thank you all. I've just about 5 minutes left, in our panel. So I have my final question. Maybe I'll start with Professor Martin, and then I follow with Professor Mohammed, Professor Rubel, and Professor Newman. It's about them. One of the important things is about funding, right? Research funding, and that has to do with the implications, the negative implications of COVID. The funding is drying up. There's less of funding, and even if we want to balance, between responsible research to the research of kind, how would you go about how do you see this as a big problem? It's going to resolve sooner, or it's going to be there with us for a while, and how that would challenge the overarching ecosystem that we have all talked about? If I may start with Professor Martin. Thank you.
Well, I think the first honest and realistic answer is there will never be enough funding to meet the ideas and aspirations and opportunities of all our faculty. There is no system in the world. So I think that's the honest thing. COVID has challenged us and will continue to challenge us for a few years because of the longer term economic fallout, in the same way that the 8-9 financial crash did, the 2000. But I think what it comes down to is, as an institution, being pretty clear about the areas that you want to invest and support building the capabilities that you think your university can make the greatest contribution in. You can never be unique. You can never do stuff that's not common. I don't know how many universities there are now, but it's those decisions to focus and prioritize where we can actually make a meaningful contribution. I'm not sure that some of my colleagues in Deakin will be happy. I would rather see a smaller amount of properly funded, really high quality research carried out than spread, as we'd say here, spread the butter too thinly on the toast, because you will everybody will be unhappy. So it's one of the biggest challenges we've got. We are certainly going to feel it in Australia with the change in the global migration and everything else. It's going to focus minds. It's already focusing mine.
Thank you, Professor Martin. Professor Mohammed?
Okay, well, definitely COVID will force our government to really look into on how this funding mechanism should be prioritized. And I believe there is a need to do a very in-depth analysis of what are the issues and problems that needs to have the priority. Yeah. I think our government has announced that the funding for the research university, which is my university is part of it, is going to be reduced this year. So, and it has been reducing over the last 5 years, yeah, coming to this year. And because of the pandemic, it will be reduced even further. So we have to sit down and really look into it. I just want to add a point. I wish that we can somehow think on ways to make the research funding more flexible in a way, to have it. The standard now is that you apply for research funding, you get some amount of money, etc., to do the research. Can we have a system whereby, it is flexible? When you need something, you can apply and it can be quickly approved, and so on. So it is based on needs at that particular time. In that sense, people will be able probably to have a better planning for it, rather than you can imagine if you have finished your funding and then you don't have any money, you have to wait for another cycle to apply and so on. But if we can come up with a more flexible system that will authorize people to approve at a particular time, and this would probably give a different ways of managing and planning for your research. So if that can be done, maybe with the little amount of money that we have, we can plan for a better ways of doing research, in more efficient way of doing research. But definitely we need to prioritize the area or the focus of the research.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed. Final 60 seconds to Professor Rubel and Professor Newman. Professor Rubel first. Thank you.
Well, this has been a wonderful discussion. I have enjoyed so much all of the panelists this evening, my time. I'm very optimistic right now about research funding in the US, which is primarily, it also comes from our national government, and which has been reprioritized for the first time in, I would say, a decade, around scientific research and various kinds of research around even social science. So I'm bullish on the future of research here. And I agree very much with Professor Martin, though. Academic leadership, people in academic leadership positions are paid to exercise judgment around great values in the academy. And we have to prioritize, because we're always going to be in a boom and bust world with research funding. And we have to know which of our faculty members are headed towards answering important questions. And our job is to get the resources to keep them going and help them get there.
Thank you, Professor Roble. Professor Newman, final 30 seconds to use.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Shortly, in China, there are two systems. One is public universities. For public university, because the Chinese economic situation is good, so the public university would get more investment for the research. But for our university, we are running in a private way. We are international university, so we are facing more challenges in funding of our research. So in university, we are developing the research fund to support the personal interest in studies, which nurture the ecosystem. But the more important way for us is to cooperate with the industry sector to create the innovative ecosystem, which we can get more funding from the industry sector and external collaborators. Certainly, it's possible for us to get a small part of the national research fund. So that's our strategy to funding our research.
Thank you so very much. As we sign off, thank you, Professor Martin, Professor Mohammed, Professor Roble, and Professor Newman for spending this wonderful 60 minutes with us. Have a great evening, morning, and afternoon, and signing off, Indranath Gupta. Thank you so very much. Thank you again to all the panelists. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
So we are live.
Hello and welcome to the World University Summit. This is the 12th session on the second day, and our topic is academic freedom and democratic leadership, autonomy versus accountability. Joining us today, Professor Giselle Burns from New Zealand, Professor Virender Chauhan from India, Professor Margaret Topping from Belfast, and Peter N. Verghese Au from Australia. Professor Burns is a provost of the Massey University in New Zealand. Professor Virender Chauhan, the chairman, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAAC India. Margaret Topping, Associate Pro Vice Chancellor, Graduate Studies and Dean, Graduate School, Queen's University, Belfast. And Mr. Peter N. Verghese Au, I'm very intrigued with your last name, sir. I will come to that later. Chancellor of the University of Queensland, Australia. And I am Kishalai Bhattacharjee. I'm a journalist, been a journalist most of my working life, and now the Executive Dean of the Jindal School of Journalism and Communication. Academic freedom and democratic leadership, autonomy versus accountability. Probably one of the lesser discussed topic over the last few months, given the pandemic, but probably one of the most important in the current situation. I mean, academic freedom is actually a fragile construct, as I understand. There is not particularly a long history of scholars and students being able to freely choose their subjects of inquiry, pursue these subjects, and disseminate their findings. Today, likewise, academic freedom remains contested or absent in large parts of the world. And according to the most recent Academic Freedom Index, even in academic systems that nominally guarantee academic freedom, for example, in North America and Western Europe, scholars may find that it is de facto curtailed by a range of pressures from efforts of anti-democratic groups to record and censor academic speech, to the stifling of scholarly inquiry by performance management and the pressure cooker politics of, publish or perish. But we have a range of people today from academia and from policy, from administration. And in fact, it's going to be very educative for me to try and understand what this means in a post-pandemic world, or can't really say the post-pandemic world yet. We are right now in the middle of it. Regulatory reforms in higher education sector and reimagining the powers and functions of regulatory bodies associated with higher education are needed on an ongoing basis, and universities need to be assessed on the basis of global benchmarks within an enabling and trusting environment. Thoughtful and democratic leadership is central to provide an institutional vision to universities and connect them to their larger role within society. This would require independent and fair recruitment processes, free from regulatory or political constraints. The discussion of this panel will reflect, I'm imagining, on the steps needed to build transformative leaderships in universities, and in what ways the existing governance system of universities can be augmented to protect academic freedom, organizational autonomy, and operational accountability. I remember as a teenager, my mother once telling me that freedom is not a license. I'm not very sure what she meant, but I think I got the drift of what she was trying to say. I will start with Professor Chauhan to really lay the land of today's discussion, given his own scientific career, as well as being in a policy of at the highest level in India. Professor Chauhan, what is the role of democratic freedom and institutional autonomy in the evolution of a university? Would you say are some of the key challenges, for example, that would be faced in driving this while maintaining responsibility and accountability?
So I find this is a very simple question, but the answer to this has to be multi-layered. But first of all, while the topic itself or the concept that we are discussing has a universality about it, but it is so much dependent on the locational or where in the context of what you're talking about, where we are talking about. For example, very quickly, I'll tell you what when I was chairman of UGC or running NAC or part of many policy formation, the India expanded its education base to very large extent in 2004, 2005, and sudden expansion. As a regulator, you would worry, regulator job at that time or any time in any country would be to have a benchmark of quality, how much quantity should be there, what you should be driven by. And what I found that the public sector, the publicly funded university, would almost fall into one category, unfortunately, and new education policy tried to address that. And the privately hugely expanded system into another. I'm not going to go into the detail of that discussion per se, but in the publicly funded, it depended so much on what sort of financial assistance will be there. You can give me all the autonomy that you want and all the autonomy that I need. But my output, judging output, how many students should I have, what should be the input, what faculty I can hire, how should I promote my faculty, what kind of research can be done given the facility, becomes so locational and contextual that it really worried me. And this happened even more when I became chairman of the National Assessment and Accreditation. Because everybody, the ranking had come in by the 2011, 2013, everybody talked about. And when we were making rules and regulations for NAC, this becomes even a bigger problem. Where do you put your benchmark of the quality? While nothing else was changing. All we were changing was suddenly we wanted to rank the universities. So to address your question, I think the title was how much autonomy is responsible or can be responsible, and how much leadership can play a role in the larger context of a university growing. I really felt, and I don't want to take too much time. I really felt that given the structures that were set in even in 1980s or 90s, there was huge autonomy built into the system. It is just that somehow now this is the leadership question, those who were in leadership position in different institutions did not want to use the autonomy they had, then that was a problem. I really felt the vice chancellor for a university, for example, I called as a real king and has a kingdom. And you saw this. You saw this if you look at the history of Indian university in the past 50 years. When you had a good leader with a good team, universities really altered their courses with the same amount of money. So leadership is extremely important. Autonomy per se, and this will be pre-new education policy days versus post-new education policy day, which hopefully will arrive very soon. One of the thing India wants to do with probably other countries, that every single institution will have autonomy of governance, autonomy of what you want to teach, autonomy of how you hire people, how you fire people, etc. It's a scary thought, given that we have 1,000 universities and 40,000 colleges. But that's what everybody is hoping it for. How it will actually be, we don't know. There's no autonomy, to my mind, should come anywhere without the responsibility. So I'll just take one example, and I think I can come back if you want me to say more. For example, in NAC or in assessment or in promotion about 10 years back, we started quantifying the research that you do by either number of papers or how many conferences you've gone to. And that created such a nightmare. So it is not hidden from anyone that by 2013-14, India had the largest number of fraud, fake and predatory journals published on this country. Was it an outcome of the policy? Because this is the way we wanted to promote in our university. I started teaching in 1970s. We were all promoting, but nobody looked at number of publications. But you and I now really are confronted with a very different world. So I, as a chairman of, my last comment, as a chairman of NAC, the biggest problem, or with the NIRF, National Institution Ranking Framework system, is to check whether the information university leadership is providing is correct or not. Whether the data, and then you question yourself, we are all in academia, why would people give wrong information? Or when can we trust people to give us good information? It's all related with autonomy, leadership. How would you gather information? How would you collect knowledge? Where do you publish? And I'm currently chairman of a committee which I'm doing an unfortunate job of telling everybody which journals you should publish and which journal you cannot publish. It's a totally undoable job, and academia really should sort it out. So these are complicated questions, which more questions than answers. But autonomy, going forward, autonomy of how you handle, biggest thing would be how you handle your governance in the Indian context. I think people won't realize, those who don't work in India, just the sheer how to govern your university will be a major issue. Let me stop here. Others may have better comments to make than I, but I'll be very happy to say anything specifically you want about the assessment, publications, promotions of people, how to hire people, interference in the autonomy, which is embedded in our system. Even after autonomy you still have enough hurdles which will challenge your idea of autonomy. So I'll stop here, but feel free to probe me into anything more specific.
Oh, absolutely, Professor Chauhan. I'm tempted to, given the, the conditions and the circumstances in which we are today, a lot of questions really pop up, but I'll come back to you. Let me ask Professor Giselle Burns from New Zealand. I'm not familiar with the academic contour of New Zealand. Everything about New Zealand seems nice and peaceful, and yeah, it's like pristine as compared, or even in terms of population and the complexities. But I may be completely wrong. But if I may put a question to you that, academic autonomy is contextual category, but their key questions remain, as we've just now seen. What is the non-negotiable bottom line that distinguishes a progressive space from a transactional enterprise?
Mm-hmm. Well, kia ora, that's greetings from New Zealand, and thank you very much for the question. Can I answer the question by just covering off three key points that might also speak to the context in which we operate here in New Zealand? So, as elsewhere in the world, we see academic freedom as a concept expressing the conviction that the freedom of inquiry by faculty members is essential to the mission of the academy, as well as to the principles of academia. And we believe that scholars should have the freedom to teach or communicate ideas or facts, including those that are challenging and controversial. And so definitions of academic freedom generally focus around the need to safeguard the intellectual independence of the professoriate, the academy, in terms of both research and teaching. So that leads to my second point, which is starting to answer your question, and that is the value of having academic freedom and autonomy enshrined in legislation. And here in New Zealand, both the university and its academic staff and students are protected in the exercise of academic freedom by legislation, most recently by the Education and Training Act of 2020, which itself was a revision of the Education Act of 1989, and it contains quite detailed statements on the principle of academic freedom as well as its limitations. And I can talk about those in some more detail if you or indeed the audience is interested. But I'd just really like to emphasise that point about enshrining academic freedom rights and accountabilities in the legislation. And my third point is really in the way in which this is manifest and implemented. And it's the point around with freedom comes responsibility. And so I think many of us would agree that academic freedom in itself and by definition is a self-limiting concept. The kind of immunity and privilege that it entails needs to be balanced by specific duties and responsibilities. So, you know, it's a self-contained concept there. My own university, Massey University, has a policy on academic freedom that tries to guide our staff and students. And if you will indulge me, I will read a short excerpt from that policy. It says the freedom of expression and the exchange of views are critical to who we are. And in the context of the statutory duty of a university, it is integral to our identity and our mandate that we critique ideas, practices and structures. But we must also be aware of the impacts of speech that might silence, stigmatise and victimise, especially in relation to ethnicity, race, gender and sexual diversity, religion, national origin, ability or age or other identities as appropriate. So we should not limit the freedom of others through intimidation, fear or suppression. So it's therefore clear that the exercise of academic freedom must, I think, be conducted according to ethical norms and without causing deliberate harm or indeed breaking the law. And that is, of course, where we get the differentiation between academic freedom, freedom of expression and free speech. So I think a roundabout way of answering your question there, but I hope I've provided a little bit of context in terms of the way in which academic freedom functions in Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Thank you so much, Professor. If I may ask Professor Margaret Topping now from Belfast, since you raised the issues of ethics and ethical norms. In 2019, I think, the European Higher Education, the Council of Europe had held something called the Global Forum. And in the declaration that the Global Forum had adopted, I recall, they said, within quotes, significant violations of academic freedom and institutional autonomy threaten democracy. Sadly, their frequency is on the rise.
Yes.
They go on to say that the public authorities and the academic community alike must be vigilant in addressing and challenging such violations, and the responsibility for doing so does not stop at institutional or national borders. An attack on the freedom of one member of the academic community or the autonomy of one institution is an attack on the fundamental values of our democracies, regardless of where it takes place. Now, this was 2019. Should we be worried that this situation is worsening, and will the pandemic curtail the freedom further? Margaret.
Is that one? Yes. Well, yes, thank you very much. And maybe I just sort of contextualize a little bit the UK context before coming back to that question of ethics, because I think the ethical underpinning, as the other contributors have said, is absolutely central. And in the UK context, the absolute fundamental starting point is that institutional autonomy and academic freedom are vital, that the academic freedom is absolutely essential to allow the sorts of freedom and the ability to pursue research and teaching without fear of being censored or disciplined. But very much it's enshrined in our regulatory context here that this is incumbent on everyone who's involved in the sector to ensure that it happens. Certainly in 2017, our Higher Education and Research Act extended significantly the number of institutions that could have the title of university. But explicitly written into that was that they had to be autonomous, that as charitable organisations, they were duty bound to ensure that academic freedom was enshrined in everything that they do. And also that there has to be a principle whereby they can be critics of government and the conscience of society. Is in that sense, we have very much the same principles being enshrined. I think in terms of the kind of ethical position, I think it's very easy for us in an academic context to talk about academic freedom and institutional autonomy being the kind of the vital the sort of the golden standard. But I think what I would also say is I think we need to reflect on how we don't exist in a vacuum. We do have responsibilities and accountability to a wider range of stakeholders. And sometimes I think it can be useful to think in terms of not a binary between accountability and autonomy, but rather something between autonomy or freedom and public interest, public good. And even into, so I think it moves us away from some of those concerns around constraints and more into a sort of positive ethical set of values which are around public good. And if we can begin to identify who the range of stakeholders are to whom we might be accountable, then that becomes, I think, in some ways a different conversation, which can help the balancing act that my colleagues have highlighted operate in a little bit of an easier way if we think about our responsibilities to our local and global communities, our responsibilities to ensure that we have equality of access, equity of opportunity. If we ensure that we are that part of the public interest and the public good is performing that value of questioning government, then I think we can maybe begin to move away from some of the more challenging questions of constraints around research excellence metrics or teaching quality metrics. I think what I'm talking about perhaps is a narrative shift away from some of the more constraining views on accountability and governance and into a place which is more focused on the university's ethical role to be thinking about public interest and public good within the freedoms of academic autonomy.
Thanks so much, Professor. If I can take it forward now to Professor Burgess, who has been a career diplomat and is the Chancellor of the University of Queensland, Australia, to ask a more specific question. How has the pandemic, Professor Burgess, impacted the internal governance as universities specifically? I mean, there have been challenges, we know, that all education institutions, all institutions across the world have faced. But the key takeaways about university governance during the last 1 year, since you are directly concerned or engaged with that, what do you think will be the implications of the pandemic on the way universities manage their governance in the future? And by governance, I'm, of course, laying stress on the idea of autonomy, accountability, freedom.
Well, thank you very much, Keshle. And my perspective is not as an academic, but as chair of the governing council of the university. So it's approaching it from a slightly different angle. I don't think the pandemic in and of itself has fundamentally altered either the structure or the objectives of the governance arrangements. Although I think one of the implications of the pandemic is that it has forced universities, at least in Australia, and I suspect this applies elsewhere, to revisit their business model or their operating model, and that relates to the extent to which international students are unable to enter into Australia, the shift to online courses, and changes also in government policy. From my perspective, the implementation of these core concepts of academic freedom, freedom of expression, turn essentially on the governance arrangements of universities. Universities can only be true to those ideals if they have governance arrangements that enshrine the concept of academic freedom, promote an open discussion, and instill in students a recognition that in order to pursue knowledge, you need to be able to have the freedom to falsify, to question, and to debate. And I think governance structures need to reflect those headline principles. And ultimately, the autonomy of an institution turns on its ability to control the decision-making on key aspects of a university. So if you think of a university as serving three broad purposes: teaching, research, and enriching society, autonomy requires a university to have complete control over what is taught, how it's taught, and the content of its teaching, and equally to apply a similar framework to research, including ethical issues, as we've been discussing. When it comes to enriching society, it's important, I think, for universities to recognize that they are anchored in a community. I mean, we all have and encourage a global view of problems, but at the end of the day, we are institutions which are anchored in a community. And so promoting those concepts are core business for a university. Now, I think the pandemic, by shifting, for a period at least, so much of our work online, has limited the ability of a university to provide all of that surrounding atmosphere and environment where people interact, where ideas are debated and contested. It hasn't by any means eliminated it, but I think it's made it a little bit more difficult. And I think what it has also done is to make the connection between governance and strategy much closer. So governing councils typically have to deal with governance and strategy, and then the running of the universities is in the hands of management and vice chancellors. And in Australia, we've had to now, I think, at least ask ourselves the question, will our operating model post-pandemic need to be significantly altered, either because it has shown up risks and vulnerabilities in terms of dependence on international student revenue, or because we're going to be operating in a domestic environment where the skills issue and the ability of universities to prepare a workforce with the skills for the future are receiving more emphasis, or whether it's the commercialization of research, all of which are now, I think, much more prominent in the way in which the governments talk to the universities. So ultimately, I think, like all institutions, universities need to work at ensuring that its core concepts are not held hostage to domestic developments or external developments. I think we often underestimate how fragile institutions are. And even though universities are amongst the oldest institutions in the world, we shouldn't assume that long history is sufficient in ensuring the integrity of the institution, and particularly the integrity of these core concepts.
Could possibly come back in on some of those points. I just couldn't agree more with everything that has been said. And if you're happy for me to jump back in again.
Sure.
One of the things, a couple of points that have very much struck me in the context of the pandemic is that on a very practical level, one of the, I think, positive outcomes has been a greater agility in terms of moving through governance processes in order to enact changes that needed to be put in place for student well-being or to enable recruitment admissions processes. I think that has been one positive corollary, where we have normally endless committee structures to go through in order to achieve any changes, which we actually achieved overnight by absolutely being attentive to governance, but creating more agile, kind of smart outcomes-focused working groups who were then reporting into the governance structure. But just to raise the other, I think, other point in this, I think as colleagues have said, the pandemic did create a situation where it was very acutely highlighted to us how we were perhaps dependent on recruitment from particular environments and how we had to be more careful on that. I think what it has opened up is the possibility and maybe the incentive for universities to think about how they diversify their sources of funding. But I think that in itself is a positive potentially for academic freedom and for maybe, in a sense, diluting the influence of any one particular funder who might have an impact on how we conduct ourselves, who might have an impact on our autonomy and our academic freedom. So, if we can have more international students from different contexts, if we can supplement the money that we get from government for our research, if we can have other commercial activities, all of which we did as a result of a kind of response to the pandemic, I think that somehow that diversification of funding sources is actually very positive also in terms of ensuring some of the academic freedoms that we're all talking about prizing, and perhaps one of the ways that we can do that most effectively, and it comes back to our first comments, is around ensuring that we have visionary leadership that helps us to understand how, for example, what can sometimes be seen as the commercialization of universities can in fact be a way to ensure academic freedoms by kind of diversifying the kind of sources of income that we have.
Thanks so much. In fact, the source of revenue and freedom, I think, is kind of directly related. And since I come from a journalism background, one of the reasons that I ascribe to the crisis in media and journalism is because of a lack of a revenue model, really. Until such time we can develop a revenue model which is sustainable, which there is no, it's no point even discussing freedom of speech, or because who controls the media networks really across the world, and most of the media networks we know are controlled by people with the vested interests, and that's how the agenda framing comes into media. And I think the same really operates, but of course in academia it's not exactly the same. Paradoxically, academic freedom and institutional autonomy depend to some extent on public authorities refraining from taking certain kinds of action. Again, just staying with, I'll just come to you, Peter, but staying with the pandemic, so as to say, would you believe, and since you raised your hand, Peter, you can respond, but also if you can answer this question, that has the pandemic then created opportunities for enhanced surveillance of academic labor from the systematic recording of teaching and learning in the wake of classes wholesale moving online? Professor Burns was mentioning just now, to elaborate systems of work and performance tracking for academics working from home. Do you think even that will have an impact? The pandemic will have an impact on that kind of freedom as well? Peter.
Thanks. Well, before getting to that, I just wanted to pick up the point about integrity and funding. I think if you're reliant on the integrity of your funder, your system has failed. The integrity of universities lie with the universities themselves and the processes that are built around that. So to give you one example, we've had quite a debate in some of the Australian universities about a proposal to teach a degree course in the study of Western civilizations. And there was very generous funding offered from a philanthropic body to do it. It was a controversial proposal because there was a view that this was sort of, promoting the study of colonialism, or that we were being beholden to a philanthropy that had a number of very conservative politicians on its board. Now, the answer to dealing with that set of questions is to ensure that the university has complete control over what is taught and what the content of the courses are going to be, and that there is no influence from the funder on that. So again, it's a question of processes. On your question about whether we're entering a more intrusive period because of the greater use of online technology, I mean, there's always a risk that could be the case. I must say, it's not something that we have seen in our university. In other words, I'm not aware of any concerns being expressed that by putting lectures online, by engaging in seminars and discussions online, that somehow rights to privacy or other rights are being diminished or compromised. And I mean, bear in mind that the whole environment of a university is built around the concept of open learning. So I don't think, we're engaging in tutorials or lectures that have a sort of a secret component to it that needs to be sort of protected from a wider audience. Indeed, I think most of what we do in universities really are very much in an open source environment. So you always have to be alert to these risks, but I don't think they've been manifest, at least in the year and a half where we've lived in a much more online universe.
Thanks so much, Professor Burns. You wanted to come in, and since you will be responding to what Peter said, if you could also respond to something that I had in mind for you, that the focus in the United States when we talk about academic freedom is largely on the relationship to the right to free speech on campus. Most recently, I think, prompted by the alt-right movement. In Europe, I think the focus so far has been largely on institutional autonomy. What is the nature of academic freedom in New Zealand in context to what in the US? But first, you may want to respond to what Peter and others said.
Thank you. Yes, I do want to respond to Peter's comments and actually the question that you put to him about teaching in the classroom. I think if we're going to ask the question about, is there a sort of culture of surveillance given the online pivot, to use an overused term, I think we're working on the assumption that face-to-face, in-person learning experiences are fundamentally different in terms of, the kinds of content that is shared by teaching staff and the kind of conversations that go on in a tutorial room or a lecture theatre. We have seen no evidence here in New Zealand that there is a sense of heightened fear because of the recording of lectures and classes. And in fact, because we, like others, have synchronous and asynchronous delivery, it's enormously enabling for students who otherwise cannot come to campus. And this was the case prior to the pandemic as well. So there's an enormously enabling and accessible factor in terms of the recording of lectures, which are only available to enrolled students. So I don't really think that we've seen any evidence for that concern, if I can just respond to that. So I'm really just backing up what Peter has said. The second point is to go to your question and about, free speech exercised on campus. It's really, in New Zealand, seen as being a right and a responsibility that academics themselves have. And in our legislation, both academic staff and students have the right to exercise academic freedom, as does the institution. And we have had a number of instances on campuses here in New Zealand where academics have exercised their freedom, and actually, to the great credit of leadership, they have stood behind their staff, as indeed they should do, and in essence have supported them to speak truth to power, because that is the fundamental role of the university in a healthy democracy. And that is very difficult when a large part, if not the lion's share, of the university's funding comes from government sources, as we've touched on that today. So I think, to answer your question, it's very much enshrined in the academy in regards to how that freedom is exercised. What I'm really interested in exploring is the accountability theme. So with rights come responsibilities. And earlier on, I shared with you some sentiments from my own university that we hold very dear, and that is in the exercise of academic freedom, in effect, we will do no harm to others. And we're fully cognizant that the judgment and the threshold around what doing harm involves and invokes is highly subjective. But universities are part of their societies, and we are very much embedded in the debates that consume us these days, whether the debates are about Black Lives Matter, whether it's Extinction Rebellion, whether it's Me Too, and various global movements. And that's the thing that I'm really interested in talking more about, is thinking about that balance between rights and responsibilities.
Thanks so much. I'll come to Professor Chauhan now. And before we move to a large number of audience questions, I'm so glad that the audience is engaged. But my question to Professor Chauhan, and which kind of comes from what just now Professor Bird said, and what Professor Chauhan also volunteered to speak on, and I'm picking one of those up, Professor Chauhan, is the interference bit as as a regulatory authority, as a regulatory body. I mean, how, if you can tell us the experience that you've faced in India. Also, just to let others who are not from India know, and Professor Chauhan mentioned that, we have almost 1,000 universities with 128 institutions of national importance. There are large number of thousands of colleges, 4 crore students that these many institutions cater to. We also have a large number of, which is the actual number is about 370 private universities, which is a fairly, not a very recent phenomena, but it's still recent. In fact, OP Jindal Global University was the first private university in the state of Haryana. Now, in this map, in this expanse, a more recent entrance, a small, primarily liberal arts private university, raised the bar of expectations on excellence of teaching and research and new horizons of opportunity for both students and faculty. And their progressive promise, if I'm not mistaken, Professor Chauhan, buttressed by a more sophisticated communication strategy, was that autonomy was, lay in their appeal. So the appeal of the small liberal arts private universities was that there would be much more autonomy than you would find in other places. But as a regulatory person, Professor Chauhan, is that I wanted to know how much interference comes in despite granting autonomy, you said, because autonomy, you said, is already inbuilt there, but still. And another thing is that, where do you draw a line? Because, in freedom also, I presume that there is a line where the authorities will be drawing. An authority by, I'm saying not the authority of the state, but the regulatory authority or the university authority. Professor Chauhan.
So quickly, can I just take half a minute to, I heard the conversation from colleagues from New Zealand and Australia. I just want to quickly respond, but you made my job quite easy by saying that the heterogeneity that exists in very highly expanded higher education system in India is really breathtaking. I mean, you can't begin to even see how diverse it is. So you have colleges which is there for about 30, 40 years and still have only 200, 250 students. And you have colleges in Delhi which have more students than a normal university in New Zealand would have. So I don't think I want to complicate that discussion here. But let me just say something which is, I'm a scientist by training. So we do science, and science research is very expensive. So I just want to spend half a minute on this creation of knowledge. One of the things that my colleague from Australia said, that 3 jobs that university has is to bring students you want, teach them very well, create knowledge. I think that was the central hypothesis of modern idea of university: create knowledge, disseminate it, and be responsible to the society. Beyond all this is what you would hear in what Humboldt has said, and this is what others have said. But I find in the past 20 years, 25 years, since 80s, universities are being expected to do so much more than these three. I'm amazed how much responsibility everybody wants to put on the university. So you have to not only have to teach well, you have to balance in research, you have to, I keep hearing that morality, ethics have to be taught. Above all that, you have to skill people. I don't skill them for what? I thought they're all get skilled anyway if they come to university and all that. And that is expected. And not only that you have to do all that, that has to be judged on a quantitative or semi-quantitative matrices. So it's a nightmare. And I'm glad I'm not a vice chancellor of any university right now. So that comment separate. The question you asked is a very interesting one, and we are tossing around this in India. But if you ask my personal opinion, and I was chairman of UGC, I think more than half of our regulation didn't have to be there. Just don't have them. And the bottom line is you should try to regulate, if at all you want to regulate, is what is regulatable. So you could put a lot of things. And I think I blame academia for this. Entirely, finger is at us. Because all the regulations that you and I make really are not made by politicians. They're not made by bureaucrats. They're made by you and I. So I personally think we should do a minimum regulation. And my colleagues may not be familiar with the new education policy, which India wants to kick in, hasn't done so. The major theme there is that the institution should be self-regulated. Now, this will take time. Even if you was a magic wand and said tomorrow you have total autonomy to do what you want to do, you have total freedom, you create knowledge or don't create, it's created, publish wherever you wish to, don't publish, all that will have to fall into place. But I tell you what my problem with the academia is. Not so much with the government. Two things. One is, in science I learned, and this is somebody called Bernal. Some of you might be aware. There's a John Desmond Bernal. Actually, post-Second World War, these are major voices in research, said very simply that no human activity, especially in academic, is non-political. It's a very deeper meaning. I mean, it's not politics of A government versus B government. It's just that all inquiries are political in nature. I don't quite agree with that. But if you start looking at seriously, there are some, say, the contrary voices. That is what we are discussing today, academic freedom. Knowledge can be and should be created for the sake of creation of knowledge. Well, does that come in contradiction with the responsibility of society? I've heard that. I've faced parliament committees in the past 3-4 years. So they've many times brazenly asked, what is the social responsibility that university seems to think that they have? And the politician felt we have no social responsibility. We don't do anything. So you then start explaining, no, it's not that. I think we ourselves should review that. All of us should review. While the concept of absolute freedom, of academic freedom and support of it is a very nice one and hugely desirable. But in the context of, and I think my Australian colleague mentioned this fragility of interdependence, funding versus running or governance, is really infinitely more fragile in a country like India or in countries of African state, for example. It's hugely fragile and you have to work within those constraints. But coming to your question directly, what should be the rules of what should a regulator do? Should there be a regulator or not? Let's agree for a minute. Yes, there should be a regulator, a benign, high quality, some regulator that has respect for academic freedom and autonomy. Let's say that that is desirable. How much should you regulate? And in regulation, I found the moment you want to regulate the heterogeneity of India really gazes at you, because in a quantitative manner, you have to set the benchmark. In fact, you probably would know this. The UGC, not until yesterday, were saying that within history or political science, that's what you can teach. 60% of what you can teach in a class was actually controlled centrally by a regulator. And why would regulator do that? Regulator worried that maybe some university just won't teach anything or whatever the reason. Fortunately, we are getting out of that kind of situation. But the new situation, that's why I find by the texture of discussion from what coming from New Zealand and Australia are actually so different than what we are facing in India right now. I mean, we are as if we are in two different worlds. So we are exciting times. Some of the private universities are beginning to lead the way now, including your own university. And there are at least a dozen more universities, some in the south and so on. And I think this pushing of the so-called private universities and some very good public universities, IITs or NITs or central universities, I think they should nudge each other to get better. But you're right. I think there's more discussion, and rightly so, in the last 5 years, that let's not do technology or science at the expense of social sciences. But I still find even in places like Oxford, this is more of a lip service right now. The money that is required to do science, and unfortunately, I'm a scientist by training. When you come to the rankings and when you come to the world ranking, I think science has simply taken over. The impact, the H indices, or unfortunately, and then the measuring what you do in social sciences, I'm sure my colleagues will disagree. People are finding very difficult to do so. Journals are not there, etc. I find this very tensionful. But I'm very pleased that now, at least yesterday, when the Vice President of India and then Shashi Tharoor were talking, they all, at least for part of the lecture, were saying that let's not neglect social sciences, let's not neglect fine arts, don't do any science or STEM at the expense of this. So regulators, I'm involved currently in doing the roadmap. I'm finding the work very, very tedious, because from where we are to where we want to be next year is extremely tedious and very, very tedious. And just one notion, I think I'll just put it for my colleagues in Australia and New Zealand. The new thinking is that every single institution in India should be a degree granting institution, independent, standalone. In the colonial past, we've in fact, many of our university are called something you never would have heard in your country, deemed to be universities. They are university, but they're deemed to be university. And some of the finest university, #1 ranked university in India, Indian Institute of Science, is still called deemed to be university. So we have this legacy to deal with. And hopefully we will deal with all of them. But I can't begin to tell you the heterogeneity that we have to. There are, for example, my own PhD student, I produce about 50, 55 of them. All of them, when I say all of them, I really mean literally all of them, are a first generation learner from their families. None in their families have ever done a PhD in their whole family tree. So I think we are at a different level, very exciting level. But coming to the content, I think regulators should really not be, I don't think we need any regulations. If you have autonomy, if you have responsibility, if you have accountability, and there's some measure of it, and if there are some internal control, I think that's what NAC is trying to do instill. It's a work in progress. It'll take many years.
Thank you so much, Professor Chauhan. In journalistic jargon, you have given the most juiciest sound bites. as they say that one could say. But we've got a lot of audience questions. I, being your timekeeper today, I've got exactly 9 minutes to sign off. So we'll quickly try and see, whatever we can. I'll start with Professor Burns because there's a question for you. What is the changing nature, someone is asking, of decision-making under academic institutions, especially in context of women's leadership, given New Zealand's Prime Minister and kind of public popularity actually that she has worldwide?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So across our universities, and here in New Zealand, we have 8 universities, just 8. They are all high quality institutions, and we have been focusing for, I would say, the last 15, 20 years as a sector on really growing the number of women who are not only promoted through to the rank of professor, but who are stepping into senior leadership roles. And the universities collectively have been funding a development program across the sector. We've collaborated very well, and we're seeing fantastic results of that. So traditionally in some areas, and the STEM subjects have been referenced by our previous speaker, they have been traditionally male-dominated, and we're seeing quite a significant shift there. We're seeing a significant shift in terms of the makeup of senior leadership teams, which I think is encouraging. But it requires focus, and it requires keeping one's commitment to resourcing the kind of initiatives that you need to drive to make sure that that the status quo does not reassert itself in a sense. So it's been a deliberate and concerted effort. If I may say so, because you've referenced our Prime Minister, I think, the kind of leadership model that she exemplifies, is very much one around empathetic leadership, and that's a model that I think many of our university leaders, especially through the pandemic, since 2020 into this year, have been demonstrating quite ably, is that one can lead with empathy, with clarity, and with purpose, and that those qualities are not incompatible. So I think that's also more conducive to an environment where women feel comfortable thriving, and where women are free to make the kind of decisions that they seek to make while they are having a career and developing a life as well.
There's a question asking, is academic freedom fundamentally at odds with democracy? Professor Topping, would you like to take this? Margaret, I think you're going to unmute yourself. I was saying, would you like to take this question? Someone is asking, is academic freedom fundamentally at odds with democracy? Though out here, the topic itself, of course, is we are discussing academic freedom and democracy, or furthering democracy. But there seems to be a question
around it being at odds. I'd be intrigued to have the person asking the question to have their insights into how they see that it is at odds. I think academic freedom is one of the fundamentals of democracy, and it's one of the ways in which we hold democracy to account. As I was saying, in terms of some of the principles for the development of new universities in the UK, it is absolutely enshrined in the regulatory context that they have to be the kind of the conscience of society and the critics of government. I'm intrigued about the question. I'd love to understand where that one's coming from, but certainly I don't see anything in terms of conflict there.
Yeah, we've been talking about it, but since we are in the topic of democracy and academic freedom, let me ask you once again, that does academic freedom, do you really think that more academic freedom or academic freedom in letter and spirit actually strengthens democracy, or is it like a strong pillar of democracy?
Understand.
Yes.
I think, yeah, that's where I think it comes back to some of the earlier comments that colleagues have made around questions such as the kind of ethical underpinnings of what we do. I mean, I started off by talking about accountability more in terms of public interest and public good. And I think if we focus on the sorts of stakeholders that we have, and another colleague has talked about, yes, we've had a very increased focus on the global, but let's also remember that we are civic universities on the whole, that we are accountable, I think, to our local communities. And sometimes in terms of the regulatory frameworks, we need more of a place-based approach that recognises, I mean, my own community, Queen's University is in a very privileged part of Belfast, but 1 mile away, we have some of the most underprivileged young people in all of Europe, people who are still very much living the sectarian legacy of the troubles that we've had in Northern Ireland. So to me, you know, we cannot be speaking in a vacuum about our research into questions of conflict transformation if we are not actively engaged as a civic university and seeking to increase access for those young people to what we do. So in that sense, I think universities can exist in something of a void. I think if we focus on the fact that we are part of anchored, I think one of our colleagues said, anchored in a local community, as well as having a global impact in our research and wanting to diversify our local community by having, you know, more students coming in from outside, that's great. But I think if we keep the idea of public good and even a very local public good at the heart of what we do, then I think that keeps us very closely aligned to what democracy means, not as an abstract academic principle, but as the reality for young people on the ground and our communities.
There is a similar question about young people probably from young academics saying, what can be the possible initiatives by young academicians to ensure academic freedom? Peter, would you like to take this question before we actually stop today?
I think instilling in academics at as early a stage as possible just why academic freedom is so important to the nature of a university is a good starting point. In other words, to have young academics not only be well grounded in that concept, but become defenders and advocates of it. Because if you don't have academic freedom, and I'm using the sort of narrower definition of academic freedom, which is your freedom to participate in your discipline in a way where you are not prevented from taking a position or adopting a line of analysis because somebody doesn't like it. I mean, if universities concede on that point, then I think they really are on a very slippery slope. So this is something that needs to be generationally renewed, but it should be really the thread that runs through universities over time. And I would think young academics have a very important role in ensuring that they are custodians of the concept as well as being diligent in implementing it themselves.
Thank you so much. I think we are right at the end of our session. I mean, this can't be a 1-hour session. This should be an ongoing series because, these kind of topics should not have it should always be open-ended, just like academia. I mean, there should be academic freedom on this topic for people to deliberate. I think like every interesting topic, it just throws more questions. And I think we, the academic community out here, are responsible for answering those questions as, at what point do intellectual assets turn into liability? How capacious is diversity? How far are we willing to go for those who march to the beat of a different drum? I mean, that is one of the questions that I was really interested in knowing. How clear is its commitment to the professor as a pursuer of truth and not as an entrepreneur, to the student as a learner and not just a consumer?
Can I make a small comment for the young man who's asked the last question?
Okay, and then we will end where I am. I'm right out of time, but I'm your timekeeper. But I'm sure you will be my university will indulge you, Professor Chauhan. So please go ahead.
Now, I'll just say this. The answer to the young question is, if you don't leave the rigor of, or you're not in a hurry, you'll always be able to have you'll always gain your academic freedom. I think that much space is there. But you mustn't leave the rigor. It's not fly-by-night knowledge creation. That's all. You stay on course, and then you'll be able to get your voice. Thank you.
I think that's the famous last word, rigor and academics. I mean, academic freedom related to rigor. I think that's very important. Thank you, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone who's attended the session. We'd like to hear back from you, whoever's attended the session, about academic freedom. What do you think constitutes academic freedom? Where do you think you can contribute, how young academicians and stakeholders can be part of it? And I hope we see more and more academic freedom around the world and not curtailment of it. Thank you. Have a good day and stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
real lives.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon from India. Good morning, good evening, depending on your part of the world. My name is Laknath Jayasinghe. I'm delighted, absolutely thrilled to be moderating this session on ungendering gender. We'll talk a bit more about that as part of the OP Jindal Global Universities World University Summit 2021. And this session is called Universities of the, the theme of the theme of the session is called Ungendering Universities. Hugely provocative and fascinating topic, talking about promoting equality and awareness through gender-sensitive policies in the higher education space. We have an esteemed panel with us today. We have I'm going to speak from my left and move around as I see the panel. We've got Professor Rupamanjari Ghosh, Vice Chancellor, Shiv Nada University. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome. We've got Helen Nicholson, University of Otago, New Zealand. Hello, welcome. We've got Professor Rekha Datta, who comes to us from the US. She's the interim provost, hello, and senior vice president of academic affairs at Monmouth University in the United States. And then we have, from my part of the world actually, Professor Carolyn Evans, who's Vice Chancellor of Griffith University in Brisbane in Australia. So I'm really, really thrilled. We've got a fascinating panel here to talk about gender politics and so on within the university, structurally, conceptually, and so on. The format for today is just going to be, I'm going to introduce the topic and then we'll very much go into, probably it'll be about 35 to 40 minutes of a Q&A session, teasing out some of the larger concerns. Actually, we could tease out some of the macro, global, and micro, local issues as you all see gender being discussed and practiced at your institutions across different geographies. I mean, we've got India, we've got New Zealand, we've got the United States of America, and we've got Australia to, tease out as well. So let me just give you, to those who aren't familiar with the theme, let me just give you a bit of a background and then we can move straight into some of the unpack, should I say, some of the issues of today. So I guess when we talk about ungendering universities, the basic premise to start from would be that pluralistic thoughts and social diversity are indeed, the bedrock of life and learning in contemporary global universities. And we see that in many parts of the world, whether it's here in India, the discussions are starting to emerge in Australia, in the United States, in some parts of Europe indeed, right? And in New Zealand. And so in upholding these values, right, universities must reflect on the translation of the best aspirations of their societies in, and indeed, when we talk about the university sector, we're really talking about translating these ideas into excellence in teaching and research, democratic leadership in terms of, enabling the transformative vision to take place, maintaining academic, social, and industry collaborations. And so what we're really talking about is the promotion of a work culture, not just for employees, but for our students and other stakeholders as well, that are free of the biases and discriminations, and which ought to have critical attributes embedded within. So gender equality, in a way, plays a huge aspect, an important role in the creative outcomes of a university's culture. And as well, we see through such endeavours, such discussions, to promote the agenda of justice and equity in society. Universities themselves, we could argue, to be microcosms, we should be leading. Well, should we be leading? That's one of the questions we can throw out. Should be leading in terms of the microcosms of future workspaces where we expect high standards of fairness, justice, equity to facilitate themselves and to be practiced through leadership positions. For example, we might even talk about equity in leadership positions in far greater numbers and the development of, for example, young academics of all genders being a key institutional priority. As well as that, a diverse staff and student body would actually, help strengthen universities' research and students' learning, right? So there needs to be a reimagination of a gender-sensitive approach toward policy formulation within the higher education space. And these policies should raise awareness about these issues and also communicate the right messages. So this session, over the next 45 or so minutes, will examine how to ungender. Really interesting term. It sort of implies that universities are gendered, right? And that's probably a nice point to start off with. So the session examines how to ungender universities and the steps needed to uphold the equality of opportunity, inclusivity, and well-being of staff and students and other stakeholders, whilst ensuring that the best amongst them flourish within the university community. That's sort of setting the scene, I guess, for the discussions that we're going to take place, that we're looking to take place today. And I'm going to start off by throwing to the panel the first question, from my point of view. So let's throw this to the panel. Perhaps you can spend about 3 minutes-ish trying to answer the questions around what are your main concerns as you see it from your perspective, your country, your institution, regarding gender inequalities in higher education. And this is in the context of, given in contemporary academic settings, the constant evolution in the spectrum of gender diversity. How are these, for example, inequalities growing? Do you see them growing or narrowing, for example? And where do you see, for example, this as being a sharp issue in my country, in Australia, more recently in the higher education discourse? Where do you see the fault lines in this respect? So I'm going to throw it over to the panel. Perhaps we could start off with Professor, I'm just going from literally my top left and working around. I'll go the other way around, anti-clockwise for some of the questions. So we'll start off with Professor Ghosh. Over to you.
Thank you very much for that very nice, setting of the context. So I'll take your question, and I think I'll go quickly because I'm sort of eager to hear others. So let me talk about India and our context. That's what you asked me. So let me say what I see is really my main concern regarding gender inequality. So in India, officially stated hiring policies or other policies have no gender bias. Official norms and procedures are not discriminating. So you'd think everything is hunky-dory. So here the discrimination is subtle and indirect. And I see that's my major concern. So I'll give you the summary and then I'll elaborate on that. So essentially what I'm concerned about is conscious and unconscious biases, the unstated discriminations. Let me elaborate on that. That change, I feel, is a multi-layered process which requires persistent efforts and the right approach. So policies and compliance are just a part of change. So what I mean is that universities should develop a culture, a work culture that is supportive of its goals and exactly along the lines you stated. The third point I want to make is that we need to start at the beginning. The magic cannot happen suddenly at the university level. Though I think we do take a leadership role in molding the thoughts, but the problem is deep-rooted when you are talking about something so indirect. Because if the policy was discriminatory, my job would be very simple. I would just change the policy. The problem lies elsewhere. It's a much more subtle problem. So the perception, for example, you see in India that only certain types of soft jobs are appropriate for women, right? First restrict them to school and now college teaching or some secretarial work. This perception has stated, you don't, and the other mistake I think we make is talk about work-life balance. And somehow why it's stuck to women, I don't understand. I suppose it's true for all human beings with families, right? I don't think you should ever try to strike a balance. Then it leads to mediocrity. It's not either or, it's not even balancing the two. It's sometimes this, sometimes that, and most of the time it's both. And you figure it out. So you actually give your best to both. And if you try to balance, you actually end up in being mediocre. And that's what is the main problem I see. So I think, as you said, that if we start talking about it, I really have a lot to say, but maybe I'll wait for this. So the point I'm making is also that the professional world is tough enough for both men and women, or any gender you talk about. But there are additional barriers that are maybe unintentionally put up along the career path of women. Some women ignore them and move on. And that is often at a very high personal cost. And I think so if I have to create a culture and I have to make people conscious of it, this has to be stated. If you look at it in a very simple way that I preach at SNU, for example, a lot, that each individual is unique. And a real challenge in an institution of higher learning like ours is to frame and support is the key word here, policies and systems that cater to and respect the uniqueness and choices of an individual, whatever you are, man or woman or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not just about treating men and women equally, it's about understanding the differences rationally and making the working atmosphere comfortable. So it's really, I don't have to be like anybody else. There is a study, I'm a physicist, you know that. There's a study done in physics. I mean, it's such a male-dominated subject. And the end result, because I'll not take too long to say that it was pointed out that we continue to treat girls as they are proto-boys. I mean, you don't have to be like anybody else. You have to be just yourself. And that is going to enrich higher education institutions. And the moment we start understanding that and work towards it, and understand the diversity that you talked about, there was a Harvard Business Review in November 2016. The title of the paper was Diverse Teams Are Smarter. So you don't have to do it. I mean, it was for businesses, but it applies to higher education institutions as well, the way I see it. So it's something like the diverse teams are smarter. So it's not like you do because it's the right thing to do. If you do the right thing, then it makes business sense. And I think that's why the society should care more than just doing the right thing. So I think, I'll stop here and maybe take your other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rupa Manjari. They were fascinating introductory comments. And I'm just jotting down, and my page is already scattered with concepts to jump off from. And it was really interesting. You spoke about the Indian perspective here, and I'm just going to throw it over to, again, as I said, I'm going clockwise here on my screen. I'm going to throw it over to Helen. We've heard some insights from India. Indeed, do you see some of the same things playing out from your viewpoint in the Antipodes in New Zealand, at Otago in particular? What Professor Ghosh mentioned about conscious and unconscious bias, perhaps, or indeed, do we need to, from a New Zealand point of view, start at the beginning? So I'll throw it over to you to take it forward.
Okay. I think a lot of what I was going to say is similar to Professor Ghosh. If I reflect on when I was a student, gender was very simple. It was a binary issue. It's no longer that. And for New Zealand, it is coping with, or how do we understand and how do we work across the variety of genders that we now have. So I think that's an issue. I also think it is around culture. It's about that culture of inclusiveness, which
is not just about gender, but it's about race and many other factors. And that needs to start at the beginning. It needs to start with the families and the communities and lead through into the university.
So if I can just quickly tease out some here, are you talking then that it's the intersection of genders with, as you said, class, race, and so on? Do you see that being the discussion or some of the prominent discussions?
I'm not sure that they are contributing factors which sometimes intersect and sometimes are separate. And that view that Professor Ghosh was saying, talking about that the need that to recognise every one of us as an individual and to work to make them and help, particularly in the student space, those people become the best they can, and to recognise that they are individuals and we don't have to do everything the same way. So I think that's one thing. I think in the New Zealand situation, we are seeing more female academics coming through and more coming up to professorial level. And if we look at the university level of the 8 universities, we only have 8 in New Zealand, 4 of them have female vice-chancellors. So in terms of the message that's giving, that's quite strong. The other concern that I have in New Zealand is our student population. So we now have a situation where we have more women than men as students. And the females often do better academically, particularly in the earlier years, than the boys. So we have a concern around how do we get more men to come into universities and how do we balance that. So it's really over the last 40 years, the tide has turned from being a predominantly male cohort of students to an increasingly female cohort.
Yeah, that's a wonderful point. And I guess, it throws up all sorts of other issues about, employment opportunities and some of the broader discussions we've seen in the press, I guess, in the Australian New Zealand space about gender and the access of education to boys and girls. Yeah, thank you. Professor Rekha, how do you see things in the US? We've heard from 2 different parts of the world here. Do you indeed see some of the commonalities, or are there differences perhaps? Particularly, I was interested to hear that Professor Nicholson talked about, the increasing diversity of genders, and the acceptance of that creates other issues that the university sector needs to deal with. How do you see things from your viewpoint?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel. I'm really looking forward to the discussion, and hats off to OP Jindal for doing this, putting this together at a time when it's much needed. I actually have, if I were to look at it, kind of lend a multi-layered or a multi-pronged approach to this. My research, I'm a political scientist, more of a sociology and political science approach I take. And actually, I had visited Jindal a few years ago, and my research was gender-based violence. And I took at that, for that project and also elsewhere, education to be a vehicle that would help women overcome different kinds of gender-based violence. And so there is that systemic, cultural, if you will, aspect of education, which is very critical for gender empowerment. So when I look at it from a global perspective, I do see, for example, more than 60 million girls are out of school. So just access becomes an issue. I mention access because, when we are focusing on the leadership issue, we have to also focus on the entry level. Or are girls coming to school? Do they have access? Do they have obstacles? And we can talk about policies. And I know Dr. Ghosh mentioned policies. I've done a bit of work with UN Millennium Development Goals as well as Sustainable Development Goals. And globally, there's a lot of effort going on there. when I'm looking at the United States and, the place where I'm living and working, I have other concerns. And one of the concerns is has to do with intersections and especially who is coming to our universities, colleges and universities. As you may have read in the trade press, there is a real growing concern about diversity as something of a trend which is developing. And when you look at it in terms of enrollment, colleges and universities are facing a downturn in the projections of enrollment. And also there is a strong possibility of colleges really having to attract, for various reasons, ethically, in terms of reality, in terms of just sheer numbers, a number of students from diverse backgrounds. And so policy-wise, universities have to start looking at, and have started looking at, how do we create and also nurture an environment which is welcoming and inclusive. So that's one part of the issue. The other part, kind of connected to that, and maybe in post-COVID it's becoming more of a challenge, is the race-class division or access coming in terms of affordability. So if numbers are suggesting that we are going to have more students from diverse backgrounds, are they also going to be able to afford a college education? So that's a question that institutions of higher ed are kind of struggling with. The other part that I wanted to mention, and we can come back to some of the discussions, I'm just throwing out a few of the major concerns, as you put it. And the other one that I have is something that was already mentioned briefly, and this is true about the United States as well, and that is, just in very, in some ways, in contrast to what I just mentioned, we do find, in terms of the global trends in the United States, just like in New Zealand, that is called kind of the other gender gap. So in an article in 2019 in Inside Higher Ed, some of the data suggests that in every area, like bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, doctoral degrees, women earn more than 50%, sometimes closer to 60% of the degrees compared to men. And so since 1982, women have earned 13 million more degrees than men in the United States. So this kind of goes with another trend. In 2006, a New Republic article also talked about what is called the boy trouble. And that is girls consistently outperforming boys. And so we are seeing that. Yet, when you come to leadership positions, yes, there are more women entering, but even in terms of completing PhDs and then taking on academic jobs, we do find that the data suggests that many women are either choosing alternate careers or not really pursuing either an academic career or a leadership position. So that is another trend that needs to be something that is a concern of mine as well as others in higher ed, looking at it from the US perspective. So I'll just pause there to just allow for other voices, as well as I'd like to see more questions and engage in the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Rekha. They're wonderful issues you've thrown up, and I can relate, from my circle of friends from Australia. I can see some of those issues very clearly coming through. I'm going to throw it to Professor Carolyn Evans to talk about things from Australia. And, you've sort of, in a way, you've seen, you've got that the ability to compare and sort of see things through from the Indian, the New Zealand and the American perspective. So over to you, Carolyn. How are things from your viewpoint at Griffith?
Thank you. Can I begin, as we often do in Australia, by acknowledging that I'm talking to you today from the lands of the Kumameri Ngunnawal people of the Yugambeh Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and particularly acknowledging the role that women have played in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander society in Australia. Sadly, often And I begin with this partly as a sign of respect, and partly because I think it has been one of the real issues we face in Australia is we've seen enormous strides. You know, when I was an undergraduate, I remember the first woman professor in the law school. Oh, you know, this is such an exciting moment. Now here in Queensland, where we have 8 universities, 6 of them are led by female vice chancellors. But we're all white, we're all able-bodied, we're all straight. We're mothers. The first generation were not. It was almost impossible to be a mother and get a leadership role for the generation above mine. But I think one of the things we need to think about is, you know, there are some things that are common to a lot of women's experiences and that universities need to battle with around stereotypes, around sexual harassment and sexual assault and domestic violence. But we also need to make sure that gender equality is the tide that lifts all boats. And some of the forward strides that we made have not been made equally by all women. And sometimes have been deliberately made at the exclusion or expense of other women. So there's been a really excellent documentary in Australia recently on women in Parliament. Australia was the first country in the world that both allowed women to vote and to stand for Parliament. New Zealand was the first to allow women to vote. But part of the argument for that was for white women to be able to vote in contrast to women of colour. You know, that was actually deliberately making the case on racial grounds as well as gender. So, you know, women like me benefited at the expense of other women. So that's something that I think we really grappling with and trying to make sure that when we're thinking about these issues, we're thinking about them in terms of our policy on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander inclusion, disabilities inclusion, and thinking about some of the stereotypes that might play that are not just gender-based. The second issue I wanted to raise was, you know, our numbers at aggregate are very good. So if you look at Griffith, we've got about 45% of the senior academic positions are women, close enough to 50% of the senior professional staff roles are women, and more than 50% of the senior executive roles are women. So, you know, that's a huge distance to have travelled, and great credit to the generations of women who came before who allowed for that. But when you look at our engineering school as compared to our nursing school, you'll see both the student and the staff body look really very different. And there are some areas like my own of law that started as very, very male in terms of both student body and the professoriate, and have really broken those gender barriers down now to be roughly equal. But there are still a lot of stereotypes that push women into certain sorts of careers, into certain sorts of jobs. As Professor Ghosh said, not law, not policy. That, you know, there's the olden days when they said women couldn't do these jobs or were prohibited from that. You know, that's all long gone. So it's a much more difficult job of looking at the stereotypes that push people into certain directions, both girls and boys, because I think we're missing girls in the STEM subjects, and that's a problem. But I actually think missing boys in the HASS subjects is a problem as well. And so and then the final thing I'll just quickly say is, you know, one of there's no magic bullet to any of this. The sort of easy work of getting rid of outwardly discriminatory policies is gone. Now it's the sort of hard work of looking at all of our laws and policies and practices and way we do things around here and the culture through a gendered lens, but not only a gender lens, to see how they might be inadvertently benefiting certain groups at the expense of others. And we've come a long way in doing that in Australia and at Griffith, but there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Evans. I see, before I came here, I used to work at in Newcastle in Australia and in Sydney, and I can see some of the issues that you talk about coming through. One of the things that you all mentioned here was this notion of stereotypes. It was sort of coming out from the discussions and the policies and practices. And I'm wondering here, what do you think? I think, Carolyn, you mentioned just earlier that the hard work, certainly, and I think Professor Ghosh also, this came through even in the Indian context, certainly legislatively, regulatory policy-wise at some level, it's all hunky-dory. If, I think the quote which I liked was, officially things are fine. But we do have these persistent stereotypes, and we can sort of break them down into different sort of buckets, if we want to put it that way. At some level, certainly, I think at Otago and in the US and in Australia, the discussion is the splintering of gender, right? The splintering into diverse genders. And whilst that's coming through in an Indian context too, the issue at some level is actually, whilst things are fine at the official level, breaking it down to making sure that there's more equitable policies, procedures, workplaces for both staff and students. And I'm wondering, I want to touch on this notion of stereotypes, and then we'll move into policies in a moment and structural changes. So just very quickly, I'll start off with you, Caroline, if I can get your viewpoint on so gendered stereotypes and how they may or may not persist as you see them at the executive levels in the tertiary sector that you deal with in Australia, and sort of what kind of collective efforts and mindset changes are required perhaps in order to see more gender diversity in the sort of current way we might talk about it. I think as you rightly said, women are coming through, and I think even Helen mentioned it, but women of a certain socioeconomic class, race background. So how might we actually move toward that in terms of stereotypes? And then I want to then take the conversation afterwards, and this might be a point to prime yourselves, into the structural changes. So first stereotypes, and then once we've moved around that issue, we'll move into the structural changes. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you. So one of the other speakers, I'm sorry, I've forgotten which, sort of mentioned that this starts well before universities, and the moment of coming into universities can and should be a transformative moment. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do educationally, is make people think in different ways. But, one of the things that we see in terms of stereotypes in Australia is about girls and maths. And there are a lot of studies now to show that from a very young age that girls start getting the message that they're not as good at maths, or maths a bit hard for them, or it's all right for girls to give up on maths, but boys should be pushed to move on. And that means that they give up studying too early, and they then close themselves off from a whole lot of options, or make it much harder to take up a whole range of options, which of course then flows off into universities. So universities, I think, have a responsibility to not just look at our own institution, but to think about how we engage with the whole pipeline and the broader social context. Certainly we have some programs here that do that to try and encourage and support different ways of thinking about those opportunities. Yeah. Inside universities themselves, I think one of the stereotypes has been particularly about women who have children, and assumptions about what a normal professor looks like. And I'll just give you one example of one was talking about lots of little policy changes rather than one big silver bullet. But for people in teaching and research roles, the sabbatical can be really important. That's the time you get to finish your book or write up the papers or get a bit of international profile. But pretty commonly in Australian policy, the requirement was that you go overseas. So you spend 3 or 4 months overseas, university will give you financial support, sometimes even financially support your family. But it was assumed that there was a person with a primary career, and if they said, oh, I'm going to head off to New York now on a sabbatical, everybody else would be able to pack up and follow them, i.e. the wife and kids. And so those people who were in that position, which included women who weren't partnered or without families, and they were fine under the policy. But that sort of stereotyped assumption that a real professor was somebody who could be infinitely mobile and didn't have any family responsibilities clashed with the reality for a lot of women. And so a really simple policy change that a number of universities made, which I certainly benefited from, was say you don't actually have to go overseas. If you can spend some time off focusing on your research, or you can go overseas for shorter periods. So for my sabbaticals, I would often go on 2 1-week sabbaticals, which I could manage childcare and working around and so forth. And that allowed me to finish a book. It allowed me to write a couple of important articles. It allowed me to do some international connections. But I think that can be one of the real issues. The other thing which I just battle against all the time, because I hate whenever you hear this, she's very ambitious. I've never heard it said about a man, oh, he's very ambitious, like that's a bad thing. But this sense that a woman, if she's nice, is not ambitious. And it's almost impossible to get anywhere without a bit of ambition. And so that's something I sort of keep coming back to in job interviews and in ways that people are describing people. Yeah, of course she's ambitious. That's how she got to be a Vice-Chancellor. That's how she got to be the lead academic in her field. That's how she got to be the chair of the International Committee. Same way as all of the men who are. So I'll stop.
Can I just tease out very quickly before I move on to Rekha? Are you suggesting then that that's a very overtly sort of discussed, outwardly discussed as a negative, or is it more covert, in the sort of corridor chats and so on?
And again, I don't want to suggest we're still in the same position we were 20, 30 years ago. When I started in a law firm where they had one female partner and when they got a second, they thought that was a crazy feminist revolution that, who knows where it would all end. But I think people, just when they're discussing if someone will be a good fit, that sort of notion of cultural fit is important in job interviews, but can be used in a very destructive way and a very negative way. It is not uncommon to hear women, adjectives that are attached to women, and ambition is one of them, but not the only one, that would be seen as a positive in men that are just said, it's, I don't know, seems a bit ambitious. Will people like that? A bit pushy, bossy. Well, you're putting her in for a leadership role, and exactly the same behaviours if manifested by a man would be seen as, he's got a lot of drive, got a lot of ambition, to get up and go, clearly a natural leader. So again, it's changing over time. You don't see that as much anymore, but it's still, when we think about stereotypes, that's how do you have an image in your head of a woman who is a leader? If you've got an image in your head that women have to always be kind and soft and nice and, not make any hard decisions and not put themselves forward for roles and those sorts of things.
Yeah, no, thank you. They're fascinating insights. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to jump ahead to one of the next questions I wanted to, because that's a nice segue to talk. And it's interesting, we've now got Rekha, who comes from a political science and sociology background as well. And I want, if you could sort of, from your lens in the US, but even more generally, given the global higher education discourse, give us some insights on how, for example, stereotypes might then either push against or be absorbed into the structural changes that we see that are implemented by institutions in the higher education space. And so I'm interested in that sort of tension of, how some of the stereotypes might persist despite some of the structural changes, or do they actually help manifest the change themselves?
So thank you again. I'm struggling a little here because to me it's very difficult to separate some of the stereotypes from the systemic and cultural changes. So we have, as was pointed out several times, we have made progress, sometimes slow, sometimes really remarkable, in giving access to girls' education in many parts of the world. But even in, if you take the American context, I cited some trends in female education, but when you divide it again by disciplines, you do see, some discrepancy there in terms of women to this day opting for careers even within the sciences. There is a kind of in the health sciences, there's more women than in engineering. And then, so that's going on. So these intersections are what I'm struggling with. And on the other hand, like, excuse me, it's like 4 a.m., waking up at 4 a.m. It doesn't suit my constitution. But anyway, as Caroline mentioned, even though women are, taking on more and more leadership positions, I have to go back to the, and again, in the US context, maybe that's more relevant, that we have to also look at the minority representation in those leadership positions and not just gender. As of 2016, there was only 7% of higher education administrative positions, including top executives, administrative officers, division heads, deans. You name every administrative position, which were held by Black staffers. Now that is really an eye-opening kind of statistic. Only 3% of those jobs were held by Hispanic or Latino people, 2% were Asian, and 1% identified as other race or ethnicity. So again, that intersection is what I'm struggling with at the leadership levels, in the disciplinary levels, in the career choices. And I can't wait for this discussion to go on to the systemic and cultural, because I do think that that's very critical, even in terms of influencing stereotypes as well as policies.
So where do you think then the work needs to be done there? If if we still, those figures are hugely revealing about the representative in senior admin positions by, dare I say, ethnicity and the intersection of gender and ethnicity. Where do you think the work needs to be done there? At what level, or is it sort of, I'll let you take it forward.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound critical that nothing has been done. I do think that, culture change, system changes, they take a long time. And if you think a policy change takes a long time, it's nothing compared to these, socioeconomic, cultural kinds of changes. They need a long time to transform, if you will. And some transformation is happening. It may take decades, it may take longer, but that's where it has to happen, is in the systemic and in the structural inequalities, in inequities. And I don't have the numbers in front of me. Even if you look at senior admin or academic positions, there's also a gap in equity, in pay equity, in salary equity when it comes to gender and maybe even race. So there's so many kinds of layers of inequities, and it's not like, as Dr. Ghosh had mentioned early on, it's not like there's a conscious discrimination going on, but you would ask, if the policy is there in terms of pay equity, why is it not happening, right? So there are these intersections of culture and system, structural inequalities, and as well as socioeconomic backgrounds.
Yeah, wonderful insights. If I can ask Helen to take, from your snapshot in New Zealand, where, just leaping off from Professor Reko's comments, how would you see, if it indeed is structural and social, what might be some of the things that need to be done? Is it as simple as, for example, shifting policy, or is it also in terms of, I'm not saying that's simple, but in terms of sort of seeding the culture, so it's sort of like almost like a 10 or 15 year campaign, if you put it that way. I'm a marketing professor, so it sort of tends to look at, and I look at, say, for example, quite honestly, I look at, say, the global LGBT movement. And, if you go back to Australia and New Zealand, just 20 years ago, things weren't looking too great. And then probably from the late 2000s to the late 2010s, we just had a remarkable shift, right? And that was deliberate too. It wasn't, so I'm just wondering, do people need to play an active role here? Do we need to get involved in terms of, as I said, seeding campaigns to change the culture and change the mindset so that we get more females working in STEM or studying STEM degrees, for example, working in STEM afterwards, and conversely, more males working toward the HAS sort of sector as well.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not simple. And as Professor Ghosh said, we have policies. So if you looked at our governmental policies, they are promoting equity, if not equality. But it is around culture, and it starts with the families. It starts with the schools. And in some of our schools, particularly so we have both co-ed and single-sex schools. In some of our single-sex schools, girls won't have the same opportunities to do science subjects, so they're immediately disadvantaged at that stage. I think when they come to university, it's important that we have role models, that we put our good female academics in front of those, particularly first years, to actually encourage them. In terms of staff, I mean, it is I think to a certain extent we've had to grow our own, and the same is true if I think of our Māori and Pacific staff, our Indigenous peoples, because you have to start at the beginning, because you can go out and you can advertise and you can have affirmative action, but if the women don't apply, you can't appoint them. So it is a question of starting early on and growing our next group of leaders. There are stereotypes, and I think the sabbatical leave is one of those things that certainly has affected me too. The ability to work flexible hours is particularly important for women in the early stages of the career where they've got young family. You can't necessarily work 9 to 5, and you can't go to those meetings that start at 5:30 where many of the men network. So you have to find other opportunities for women to be able to network, which fits in with either their children, or often they can be looking after older, family members as well. So it's thinking creatively around how some people need to work. And it's, increasingly it's not just women who are looking after the children or looking after elderly relatives, but we have to think about those things more creatively, I think. And then going back to the senior leadership, sometimes, there's evidence that women don't go forward for promotion until they're ready, whereas men will often go and they'll give it a go and they don't care if they're knocked back. So I think there's mentorship that needs to go in and supporting those women to apply when they're ready and not when they're over ready. And at that very senior level, often the culture can be quite blokey, quite male, and some women don't think that they want to be part of that. So how do we actually create the culture where women want to be part of that, rather than being the single woman or a minority female in what's a very male culture?
Yes. It's a point I hear across many sectors, actually, that point as well. The blokiness at some level, is sort of not a turn off, but it's a barrier to sort of go toward. Yeah. Thank you for those insights. So wonderful. I'm going to throw it over to Professor Ghosh to wrap it up here. Like from India, how do you think, we do have persistent stereotypes around gender, and, India is sort of, even from the many parts of the West, seen as, the center for STEM. How do we move beyond that to produce, say, people who might, females who might want to enter the sector like yourself, and move beyond that, move beyond just being a student working in an industry to taking leadership positions?
A lot has changed in India, but not as much as I'm hearing from the co-panelists, as you are aware. Societal changes here are slow and often incremental and not unidirectional. We often go back and forth on issues. So technology has helped in making it somewhat level playing, neutral field. That's something I think we have not touched upon. And I think that's what I see a lot. Physical abilities, who is a thin boy or a masculine boy, doesn't really matter. My time when I have to lift a pump, I have to always call my friend from the next lab. So those things do not matter anymore. And as was pointed out, because technology has made it possible for women to do a lot more, or weak people to do a lot more with their brain and other abilities. So I think that's something that's good. I'm not going to elaborate on that. Everybody understands it. So let me just go back and address your question. We still have very poor working conditions for women. One, I've talked about in government forum on this. It's an international forum. Let me just say security aspects, right? I cannot work alone late night in the lab. That's one thing that's a societal problem in this. Second is no proper childcare facilities. I'm not talking about Jindal or Shivnada University. I mean, that's the first thing I did. But it's not possible. Lack of mobility because of family responsibilities. You lose out on promotions because maybe the promotion is another city. And the last one that everybody knows, and I'm going to give you an example of how misplaced policies can be. Maternity leave, that leads to career break. Okay? So paying the salaries of two employees for the same job while one is away on maternity leave can stop people from employing young women. And this is happening. So effective, it was 2017. So I think 1st April 2017, our Union Labour Ministry increased the length of maternity leave from 12 to 26 weeks. So 6 months. This was done through an amendment in the Maternity Benefit Act. Now, there was a study done, I think, last year, so 2020, maybe in March, it came out in trade briefs that small firms in India admit to hiring fewer women because of maternity leave costs. This came out of their survey. So the 2017 Maternity Benefits Act, which increased maternity leave from 12 weeks to 26 weeks, was pointed as a major reason for this reduction in women hires. So it was done all in good faith, but they did not consult the people that were to be consulted. If you are in STEM in particular, that matters because you have to be often at the bench working, in the lab working. You don't want to be out for 26 weeks. That's the end of your career. So I think the idea is to give them flexibility. So not let women to continue to face discrimination, forcing many to quit work. And they also remain fearful of using their full quota of maternity leave. So I've been saying this for a very long time, that the term maternity leave remains highly gendered, right? So it harms women by raising the cost of hiring them. This should be changed to family leave, which can be shared by the parents based on their needs. I mean, why do I want to get inside a family dynamics and dictate to them who should do what? I don't want to do it. But, even in SNU, where I have a policy that talks about a family leave, under family leave, under different categories, I have to actually follow the government policies because our HR otherwise goes crazy. So based on their needs, medical requirements, negotiations at the workplace, they can figure it out so that all key projects, including the infant's welfare, can be served well. I mean, this is done in other countries, but I think it was not done in India. Second thing so this is a very, very important point that affects everybody. And when you are well-meaning, this is what you don't want to do. I want to point out one more thing. It's actually a lack of an affirmative action. We are actually asking for that. I don't believe in reservations, but affirmative actions are something that I strongly support of the right kind. There are age cutoffs for prestigious awards and fellowships. I mean, you want to be the Associate Fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, that has 35 years. DST Sharna Jayanti Fellowship is 40 years. Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, which is the Nobel of India, is 45 years. I think this should be extended for women and men who have had children to attempt to level the playing field for women and those who had to compensate for their time away from work. It's a very simple suggestion. This is one way that you can actually appreciate and have more role models. And I think the last point I want to make is really that this is sheer utter lack of role models, almost invisible role models in India. So women who make it to the top have a major role to play in empowering other women. So women leaders must drive the change and lead the chain of empowerment. So one is, but should not be limited by others' opinions about their capabilities.
Yeah.
No, I think that's the. Okay, so I'll stop here.
Thank you. They're fascinating. I'm going to now, just because of the paucity of time, we could go on. And I know Rekha's, well, I don't think she wants to go on, but we apologize for the time as well. But in terms of wrapping up, I want to pose a very quick question to all of you. And with some of the issues have already been teased out, but I'd like, your sort of succinct sort of response around this. One of this is coming from one of the audience questions, actually. And we sort of talked a lot here, and I want to bring it back into something a bit more focused. So particularly around the title of the session, which was around ungendering, right? So the question is, the idea of unstated discrimination, which many here have spoken about, is interesting. How can universities develop a culture of ungendering? How can universities be an agent for change in bringing a change in their own campus and in the larger social context, let's just say within the nation that you're speaking from? So I'll throw it over to Rupamanjari very quickly. How would you say, when we're talking about engendering, how can universities engage in that and actively develop a culture of engendering?
In the university sector, the most important sector is the faculty. I would start talking about that, and I think in just 10 seconds, is basically the idea is we wish to engage the very best people, not just the best men and then the next best men and then the next best men. And this is to stay competitive in business. We cannot be competitive in a global economy if not half in India, but half of our human capital is not allowed the opportunity to work up to its potential. Simple message, and I think we have to harp on it and have to do it repetitively. It's a process that you can't take satisfaction that, okay, I had done these training sessions, I've done these orientation sessions. It's a fluid population and you have to do it repeatedly. And in India, we have a particular problem because, it has to go back and forth for people to realize the society, technological solutions are easy to come. Societal solutions make much harder. So I think that's where the problem is.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Can I throw it over to Helen? What about ungendering? How can, say, Otago help be an active agent in that, within, say, the university space? What do you see as some of the ways the university can bring change?
So I think universities are there to educate, and our Education Act also asks us to be the critic and conscience of society. So our role is to actually educate. So that means educating our staff, working with our staff in staff development training, because I think our role is to be informed and to counter the biased opinions and misinformation of others. Yeah. So that we have to call people out when they are behaving in inappropriate ways. And that has to come from the top and it has to go all the way down.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I like that idea of the critic and conscience. I really like that. And staff development. Wonderful. Rekha, from your point of view at Monmouth in the US, how can the university be an active agent for change?
Yeah, I'll start with saying that I agree with all of the above. And I'd like to add, we could do a better job focusing on our disciplines and looking at, in ungendering the disciplines themselves. And that could lead to, earlier you had asked about stereotypes. Some of the stereotypes could be addressed that way as well, that, leading scientists and engineers have been women, and how we can really encourage that. And also within the disciplines, again, looking at syllabi and how we can ungender the syllabi from that perspective, I think would help. And we could discuss that more.
Wonderful, please. Thank you. Thank you. Carolyn, Australia and Griffith, I'm just conscious we're just running out of time. So what would be your 15-second elevator pitch?
Yep. I'm not comfortable with the term ungendering, just by the way. Sounds a little like covering up to me. I prefer to think about gender inclusive. It's to make issues transparent, make pay gaps transparent, make impacts of policies on a range of different genders transparent, and get people to face the consequences of the decisions that they make fully, rather than allowing a lot to simply go by without having people aware of the impact of what they're doing.
Yeah, thank you. And that just mentioned something similar. So I think that's really important, particularly from an executive level, as you say, holding people to account. Very important. Thank you very much. I know we could spend so much time unpacking the issues. We've only just really scratched, and I apologize for the time differences as well. But it's been wonderful. It's been enlightening for me. I'm sure our audience members and our students and stakeholders and staff will also have many different insights to take away from that. I really appreciate your time, Rupa Manjari, Helen, Rekha and Carolyn. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed the insights in the chat, and good evening, good morning, and good night to all of you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are live, sir. So very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome in this afternoon session in the our World University Summit. We are going to discuss on industry-academia collaboration from philanthropy, community impact, and employability point of view. And for this, we have professors. We have Professor Pierre, who is president of the Center for Higher Education, International University of Italy. We have Professor Kevin Grant, Dean Stirling Management School, University of Stirling, United Kingdom. We have Professor Singh, who is a founder and chairperson of Harappa Education. He's a renowned person. We have Professor Dr. Mark Smith, Vice Chancellor and President. I welcome all of you on the behalf of OP Jindal Global University. Professors, we have planned to discuss in the session about the industry-academia collaboration, which is nicely put it here. I would like to set, first of all, a few points here, that what exactly we would like to discuss here. So under the industry-academia collaboration, we will try to focus on the philanthropy, community impact, and employability issues. A university is intrinsically linked to the society in which it is located. Now, in both education and research, interaction with other actors in society and industry on a sustained basis for the Christians. While teaching is an important activity in them, universities are also carrying responsibility to push the frontiers of knowledge through research, collaborative partnership with their wider community at local, national, and international level are the natural progressions of their mission of education and research. Collaboration between industry and academia has long been acknowledged as a critical component of efficient national innovation system worldwide. The origins of eminent universities are global. They advance their academic mission by attracting scholars and students internationally, who in their pursuit of the knowledge lead the way to inventions, discoveries, and disruptive technologies. Such inventions open new ways to improve the human conditions. With limitations in public funding of universities, privately funded universities and research has arisen, and boundaries of knowledge creations are no longer confined to the university spaces and extend to research labs of multidimensional corporations. For universities, philanthropy remains a driving force in this process. The university providing the talent and research to enable individuals, companies, the government to successfully harness the advances in our community. That must remain to pivotal goal to the society impact and employability grows in the leap of the mountain. Therefore, this session will examine that what can universities do to harness their institutional strength to remain at the vanguard of the research and development and provide intellectual and social leadership as they collectively navigate this in the new era of onset where now fourth industrial revolution is coming now. This session will try to focus on this session and we'll discuss that how can universities effectively engage with the industry and the business, NGOs and other stakeholders for sustainable increasement in the volume and the impact of non-public sector funded research. The wave of philanthropy can be driving and forces in the mission. What are the major challenges which is faced by the higher education institution, basically when we go for the collaboration in terms of their non-academic partner? So this is a key area where we would like to discuss. We have discussed a lot. We have evidently we have seen that industry-academia interface is a very initial, very important part where industry brings, academia brings, and they collaborate together and they can produce something which is actually industry need and universities are providing. But there are a lot of challenges. There are a lot of challenges in there. So the first point which I would like to put forward here in front of the eminent speakers, that there are some main driving forces, you can say factors. So what are the main factors that can ensure a successful partnership between industry and academia? And how can you describe the main drivers of this partnership in the context of contemporary world? I would like to ask Professor Pierre, if you can put on some light on this thing. Professor Pierre.
Yeah. Thank you very much. It is, as you said, a fundamental topic for the university life. Let me make a very short introduction on my personal experience and experience of my university. Actually, I'm working in my research activities are focused on food and biotechnologies. So I work in a very applied sector in which interaction with the entrepreneurs and with other stakeholders of the production system and company system are pretty strong. Second, my university, Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore, is the biggest private university of Europe. So we are in a situation that is slightly different from the majority of European universities. We are very little funded by the government, and so tuition fees and research projects from institutions and from companies are the main incomes of our university. So taking consideration this point, if the question is what are the main factors that can ensure a successful partnership between universities and the major stakeholders, in particular the industry system, I think that we can set 3 different points. The first one is that universities nowadays have not only one horizon, but at least 2 different horizons. The first one is generally located in the country or in the region where the university is present. But we are more and more open to the international system. We are more or less obliged to work in an international manner. The second point that I would like to highlight is that if in this context, if you want to enhance and implement as much as possible the industry and academia interactions, we need to tend to have a joint benefit for both. I come from Europe, where we have a long history of, let me say, sometimes forced collaboration between your companies and universities. Research centers, if you want to apply for an Horizon Europe grant, we are more or less obliged to have in the consortium of research project companies. So I think it's important, and maybe we discuss later, that the joint benefit is there for companies and for industries are the basis for that. And then let me say that is the third pillar is the societal impact. In Europe, we have developed in the last years what is called RRI, Responsible Research and Innovation. This is a clear framework in which we have to work. So any kind of interaction should have a strong impact on society in terms of innovation, in terms of better life for our citizens, and so on. So taking in consideration these 3 pillars, we can try to define strategies for increase company and university collaborations.
Yeah, definitely, Professor. It's interesting, but still, that how can we describe this main drivers of this partnership in the context of contemporary world?
Well, I think that the main description from my point is to make what is called, what I try to highlight as a common or joint benefit for all the partners, whether we are just 2 companies and academia, or we have also the institutions inside. Where we need this joint benefit. We are coming from a number of experience, let me say in the last 15, 20 years when the triple helix concept was developed, in which at the end, the successful of this triple helix, and let me say that working with DNA, sometimes I think that triple helix is not very efficient, but in this triple helix, did not lead to real impact in technology and knowledge transfer from academia to companies. And part of this problem is related to the research system. Scientists, hard scientists, most of the time like to do what was called apply research not applicable. So I have a very good idea in my mind, but there's no view to apply it practically for a new product, for a new system, for a new service in the real world. So we need that company, that researchers in university should learn what kind of research can be really focused for an impact on the society and on the companies. On the other side, most of the time, the companies, even from small, medium enterprises up to big transnational corporations, they think that, these are people in university, they just produce nice idea, but nothing that can be really transferred in practical innovation. Only if we can broken these two ideas and try to put together in the same table, around the same table, these people, we can develop interesting products. So patenting, development of spin-off companies, startup companies, joint and long-term collaboration with industries, I think are the major driver for reaching this goal.
Yeah, definitely. So yes, definitely when we talk about this, key pillars for making this partnership successful, definitely industry and academia, it has on role. When we talk about the successful innovations across the globe, I would like to understand here from the experts, Professor Grant, I would like to engage you if you can discuss something on what are some successful examples of this type of innovation where joint initiative has been taken between the industry and academia, and you as witness of that, of this mutual collaboration and benefit of these stakeholders. Professor Grant.
Okay, many thanks for that introduction again. I'd like to thank my colleague for their very enriched comments already. For me, I think what we should be doing with the academia and the business connectivity and partnerships is all about health and well-being for the region and for the society. So some good examples of that to drive economic growth predominantly is really to try and pay off some of this pandemic cost that's affecting all of us across the globe, and it has to be paid back somehow. So we've been using that very much as an impetus for the three examples that I'll give you in the next few minutes. But fundamentally, the first thing that we did was to try and create some sort of safe space where we could bring industry, business and government and academics together. And that was really designed to share our knowledge base, to create some sort of consensus, to try and wrestle with the different agendas that everybody was having, and to start looking at this innovation of what we can bring both at a sectoral level, because obviously, for example, in Scotland, for me, I'm quite rural, as well as working in the cities, etc. The main thing that we did was look at attitude and mindset. So that's the really first take-home message that we've been doing of late, particularly up in Scotland. We got to work with all the Scottish business schools to try and do something for Scotland. But it's really about attitude change and mindset change, much more towards entrepreneurial mindset, because most of our universities are really strong with guest lectures, applied consultancy projects, KTPs, and that's what I call the enterprise sort of concept. Really what we're going now here is the entrepreneurial mindset, that confidence, that belief. And that's what we felt a lot of our businesses and our academics and students didn't quite have. They got the access, they got the support, they got the awareness, they got the enrichment, but they just didn't have that confidence and that attitude. So your specific question to me was what sort of examples? The first thing we did was we took a whole bunch of successful entrepreneurs, we put them through a 10-week online training program to help them become better educators. Not academics, but educators. Then they've been used as entrepreneurs in residence or professors of practice that some institutions use. And they're now working with staff, students, alumni, and the local region. A good example would be industrial parks. My university has an industrial park. But really it's a landlord model. So we've used our entrepreneurs in residence as a way of challenging my own university to say, surely we should have a supply chain at people at different stages of their development, and rather than making it a landlord model, make it sector specific. So in our case, it's environmental. So we're moving the industrial park into the whole supply chain for environmental, so companies can cross-fertilize, learn and support from one another, very much organic, with the academics coming in, with student support and with government support coming in. So that E-squared, we call it, which was taking these very successful entrepreneurs and upskilling them some general pedagogic knowledge of how to impart this knowledge to those who need it. The other one that we've been doing is the Help to Grow scheme as part of the United Kingdom, which is a multi-million-pound project. In Scotland, there are only 2 providers, Sterling being one of them. This time we've taken the SMEs in the programme, working with senior mentors and academics, all through case study approaches. The key to this is an implementation development plan. So we haven't focused on startup, we've focused on scale up, because we feel that's the biggest gap in our particular society. A 1% change in their sales revenue gives the UK Treasury, or the Scottish Treasury, £350 million extra. So rather than creating yet more startups, there's 200 agencies in Scotland who do this really well, that gap to start shaping and developing those new unicorns. But that required new organisational forms. And I had to break away from the traditional university systems. And I also had to break away from the traditional business systems. So we created new organisational forms that were able to do that knowledge consensus, innovation consensus, and consensus of where we were going. But we also do the guest speakers, the master classes, the real projects. We also do the mentoring and the coaching. We just take that for granted now. But that attitudinal change, that confidence, and that belief that entrepreneurialism is real and it is a profession. And that's the way we've been taking my 3 examples. Thank you.
Professor Grant, you raised very interesting point here about this theoretical framework of triple helix model of innovation, where we bring academia, industry, and government all together on same platform in order to foster economic and social development. But this triple helix model, where we bring academia, industry, and government all together, it has its own challenges. So I would like to know from your side that how do you see what sort of practical challenges you have seen bringing all these pillars all together, by making it successful and harmonious collaboration between these 3 industry, academia, and government points?
It's a very good question, Christian. It's basically taken about 18 months prior to the pandemic of managed counselling. So we had to go around all the business schools and all the universities' different agendas, and we asked everybody to park their guns before they came into the meeting. So it wasn't about ego. It wasn't about the institutional status. It wasn't about this was a large business versus a micro business. So we asked everybody to park, their big guns at the door. We then had a facilitated discussion with one of Scotland's leading entrepreneurs, supported by the Hunter Foundation, which is a philanthropic organisation. So we were able to use these people's skill at bringing people's values to the table. So rather than playing institutional agendas, we then moved it up a level to the more meso level of trying to work out what was right for the region, what was right for the country. That was then supported by resources from central government and the universities. We also got a university to act as the governance model who weren't part of the delivery model. So that kept that clear blue water in terms of who was controlling the resources, who could access the resources. But more importantly, we created a separate legal entity which was made up of the academics and the business community as that governance board. And we felt that was a much better way of dealing with the internal conflict because not every university is entrepreneurial. They may claim it, but they're not really. And also each businesses might claim that they're open to persuasion and they're open to work with academics. When they're not, there's still that fear factor of working with, say, Professor Smith, given his esteemed background at Lancaster and now at Southampton. So there's that fear factor. So we broke that down, but more importantly, we used the students as the glue. So it moved away from Kevin's research record or Kevin's desire for whatever to the students. So we use the students as the fabric, the systems and the glue to really help our local SMEs and the students. Then we built on that success, but that independent organisation set within a university governance with no university controlling it, we felt was the best way forward. But more importantly, we didn't use the triple helix, we used the quadruple helix. We got the community involved. And we felt as an anchor institution that was important. And I'm sure my colleague, Professor Smith, will be able to give you much more better insight into an anchor institution than I can. Does that help answer your question, Christian?
Yeah, definitely, Professor Grant, definitely. I would like to extend the same thing. Like we talk about this industry, academia, and government, coming all together at a same platform. They are different stakeholders, but their purpose, their ultimate objective is same: to help the society and community. Governance, government to the policy, education, industry. But again, ultimate objective of industry is making profit. So question arises here. I would like to request Professor Sinha to put light or some thought on this, that what are actually building, which is meaningful collaboration between industry and academia, and how can we strike a balance? That's a very important point. Balance between academic and commercial interest, because when industry comes, they have their commercial interest, and academia has a different interest. So it's a difficult to managing and balancing between these two, one at the commercial interest and at the academic interest. So how to make a strike balance between the academic and the commercial interest when we are talking about the industry and academic collaboration? Professor Sinha.
Thank you, Christian. You raise an important point, and I think that in some ways by asking the question, you've answered the question, in that you have to strike a balance. And that balance has to be struck by someone who plays that balancing role. It could be somebody from the university or the educational institution, or it could be somebody from the world of business or industry, as it may be, as the case may be. Somewhere somebody has to be the orchestrator, the orchestra director, the catalyst to make that. I like the idea of the quadruple helix. Kevin took it from triple to quadruple, and I liked bringing in the community and society in it too, because obviously you can't ignore that fourth element. But let me give you concrete examples and also delve a little bit deeper why you need that balance. You need that balance because we tend to dichotomize or tend to put industry and academia at two extremes. That was inherent in your question. That, for example, it's true that business is for profit, but it's also true, Christian, as you know, that there is a lot of philanthropy happening in these profitable institutions as well. So, for example, in India, as you know, Christian, but some of our colleagues from around the world may not know, every corporation has to contribute a certain amount of money to what is called corporate social responsibility, and it's 2% of their average profits over the last 3 years. So now there's a substantial amount of money to be tapped, which is not in commercial interest. While some people may do some lip service to this, most people genuinely want to contribute towards a cause. So the fact is that industry is not only about profits, and a lot of people who are not just contributing through these CSR funds are also trying to create products that benefit humanity or that attack a larger problem. That is products that are more sustainable, green, and so on. Equally, on the academic side, I dare say that, our professors can be very commercially minded too. Several professors have founded some very successful companies in which they own equity, and there are several professors who have their own startups and so on. So I do think that there are aspirations of both the university and academia being more like each other. But therein lies the problem. Because we put people at extremes, we see each other at extremes, the real way I have found that has been helpful in making this work is somebody who is trying to build trust between the two parties, because the trust is where it is lacking. And if you bring in the triple helix of the government, at least in India, government doesn't trust private philanthropy and private universities because they think that, the private universities might be misleading our students and gouging them with high fees and not delivering quality and so on and so forth, which is why our education in India is very highly regulated. Communities too are also wary of universities because they see them as expensive institutions where their children have to pay a lot of money and not sure of what the outcomes would be. So there is an inherent lack of trust, I feel, that has been there in all of these various stakeholders. And that trust leads to 3-4 deficits. One is there's always a mismatch in expectations. So, a philanthropist or an industry partner on a project that, Kevin might be doing would have an expectation that something will get done of, you'll train 1 million entrepreneurs in 5 years, right? And, they are very driven by outcomes and they're very driven by results and targets and goals, whereas universities are very much more like, hey, we'll make a great effort, we'll do a great job. Our job is to create the spirit and the learning and the change, but not really how do we guarantee that you'll get those outcomes? Hey, we are educators at the end of the day. So there's a clash right there, which is a mismatch in expectation with all good intentions. There's also a clash in terms of how you will do things, because at the end of the day, a university educates, right? You can't suddenly become a business enterprise where you're launching many entrepreneurs and startups. So, and the how fast you will scale up and so how, and by what time. So I think that element starts to create conflict. And the third is this inherent lack of respect. I must say that I find that there's a lot of academics, and I was one once, feel a certain level of disdain for all these business types. Take their money, but what do they know, right? They don't really know how research is to be done, or that, how universities operate, and we need to do more basic stuff. Who cares about applied stuff? Equally, the business guys feel that, academics are fuddy-duddy and what can they contribute, and they are in their ivory towers and far removed from the reality of the real world. So all these misconceptions, misperceptions contribute to this lack of trust. Now, I don't want to claim victory here, but I think this is where I think some people like us and some people here who are from academia and can straddle academia and business have to come in and bring in that balance and say, listen, none of this is true. These are all very unfortunate paradoxes, but they are not paradoxes. They can coexist. We can work together. I'm going to be sitting here to make sure that we work together. And that's how you kind of then go ahead and move forward. And whenever there is an element of somebody who's playing that role of bridging that gap, bringing all of the 3-4 parties together, making sure that there isn't a trust gap, I think that's what ultimately leads to a successful partnership.
Yeah, really, you're right, Professor. Professor Kevin even said same thing, that we should put our guns outside the meeting room when we come here before talking at the same platform. It is indeed very important, because if you'd like to have a good collaboration of these 3 pillars, definitely we have to have this thinking that some level of trust. So your point is very well, Professor, that trust level should be there. But still what we find, we have very few examples. Let me quote Indian scenario. We have very few examples where philanthropists, they have donated for the universities in Indian scenario. So question arises that how can we encourage the philanthropy and the donations in the university so that we can have more universities like Jindal universities and other universities, and how come we can encourage this industry to invest in the community-based project by the universities? What kind of policy intervention and incentive mechanism should be considered that should prompt both industry philanthropy and the community engagement with this collaboration in terms of university? Would you like to highlight something, Professor Raj?
Yeah, I think there are many examples of that, at least that I'm familiar with in India. And I'm not sure that we do need a lot of policy interventions. Honestly, at least in the Indian context, there are enough policies in place where if you contribute to the kind of projects that you are talking about, that you get the usual tax benefits and incentives and so on. But where I do think, building on my earlier point, see, there are a lot of high net worth individuals, foundations, industry, funds that want to contribute, but they are wary. Will their money be used well or not, right? And one of the reasons that we have been very successful with the Indian School of Business, as well as with Ashoka University, as well as with Jindal, where your founder and Vice Chancellor would tell you that he had this idea, but while it was a great idea and people would be interested, at the last minute, they would not fund him till Mr. Naveen Jindal decided to fund him. Now, in each of these cases, at least what I have found is that there is money. People want to deploy those funds. They want to be associated with the founding of a new university. Now, there are not many countries in the world that you'd have a chance to do that as a private individual. And you can do that in India. And it's very heady to be saying, hey, I'm building a new university. So there is that opportunity to capitalize on private funds and wealth to endow a new university. But they want to give it to somebody who they can trust. They want to give it to somebody who will actually build a high quality university whose name can be associated with it. And so that's the first thing you have to solve for. You have to be able to convince folks that, hey, your money will be put to good use. I'm not going to personally benefit from it. And, the usual things that you do when you're funding an entrepreneur, right? That the entrepreneur is not going to run away with your money or build a product that is going to be B grade when all you want is to be associated with an A grade institution. So as you start to build that trust, then you actually find that there is almost a floodgate that opens of people wanting to then latch on to this project, because there are not too many such trustworthy projects around, right? So if you are one of the few and far between, then a lot of people want to fund you. And that's why, in India, we've sort of created this collective philanthropy model, where if you look at ISB, Ashoka, Kriya, these are all brand new universities that have been funded by a bunch of different entrepreneurs, and not just one, as in the case of Jindal. In the Jindal case, you were lucky that you had one entrepreneur who had enough wealth. But whether you look at Shiv Nadar University or Azim Premji University, these are all being funded by entrepreneurs. And this is not unlike what happened in the US in the 1700s. I'm not so familiar with England and Europe, but where universities were funded by rich entrepreneurs and still have their names on it, whether it's a Carnegie or whether it's a Stanford or Harvard. I believe I was just checking out the university of that Pierre represents, and on Wikipedia at least it says there was a founder, and I don't know if he also endowed the university in the 1900s. So I think that opportunity is there. You just need to create projects run by people or entrepreneurs who are trustworthy. If you are trustworthy, people will give you the money because they rely on you to use their funds well and build something of high quality that they will in turn be very proud of.
So while you're answering this question, entire story of JGU, how it was built up, going back somewhere in mind, because Professor Raj, he used to discuss and tell the story that how come his idea was supported and funded by our Honorable Chancellor Naveen Jindal and this institution has started. Yes, it is important to develop that trust, that feel, so that we can get the money from the philanthropist and establish a university. It's indeed very important point which you have discussed, Professor, here. When we talk about building university, that's good, building culture, that's good. But again, universities are working like a launch pad for the student entrepreneurs through their industry academic collaboration. So what we find that students come, they spend time in the university, and university is actually providing like a launch pad to those entrepreneurial industry academia association. And that is so that work as testing ground, that is innovative ideas which may be developed and brought, and they can test it out. So what is the role of the universities and how they can create a larger community impact which can be affected to the society? So do the university are able to create this type of potential launch pad? What are the skills, what are the key things they require to make such a launch pad where they can skill up the students, entrepreneurs through this industry and academia collaboration? Professor Smith, sorry.
Okay.
Smith.
Yeah, thank you. And good morning or good afternoon to colleagues in India. And first of all, to say thank you very much for the opportunity to take part in this very interesting symposium. And I've really enjoyed listening to my colleagues' views on this very broad topic. So the question you've asked me is about student entrepreneurship. And I think we've already heard in a whole range of answers from my other colleagues, elements of doing that. And I think it depends on a whole range of things, which I might touch on 2 or 3 areas. And it also depends on the level of the student. And for example, a lot of the concepts that we've heard already, the actual work between industry and academia will be being done by students. So for example, in many of the research projects that you described, PhD students will be a key glue that is allowing that to happen. And it's absolutely clear in the UK that there's been an increasing number of PhD students, both those funded with elements of government funding, but those also funded from industry directly, whereby the student is getting experience of the transfer of technology between the university and industry as part of their PhD project. In fact, one of the projects that I have to reflect on in my previous role, where I was the Vice Chancellor of Lancaster University, was a very interesting project whereby through European fundings when we were still part of Europe, that was encouraged SMEs to jointly fund PhD students, because one of the interesting things is large industry, where many of their researchers do have PhDs, they understand the value of PhD. If you asked SMEs, do you think you need people at PhD level? If you ask them and they have no experience of working with a PhD, a very large percentage say those people are overqualified. When you give them exposure to a PhD student to show the skills that you have at that level of education and ask the question again, do you think you need people skilled to PhD level? The percentage shoots up. So what you don't have, you don't miss, basically. But once you know it, it becomes an important part. So that's point one. Point two is making your curriculum undergraduate level particularly, have elements where students, and it shouldn't be, all students should have the chance to be exposed to it, but you shouldn't say all students are necessarily going to be good at it, what's the right thing for you. So you've got to be flexible in your curriculum to allow people who it turns out to be the right thing to actually do that. So, and again, an example from my current university, University of Southampton, is we have a project called Future Worlds. And that's basically a level, and I liked what Professor Singh said, whereby he talked about having people who can act as intermediaries. And what Future Worlds is, it has a few staff who actually, innovation and entrepreneurship is what they do, and they're good at making contacts. Because if you're a student and stuff, where do I go? Who do I need to talk to, etc. Even though I've got an idea, how do I develop that idea? And that's what Future World's about. What it does is it brings together people who can advise, but also it brings people from outside the university who have had that experience of starting up companies from scratch and telling people, this is what the experience is like, this is what you need to worry about, this is how you're going to have to develop your idea. So creating communities who are able to support entrepreneurialism, I think is really important. And I have to say, when I visit them, although it's much more difficult under COVID, all of the time students are coming forward and saying, how do we do this? And Future World will support anyone from a first term undergraduate to a member of staff who has an idea, and therefore it's not directed. It's how good is the quality of your idea, and can we put you in contact with people. The third area I wanted to touch on is basically the role that government has to play in creating the environment for this. And there are two things I'd perhaps like to highlight back to you. Is one of the things that's been very successful, and I think this is a credit on our funding body, UKRI, particularly the EPSRC, is something called prosperity partnerships, where the project had to be jointly bid for by universities and industry, and industry had to match the government input it was being requested to make the project work, basically. And that means the industry has to have real skin in the game, and that develops real partnership. And all of the things that some of my other colleagues, such as Kevin and Pierre said, and also Raj, leaving egos at the door, leaving the worst thing. What industry really hates is an academic coming in and saying, I know what's good for you. Do you really? And I think it's that mutual respect and being able to say we're going to solve this problem jointly. And that also applies to students as well.
Yeah, it's interesting, Professor, because the point which you have mentioned here, but again, it raised one question. That do you think that universities should enter into collaboration with industry before an professional course, or industry-specific course is launched?
I think that I don't think there's any yes. I mean, that's not a yes/no answer. In the sense, though, I think that again, giving examples, I think that some industries are now looking to universities to run bespoke courses. Again, giving an example from my previous institution, one of the major supermarket chains wanted a bespoke MSc to look at how do you train all the managers across a massive supermarket chain about what responsible sourcing is of food. And therefore that had to be co-designed because it was directed to solve a particular problem. Again, in my current institution, we're looking all of the time to say, when you're looking at curriculum development, saying that academia is the only source of understanding what's the right thing to go into a curriculum is too narrow. Our graduates have got to go and work in the wider world, and I should also, we're focusing on industry. The other important dimension is, of course, the policy environment and understanding how policy develops. I don't want to deflect this discussion too much, but there's several dimensions of that. And therefore, when we look for curriculum renewal, what sources have you looked for that curriculum renewal beyond the academic? Because it's absolutely important that what we're teaching people makes it relevant to the sorts of role and job that people are going to go into.
Yeah, that's I think it's interesting because, as absolutely right, Professor Smith, there's no direct yes/no answer to this question, because its link is along with the learning and knowledge acquisition and connecting the holistic development of the learner, not by the academia only itself. It should be coming from the other side also. So I have one interesting question. Since we have now 3:44, I would like to take some question from the audience. So that's a nice question, and I would like to request Professor Pierre to answer this question. It's a simple question which higher education person, one audience is asking. This question is that, do you believe that the higher cost of education could be an obstacle in encouraging students to take interest in community-based research and local opportunities?
Good point. Yes, education is a cost. It's a cost that is very valuable. Higher education is very valuable, depend to the country and depend to the different universities. As I said, I'm from a private university that has some tuition fees, but I would say is much smaller than, for instance, the US system. But what is important, I totally agree with what Mark said. So when we start to design a new program, a new curriculum, we have to try to, I think it's one of the most complex activity for people working in academia. I mean, it is not difficult for me to enter and teach food microbiology, which is my topic. But it's much more complex to design a new program, in particular because we have to take in consideration the different components. We need to provide them an absolutely high level of knowledge. We need to provide the so-called hard skills. We have to provide all these concept of soft skills, and now we call them micro-credentials. So what is then the formal university formation? We have to include what is the willing and the request of the society. Do we need, in Italy, we have a tradition, we have too many people studying law, but we have a defined number of lawyers, and okay, they can work also. And sometimes we are lucky, for instance, in some of the STEM disciplines. People working in my sector, we graduate 100, and in less than 1 year, all of them are in the working companies. So it is. So we have to take in consideration the request of society. We have to request the needs of the entrepreneurs that they willing. So we have a very complex system in the designing a new program, and so the answer can be a constraint. The cost of education. Yes, this is a problem, and that should be solved somehow, because having high quality education, unless it's formally paid is totally paid by the government, which is the case, or partially paid by the government. It is the case, for instance, in Belgium. In Belgium, all education is supported for European students, is supported by the government. So in this case, the university has a lot of space to develop new things. But in several other conditions where the university has to develop a new program, we need a lot of interaction. So try to design a program that can accomplish the request of the society, including the companies, to try to provide anyway a solid background, a basic background of culture and information, to learn the student, to teach the students, and to learn sometimes from the companies how to transfer the innovation. Because this is, let me say, I work in a high innovative sector for research, and sometimes I see that there are a number of constraints. So the high level innovation most of the time do not enter or do not exit from the very limited environment of a few very intensive research universities, of few transnational corporations, or even a few small startup companies. But there is, most of the time, there is no a spread of information in general society. So we have to educate our students to learn how to spread the technology information and the cultural information. It's not only a problem of science and hard sciences, the same is in finance or in culture. You can imagine in Italy how much is important the cultural heritage and to maintain all these archaeological sites. So we need really for doing that. And there are costs, and I think that is one of the topics that has been addressed also by Pramat, that we can increase as much as possible the donations. And let me say, I come from a country where donation to universities, it is generally, and philanthropy, it is pretty limited. So different from UK or different from even much more, I think, from the US system, philanthropy, it is not always, philanthropy is not directed to university by tradition, because the university are supported by the state, at least most of them. Being a private university, we had to develop a system to increase philanthropy. And one of the success, we had, for instance, in one of the city of North Italy, which is Cremona, a totally new building, which has been supported by a foundation that depends one of the biggest Italian companies producing stainless steel. And this, the owner of this company is a really philanthropic person. He is invested, joining together the culture, the university, the local interest. So being a company located in a medium small city of Italy, these three factors has led to invest several millions of euros for the construction of a complete new campus for 5,000 students in the center of the city. And I said also culture, because the campus is actually used to be an old monastery, a medieval monastery that was almost destroyed. So there is a combination of different factors. But engaging all these actors, the local government, the national government, the universities, the donors, is not a simple action. So we need also to create, and this is my last point, to create the competencies in the students to develop the models. The model that has been proposed by Kevin in Scotland, I think, is an exceptional model that should be applied, in which we have also to educate our students to become in the future the person that can, the people can interact between academia and entrepreneurs, just to increase this connection.
Well said, Professor. That's the key crux of the entire discussion even. One question here, that yes, we know that the ultimate objective of education to open the minds, because minds are like parachute. It's start work when it open. But the other side, that yes, the employability is a key issue. So yes, education should give, education will give an open mind discussion platform. But students, community, they got some sort, they require some sort of employability issues. So question is that how come academia and university can collaborate effectively in order to provide a positive impact on the employability? What do you think on this point, Professor?
Is it for me a question?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, we try to be very short. We have developed a system of in the first step of developing, of designing a new program to put together the different stakeholders that are involved in that specific topic. If you are dealing with finance and actuarial sciences, we involve experts from academia, not only from our university, but also from external experts, in particular foreign experts, just to have a different view, because never forget that we have to provide all the tools to a new student to act in a globalized world. Okay, COVID has limited a bit our globalization, but we have to provide the tools to address, to work in an international environment. So to involve this and all together to try to design, and never forgetting that we have not to look in the next 2 years, but probably in the next 10 years. So having tried to have a foresight of the future that is always difficult. And that's the reason why to select key people, both in the university and in this stakeholder group, that can really look at what we expect in the next 10 years. It is essential for designing a successful program.
So in the last minute, few wrap-up questions, I would like to request Professor Grant to answer this specific issue. Now, this COVID-19 pandemic, it has forced many companies to move on all their work online, now having a negative impact on internship. Where would you see the intersection between the internship, skill development, and employability going forward from this point now?
Okay, thank you very much for that, Christian. We haven't actually seen what you're suggesting, that the internships have been hit hard. If anything, ours have actually enhanced and we've actually got more. How that's been achieved is through three different mechanisms. One was it's already integrated into the degree through some sort of applied consultancy project. So that was basically just switched online using Teams or Zoom. The other one is we used a dedicated platform called RIPEN, RIIPEN, which comes from North America, Canada. And it's an integrated environment for any real project run by any organization, with groups of students from, say, Stirling, or groups of students, say, from Southampton, or groups of students from the Indian Business School. And we found that a very, very powerful tool for getting that real experiential learning. The key value add was it was linked to LinkedIn. So when the employers gave feedback about the students' confidence, presentation skills, professional demeanour, then they were able to actually give color codes, good, really good, and that then automatically fed into the student's LinkedIn profile. The third thing is experiential learning, we found online is a new norm. So whether or not we will go back to the traditional always face-to-face, I think it will be more blended. So the fact that all the students have been enhanced digital literacy skills, we're now building that into online, anytime, anywhere type internships, but as well as cultural experiences using something like Intern China or something called Pagoda, which basically allows our students to work in China, Mexico, Thailand, etc. And they're actually being able to get that cultural knowledge and cultural capital, albeit not face-to-face and feeling it, but we're trying to get that knowing, doing, and being part. So I think universities are very good at the knowing, because that's what we do, knowledge. Doing, we're getting better at in terms of enterprise and entrepreneurship. But what we're still struggling with is this being a professional in this new world of work. So to push back on your question, we've actually benefited from the pandemic, from placements and internships and voluntary work. We've not been disadvantaged.
Thank you, Professor. Last 3 minutes, and I have one more interesting question, and I would like to request Professor Sinha. Professor Sinha, question is that what do you think that the university should concern itself directly with the question of employability, or should it focus more on strengthening the curriculum and research, which would automatically take care of inclusion of employability skills of the student? What do you think, Professor Sinha?
I think you have to do both. And I think we do have an obligation, at least in a country like India, we do have an obligation to create outcomes for our students. And I think if you think about a curriculum, how does it evolve? It evolves based on what's happening outside. And that's really not just industry needs, but even the future of the world. Industry may not need young professionals to tackle climate change, but climate change is a huge problem for the world, and therefore the curriculum has to evolve. At the same time, industry needs do have to be taken into account, because most of our students do aspire to employment. Most of our students, even in the best universities in the world. You and I are part of essentially liberal arts universities, and you know that young middle class first time learners. My father used to tell me, after you come out of university, you need to earn 10,000 rupees a month. Right, that was my goal. And so while I wanted to learn and I wanted to explore, I also had to meet that requirement. So I do think that we have to do both, and you have to again balance it. You can't, if you want to become purely about meeting industry demand, then you can't build a Jindal type of university, because you can't focus on learning also for sake of learning. If you focus only on sake of learning, then you will get a certain kind of student who can afford to devote all their time to contemplating life and the world, And that's fine too, but I think in general, you have to try and do both. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. We are running at time. We have hardly 1 minute. So last 1 minute before summarizing the entire session, what makes the gap? There is a gap. Professor Smith, this question to you. There's a gap between the skill needed by the changing environment, industry environment, and something which is being imparted by the education institution. What measures can the university should take to bridge this gap? Professor Smith, last 1 minute.
Yeah, well, so very briefly, I think that, you've heard in the previous couple of answers actually, that universities, over the last 10 years, this has changed out of all recognition really, in the sense that the responsibility is to have a disciplinary, high quality offering, but an offering that doesn't embed within it transferable employability skills is not doing our students any favors. So you've got to do both. And I think if you hear what industry says, but everyone wants more. We're all greedy. We all want a bit more. But nevertheless, I think the employability of graduates is much, much higher on the agenda, and the things we put into the overall curriculum these days. If I look across our employability skills at Southampton, it's really putting the students front and center of what do they need, and employability skills has to be part, but not neglecting the quality of the education that they've come here to get.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Smith. Indeed, it was a great pleasure to hear from all of you. Definitely we have summarized here and discussed that how come we can bridge this gap between the industry and academia. We discussed on the issues of philanthropic and community impact and support, make students employable. And we are lucky to be a part of the JGU where Professor Raj is here, who has a vision. His vision, as a point I discussed, that yes, philanthropics, and Professor Sinha says very well that yes, every philanthropists are ready to expand, but they are in dilemma. So we need a young mind like Professor Raj who can convince in the Indian scenario. We have discussed major challenges of industry and academia. I'm really thankful to all of you, Professor. You have tried to bridge that gap, and your suggestions definitely can be taken into account, and industry and academia interface will further strengthen. I'm really thankful to all of you for being your presence and putting light on this insightful session. Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, KK, and thank you so much, Mark, and for your time. Great to see you. Thank you very much, Professor Kevin Grant, and great Pramath, and of course, Professor Kokantelli. Such a pleasure to see you. I really enjoyed the discussion. It's been fascinating. So much was covered in 1 hour, so grateful to you for your time. I look forward to hosting you on campus at some point of time in the near future.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. Yeah, thank you very much.
Bye.
are live, sir.
Okay, a very warm welcome to all our viewers who join us from different parts of the world on YouTube. My name is Mayank Dhondial and I'm the Dean at Jindal Global Business School at OP Jindal Global University, India. We are discussing a very important topic today, being local, university as a site of local innovation and meaningful community engagement. And we are joined by a power-packed panel, starting with Professor Anthony Monaco, who's the president of Tufts University from United States of America, Professor Karen Schwartz, who is the Associate Vice President, Research and International, Carleton University, Canada, Professor Michael Spence, who's the President and Provost of University College London, of course, Professor Joini Bonerjee, who is our Professor and Associate Dean at Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities at OP Jindal Global University. And we are discussing this topic, as I said before, university as a site of local innovation and meaningful community engagement. Now, our university's commitment is not just to its own academic, internal community, but also towards the outside community, the local community, the region, the country, to some extent, the world as well. And which should serve as the motivation of its institutional planning, initiatives, decisions, and the actions that the university takes for the greater good of humanity and the planet. The ambition and scope of reputed universities in the world tend to be global, but they tend to also think and act locally while having global aspirations, and that is so important. Meaningful engagement with the community in which they operate is also a hallmark of their vision and mission statements and the organization culture within their universities. With constant engagement through a variety of ways, including research and scholarship, social outreach, services, consultations, and advocacy, experiential learning and training opportunities to boost local innovation with the university as the site of external investment, these universities strengthen the development of their local communities. However, the success of universities to contribute to community engagement hinges largely on their ability to connect with the society. And how do they connect with the society? Obviously through its faculty, through staff members, students, and alumni. Interaction with the communities should be woven into the fabric of everything they do. Specifically, they should have to sustain their connections with both urban and rural communities that help cultivate long-term collaborative and reciprocal partnerships. But how will they define community university engagement, identify and respond to community issues, produce positive outcomes, and create lasting change? The panel here today with us will explore the ideas about how can we ensure an inclusive and dynamic university governance that inspires broad-based community engagement programs, partnerships, and initiatives with local as well as regional communities and neighborhoods in ways that have an impact on society and stimulate local innovation. So I would like to thank all our panel members who join us from different parts of the world, from North America, Europe, of course, India. And, I'll ask them questions one by one and try to enrich our, viewers who join us today on this, very important topic. So I'll start, this discussion with Professor Anthony Monaco, who is president of the Tufts University. And what I would like to you, Professor, is, generally what role do universities play or can play if they don't already as sites of local innovation and meaningful community engagement?
Well, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to join you all. Look, universities give a benefit to individuals, obviously, through their education and how they go on to their careers and give back to society, but they also have an effort, and part of our mission here at Tufts is to work with our local communities to help them endeavor on their needs. And that is, I think, the most important aspect of this type of work is understanding the needs of the community. And to do that, you have to be porous. They have to be able to come into the university and understand where they can find resources and talent they need to for their mission. Many of the government agencies or social fabric only extend so far locally, and there's a lot of nonprofit organizations and local municipalities who need university innovation, person power, organization to achieve some of the things they're doing. So what we did was set up a college within the university, which the Jonathan M. Tisch College of Civic Life, which promotes civic engagement, and it is a clear place where the community can come to find these resources and to partner with the university. And I think we did very well in the pandemic, and I can offer some examples of that later, where we provided testing, vaccination, and other resources to the health needs of our local communities based on this infrastructure that we had already set up over many years.
Thank you very much, Professor Anthony, for that answer. Let me go to Professor Karen Schwartz and ask her, because given that she comes from a slightly different geography from Canada. So what are the interventions at the school level you see universities can take, or they normally do take, which are also sustainable over time? So what Professor Anthony talked about, maybe you can add on and try to give us your perspective on how can these interventions be made more sustainable and scalable.
So I think one of the things that is very important, and I would agree with Dr. Monaco, is that you really have to have a centralized area in your university that coordinates a lot of these activities. I think there are amazing activities going on all over the university. They could be in the business school, they could be in the School of Engineering, but unless you really have a centralized area with resources like a Center for Community Engagement or a college, you don't really have a university commitment to do this in an organized way. The community rather, can get very exhausted from all these different people coming and saying, we want to engage with you, we want to engage with you. But, they can get sort of overcommitted and overengaged, and that really doesn't help anybody. So really having that coordinating body is very important. One thing that we do is we partner with local foundations. So the McConnell Foundation is one of the biggest philanthropic organizations in Canada. And we regularly meet with our community partners to find out what their needs are and their perception of the issues that have to be addressed. And we had a meeting with them talking about how to build back better after the pandemic. And our community partners identified a number of issues that they would like to see the university help them with. So how do they recover from the pandemic? How do you rebuild economic infrastructure, including jobs? How is this hybrid workplace going to work out? What is this model going to look like? What happens to downtown centers when you have a hybrid working model and people aren't going to the big office towers downtown, and the restaurants and the mom and pop shops aren't feeding people? And how do you renew a sense of community when everybody's been locked down in their homes and haven't had all the opportunities to meet and connect and interact? And so our community partners have been reaching out to us to help us, mobilize the knowledge that we create here in the university to help address some of these really important social problems post-pandemic.
Thank you very much. Now from North America, let me go to Europe and let me go to Professor Michael Spence, who joins us from University College London in UK. Now, Professor Karen talked about creating a centralized office, that can coordinate all these activities. But, doing these impactful and meaningful community engagement activities tend to be, easier said than done. There are multiple challenges that universities and, different schools face. So while universities may have the intellectual capital to innovate for creating an impact for their communities, there are challenges that we face, irrespective of the geography. So if Professor Michael, you could sort of elaborate a bit more on, what are the challenges normally universities face, and perhaps what are the ways to overcome these challenges?
So, I think some have already been alluded to, and those have to do with coordination within the university itself. And of course, one of the great things about universities is that they're places of tremendous creative chaos, and academics across the institution will be engaging with all sorts of organisations and in all sorts of ways. But as has been suggested, you do need a focal point on the university side for engagement. But similarly, I think it's important that at an institutional level, you have a focal point for engagement externally too. And so at UCL, we've developed very strong relationships with two of our local councils, one for our main campus and one for our developing campus in the east of London. On the one hand, the Camden Borough Council, and the other, the Newman Council. We have an approach to research and engagement and volunteering with those councils that starts with community need as it is perceived by the council, and then builds projects outwards. And of course, because our relationship with the council is multifaceted, we're a major employer in the area, we are involved in estates development in the area, we are responsible for a big part of the, if you take our staff and students, of the population of these boroughs in one way or another, that it's possible to develop a sustained longitudinal relationship with a particular external body like a local council. So I think it's making sure that you have a, as it were, a dance master on the university side, and for us that's our Vice Provost for London, and making sure on the other side that you have a clear set of institutional level dance partners to whom you make specific commitments, and in particular, commitments that begin with the needs of the local community. Because remember, universities don't, it's just not just in our teaching research that we have impact. We have enormous economic impact in the areas in which we operate. In my last gig at the University of Sydney, we used to routinely monitor the number of jobs that we had created outside the university in any given year. And on average, it was about 36,000 jobs that were created outside the university by the university in its activity in bringing international students to the city, or in the various other ways in which we engage with the community around. So we are major contributors even before you begin to think about our teaching and research.
Thank you, Professor Michael. Let's get a perspective from India in terms of challenges. Now, India represents a very different geography, of course, and what COVID has also, changed the new normal, as we say, right? So a lot of things that we were used to, COVID has changed that, perhaps to some extent permanently. So let me come to Professor Joini and ask her, from an Indian context, what are the challenges that she has faced, while working, in different institutions in terms of making an impact on society?
Sure. Thank you, Mayank. And I teach in a liberal arts school, which has as its ethos, experiential learning and service learning. So this is an integral part of our curriculum. I think, the challenges, and I'll talk from the experience I had really teaching in the previous semester, where I was teaching a field-based service learning course, and where we work with 3 local villages and their primary healthcare and education systems. In normal times, in pre-COVID times, our students go out to the villages, interact with the villagers, with the school stakeholders, with students. And it's an effort on our part really to connect the university with the wider community. Those of you who know where JGU is located, it's a rapidly changing area. The city is pushing its boundaries, but it's also predominantly rural. Our student population and most of us who live here are again mostly from an urban background. So there is this obvious clash. I think what COVID really brought out was in a way, sort of defining these boundaries in more harsh terms. So I'll talk about two things. So I think there are also, interesting ways in which these boundaries can be transcended. And, many of you may be aware of this farmers' protest that's going on for the past 6 months, not very far from the university where they've blocked the highway, and it's a protest against a new government bill that they see is harmful to farming practices in general. During COVID times, when we were all sort of locked up, we found, examples of many of our students, many faculty members, who also reached out first, to the farmers, but also and this was, I think, covered widely in international media about the migrants going back because the lockdown in India was so sudden that many migrants who lived elsewhere were stranded. So help was extended there. In terms of courses, I think one challenge that we sort of worked around was trying to visit those of us who remained near the university, kept up the connection with the local villages. And we went out and, did our interviews, interacted with them, compared notes on, how education was different. And this is, I think, where the stark differences, become very clear. At JDU, most of our students, their education have not been hampered because we made that online transition very successfully. But these villages that we went to had completely shut down. Teachers had lost, access to their students, and then they painstakingly, reconnected with those students. So I think COVID has really made these boundaries much harsher, much clearer. But again, there are ways I feel that we can work around these. The other challenge that I see that's prevalent in non-COVID times as well is that this sort of a community engagement is quite intensive. It demands energy, it demands time, it demands some finances also from the university's side, and of course commitment. So I think the suggestion that was made about a centralized office that coordinates these activities was good, and I think would go a long way to address the challenges that have come through during COVID times.
Thank you very much, Joanna, for that insight. From a different geographical context. Of course, having a centralized office and making sure that coordinates activities, perhaps also would lead to better engagement, better impact. Now, going back to Professor Anthony Monaco, given his experience, what I would like to ask is, what are the new innovations that he sees in this space that universities can possibly do? Can some of those innovations be brought about, in developing countries' context? Because of course, universities that are very old, well established, their finances, tend to be in a different league. They have, a lot of support ecosystem, which might not be true for many other universities. So centralized office could be one other way, but what are some of the innovations that could help younger universities engage with their communities in a better way? Professor
Well, many of the problems are local and many of the solutions are local. So one approach we've taken is to be involved with other universities worldwide who have this as part of their mission. And this is called the Tharoor Network for Engaged Universities. It has close to 400 members, and they also have regional networks. And in those regional networks, many universities, some are very experienced at doing this, others just getting started, can get together and share best practices. Their students get to know each other and even collaborate on projects. So I think that's one way to approach this, is to learn globally from others, but also learn regionally and locally, because that's where the needs and problems are, and others are probably working on the same solutions.
All right. So, this idea of, having a mission statement that perhaps reflects the intent to engage with communities makes a lot of sense. Kieran, coming back to you. So, we see a lot of accreditation agencies and a lot of accreditation that different, schools and universities go through. They place a lot of emphasis on, community impact, and what are the activities and what is the impact, being done at the end of all these activities. So what is your sense of, how, the universities and schools can possibly sort of, write their mission and vision statements, and to some extent their strategies also, in order to make sure that, that community engagement, that impact, more importantly, becomes a, major part of their thought process?
Thank you. Well, community engagement is a huge part of our current strategic plan. And we really operationalize it in a way that looks at impact, so that we are making impact in our communities in very different ways. But how I was going to respond to that is, I think for us, education is organized through the provinces. And the provincial government can play a very important role in, our provincial government is very interested in experiential learning and in having students in the community as a way to, get better job readiness skills and things like that. And so that ensures that, because that's where our funding comes from, and we have metrics from the government that we have to meet in terms of experiential learning. But I also think the provincial government needs to look at community engagement in terms of service to the community, as well as creating skills for employment within our students. And so if all of the outcome measures are related to students getting jobs and students getting the skills they need to get the jobs, I think we're missing an important piece, which is the service to the community, which is helping community address some of the problems of inequity that have been exacerbated during the pandemic, because we've seen that certain groups have not gotten as ill, have better access to vaccinations, whereas other groups of society have, have more frequent deaths and hospitalizations, less uptake of vaccinations. So I think the provincial government has a role in kind of sort of setting the tone, not just job readiness, but also being good civic citizens and giving back to society.
Thank you very much, Karen. Coming to Michael now. And, this innovation is so very important in this particular space of community engagement. So from a UK perspective, maybe Michael, would you like to, shed some light on some of the innovations that, you experience, something that you think would actually make a lot of difference for, universities in making sure they engage effectively with their communities?
Look, I think it's hard to point to a particular innovation and say this is the silver bullet, and that's because it really is about the deep culture of the institution in almost everything that it does. So universities we know are places that both create new knowledge and disseminate that knowledge in education and in research and all the rest of it. But they're also places that where it's possible to harvest the intellectual resources of the university to address issues that communities, national, local, international, are facing. Now, if you see so-called engagement as a kind of third leg activity, you do your research, you do your education, and then you do your community engagement. That is, if it's an add-on and a nice to do, it's never really going to be taken seriously by anybody in your community, nor is it likely to be impactful. But if you say, what is the institution's social license to operate? A part of our social license to operate is that communities can see not only that we are creating knowledge that is interesting, but also that we're in some ways creating knowledge that's useful and that's deep to the DNA of UCL. We were founded in the early 19th century as a part of a movement in the UK towards useful knowledge, that we're interested in creating knowledge that's useful and seeing it used, then that begins to affect the way you do staff rewards, the way that you think about promotion, the way you think about what counts in the institution, the things you boast about, and that begins to impact on the culture of who you are. And as it impacts on the culture of who you are, as it impacts on the internal culture, it also shifts the nature of your dialogue with the communities that you serve. Because in the add-on model, in that you do community engagement, it's all marked by kind of saviour syndrome. And in that it involves work overseas, it can be the worst of imperialist saviour syndrome as well. But if it's a part of your DNA, then the needs, the interests, the demand, the expertise of the communities with whom you're partnering begins to shape the work that you do as well. And not just in setting the questions that you address, but in also thinking about how you address them. So one of the things we're doing in that space, for example, is widespread researcher training in community-led and community-engaged research, and saying, as an institution, this is a particular kind of research we really value. So I think it's a very long-winded answer to your simple question. I'd love it if I could say, here is the innovation that's going to really make a difference. But I think it's more guerrilla warfare. It's more about thinking about every aspect of your activity and saying, does this send the message that whether or not what we do makes a difference in the lives of people in our local community and beyond matters? Or does this draw up the drawbridge and say, so long as we're content with ourselves and content reading articles that nobody ever reads, writing articles that nobody ever reads, does it send the tower mentality?
Michael, you raise a very important point here that, if it's just going to be add-on, it's never going to actually take off. And universities primarily, in terms of the main activities that they do is research, teaching, a bit of admin, but then community engagement, even though it's extremely important, because the right thing to do, but, it's sort of always, for many institutions, they find it hard to sort of, align their activities so that, the faculty staff or the stakeholders are interested in doing such activities. Let me come to Joanie now. Joanie talked about engaging with the, local communities. So in terms of interventions required in terms of, making sure that, this community engagement making a positive impact in society, that's become the center stage of, who you are as a university. And in terms of the interventions that you can do, is it curriculum change? Is it, projects? What are the other things that, we possibly at GCUB we have done to make sure that we make an impact in the society?
Yeah. I think it certainly has to be integrated in the curriculum, because there are two sides to it. I think what Professor Spence spoke about is institutional ethos pushing research to have more impact and more impact within the local community. I think as researchers, as teachers, that's where we can intervene. But the students of a university are also an important part. And I feel some sort of communication needs to happen between the students who are there and the outside world. So wherever in the world a student's going to university, they need to be aware of the local context. They need to appreciate the history of that particular place. They need to be aware of the different kinds of projects that the university has initiated in this area. And part of it is definitely integrated within the curriculum. And I think at JGU, we've done this, not just in the School of Liberal Arts, where I'm based, where it is a compulsory course. All students find this course actually quite, eye-opening and very, very fulfilling as well. But in the law school, there's a legal aid clinic course where, budding lawyers alongside established lawyers also extend help to the local community. So I think it's an overall impact. And, I had a thought that I would like to put out, and maybe we can have, more conversation on that. And this is really, I was thinking about the title of our panel today, where the word local is really prominent. And of course, whenever we talk about public engagement or community engagement or local engagement, the word local is predominant and is at the core of it. But at the same time, all universities across the world are emphasizing internationalization in a very big way. And I think it's important not to keep public engagement or community engagement just at the level of the local. And there are, like universities in the UK, in the US, in Australia, Canada, of course. There are projects, research projects that are based, let's say, in the global south. But even locally, these sort of internationalization could have an impact. And I'm thinking of a particular example, but this could maybe be broadened wider to see how we can integrate our internationalization policy with local engagement as well. And, JSLH was part of an Erasmus Plus grant with Queen Mary University of London. And it was a staff as well as student exchange. And we worked with, Professor Alison Blunt came with Janetka Platoon, who was an artist working on a project called The Globe. And she had created this copper sphere, literally a globe. At Queen Mary, that was a project looking into ideas of home and belonging, and particularly, engaging with Queen Mary's commitment to the local East End in London and trying and understanding migration and how that changes ideas of home. But through this grant, Globe came to India. Unfortunately, because of some customs issues, the actual Globe could not come to JGU. It did arrive at Delhi. But we went actually to these villages that we work with as part of our ID3 or interdisciplinary 3 course. And Janetka Platoon, the artist, conducted a globe making workshop with the school children there. And the kind of ideas of home in a very different geographical context really opened up possibilities for these students. So this is just one example, but I strongly feel that, again, if we are to act on the word local as well, whether it's universities in the global south or in the global north, this sort of internationalization needs to weave its way into the local community as well.
Very important points there, Joyny. Coming back to Professor Anthony, Joyny of course talked about local, that even though universities seem to have normally these days a very international approach in terms of its programs, the students, faculty base, but this idea of being rooted in the local community is so very important. Now, we are receiving a lot of questions from our audience as well. So, let me just, ask you one question that, out of, quite a bunch that we have received. So, one of our, attendees is asking is, setting up College of Civic Life is a great idea, but how do you think that non-STEM, purely arts-based universities can contribute to community meaningfully, particularly in the crisis situation like the current one? Professor Anthony.
Well, our students and faculty are not only contributing in STEM areas in the community, there's many educational areas, helping newly arrived immigrants navigate, different services in the US. There's many avenues that our social science and humanities colleagues and students engage in projects working with local communities, including our College of Arts, really doing a lot of artistic expression around social justice issues. So it's not limited to STEM. I think what we saw during the pandemic is that many of our STEM colleagues really had a major role to play in trying to get testing set up and helping our local communities keep safe. But also there were operational people. We had military fellows at our Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy who helped many of our local hospitals and municipalities with their logistics knowledge, just navigate long queues to get into testing, to get into the hospitals. There was many things that we could offer. So it's not limited to STEM subjects by a long shot.
Right. Professor Kiran, so Professor Anthony talked about, this COVID and that being an opportunity to sort of, help communities, from students belonging to sciences and technology schools. But, in a normal times, do you think, there are certain interventions that can be made in pedagogy to sort of, nudge the students and the schools and the university to make a bigger impact for external stakeholders? So what kind of pedagogical interventions you think can possibly improve this involvement and positive impact in the society?
So I think that having experiential learning and community engagement being a required part of your course certainly encourages students to be involved. I taught a course on community-based research. I'm from the School of Social Work at my university. And so we went to local community organizations and asked them what their research needs were that they couldn't fulfill themselves. And then groups of students would go out in the community and work with these social service organizations, helping them with their research needs. I would like to get back to Johnny's point about international community engagement, because that's an important part of my portfolio. And I also think it's very important to be engaged, but remembering the issue of reciprocity. So, making sure that whatever community we engage with feels like they're getting something out of the bargain. And we've been able to do that virtually during the pandemic. So as an example, one of our engineering professors, who's an expert on waste treatment, got involved with a small community in Ecuador. And last year, the students did an evaluation of their waste treatment center and found that it was severely lacking. Even though they had one, it wasn't working very well. And so they started to educate the community about passive wastewater treatment. And so we're hoping to get some funding for them. And if things open up, another group of students can go into that community and develop this passive wastewater system. And so I think it's very possible to be engaged in communities internationally. And one of the positive things in a way from the pandemic is that we've learned how much we can do virtually. Like virtual conferences, we've been meeting with our international community partners virtually and even, at the local community level so that we can continue to engage and continue to have our students make a contribution.
It's also not, just to butt in, it's also a great opportunity to think in an interdisciplinary way, to give a student an interdisciplinary experience as well as, because of course most of the problems that these communities face don't fall into a neat disciplinary box. And so at the University of Sydney, we made it compulsory for every undergraduate to participate in a project where in a multidisciplinary team of both academics and students, they worked with a company or civil society organisation in Australia, India, China, Italy, France, the United States or the United Kingdom. To solve a genuine strategic problem that the organisation was facing. And that could have been a major multinational, or it could have been a community-based grassroots organisation. But that capacity to bring together engaged research and learning in a multidisciplinary context, and in a context where often there was an international dimension as well, and therefore you were needing to work on the cultural competence of the students as well as all the rest of it. It was just a rich learning of environment, activity of a kind that it's very difficult to replicate in a classroom with a textbook.
I totally agree. And all of, if you think of the sciences, they all have public policy implications. And so bringing together the people who create those policies with the scientists, with the humanities, I agree that multidisciplinary approach is very rich. And it's also something that we encourage greatly. The idea of making it compulsory is brilliant.
Right. Now, given the limited time, we have about 15 minutes left. So I would like to bring in another aspect to our discussion about industry collaborations. Let me direct this question to Professor Michael. And ask his perspective on what role he thinks that industry collaborations can play in giving impetus to university community engagement.
I think there are a huge variety of ways in which industry collaboration can assist, both obviously at the sort of research and innovation level, but also industry collaboration in education and training, both for staff of the industrial organisation, but also for students in the industrial context. And given that most firms these days are thinking of at least their triple bottom line, and not just their ability to maximise profit, the opportunity to work with industrial organisations for the benefit of particular communities is huge, and obviously gives the university a different kind of resource base.
Right. Professor Anthony Monaco, let me ask you your perspectives on this particular point of how industry collaborations can be leveraged effectively, making sure that the university, engages with the community better. How do we bring in the industry side of it?
Well, two ways that I think we're helping industry understand their responsibility is by graduating students who understand their role as citizens of the world. So when they join these companies, many of our students, the first thing want to find out is, where's the social responsibility office? What is my company doing, for the community? And then a lot of the interactions come through younger, employees who want to do this stuff through these offices, and then they engage with universities and other local nonprofits. Another way is that sometimes you need certain talent or IT or something from a company that's related to a community need, well, you can easily set up those partnerships. That's probably harder to resource and find, but they are in plenty, certainly in the Boston area, tech and biotech companies that are interested in helping their local communities. It's more of an ethos now than it was in the past.
Right. Joining, India obviously presents a different context. So, what do you think this pandemic has taught us in terms of, the role the universities can have, in terms of contributing effectively, in making a positive impact? So, our participants, you only talked about, the farmer protest, how, the universities try to help different stakeholders. Of course, the pandemic situation presents a very different challenge. It's still ongoing. So what are the ways in which, universities can help during, extraordinary situations like, the COVID-19 situation has shown us?
Well, firstly, and I think JGU does this already, to see the university as a community in itself. So a residential university such as JGU, there are different stakeholders. There are the students, of course, the faculty members, but also other, informal workers who come in, let's say, from nearby villages. I think during the pandemic, one big way, and this probably applies to many other, private universities across India, is also the push towards the vaccination program. And I think this may not be, very evident in the West, where, the government has sort of managed the vaccination program. But here, I think looking after the community, but also I think in terms of jobs, the university, I think it was Professor Monaco or Professor Spence who mentioned that the university is a big job provider. Sort of safeguarding jobs during the pandemic, because it's also the economic effects are beginning, and I think this shift to
recording stopped.
The shift
recording in progress.
Education has been just the privilege of few. And some of the teachers that we spoke to in these rural areas suggested that our students help create apps or make little videos that could be maybe put on YouTube. And of course, availability of smartphones is a huge problem even for many people in rural areas. But those sort of just short classes maybe that could be put on YouTube that teachers could use, because it's part of teacher training. And at JGU in JSLH, in the School of Liberal Arts, we've also organized teacher training for these local communities. So there are, many challenges posed by the pandemic, but I think it also offers us a chance to really show what we mean by community engagement and put it into practice.
Right. Professor Karen, I wanted to ask you, universities, how can they cater to the vulnerable communities? You talked about, the pandemic, and of course, that, presented an opportunity to, extend help to different stakeholders. But during, normal times, how do you think that universities can, be able to, offer help the needy, especially the vulnerable communities?
Well, I think they're all part of our community. And so, and students from those communities are present in our university. So the students can provide a lot of guidance to us in terms of what their community's needs are. So we have Muslim student organizations, we have student organizations from all of these different communities. And often they can give us an inroad into the community and understand very clearly what the community needs are and help sort of stimulate and motivate the university. As well, our faculty members come from many, many different communities. We're very multicultural, many different ethnic and racial groups are represented. And so the faculty members also provide that. We have a large Indigenous community, and so we have an Office of Indigenous Initiatives, we have an Indigenous strategic plan. Truth and Reconciliation is a large movement that's going on in Canada right now. And so our Indigenous strategic plan addresses truth and reconciliation and what every faculty member and every department can do to incorporate Indigenous ways of knowing into our curriculum, incorporate, make sure that we have an adequate representation of Indigenous faculty, of Indigenous students. So I think it can start at the student level where they can let us know about their community needs, but it also has to be integrated at the top levels of the university. So the Associate Vice President who's in charge of Indigenous initiatives reports to the provost. So there's a lot of university sanction and power behind that position. The whole university has adopted the strategic plan. We're all thinking about truth and reconciliation. So it can be a bottom-up as well as a top-down process at the same time.
Right. Professor Anthony, let me come back to you here. Now, community-based participatory research has emerged to be a way to promote community engagement. Though there is often an assumption that the researcher is the expert and it's basically a one-way flow. Do you think that there is a need to question this assumption? Do you think that communities can also become the site of new knowledge production, informing researchers at the university? So in other words, does community engagement in fact help improve the quality of education and innovation capabilities at the university?
Yes, I think Michael discussed this really well in the sense of understanding the needs of the community, but also if they want to be involved in research, they need the tools and the assessment tools. They have to understand how to engage with faculty to do this properly and students. And I think the university, if set up properly, can do this very well. And we found that there's much more government funding for community-based participatory research compared to when I started 10 years ago. And many more of our faculty members are securing funds to do this type of work.
Right. Michael, coming to you, from a UK context, you talked about, strategy and linking it with the vision. So if you talk about linking this community-based research projects, perhaps with the vision and mission of an organization, in this case, a university, and its strategy, as the third aspect of it. So how do you link it all together? How do you make sure that, you're doing, quality research, impactful research that makes a positive contribution? And how do you perhaps link it with the strategy of a university?
I think that the strategy of a university in both education and research obviously has to be T-shaped. We believe that the methodologies of the core disciplines have epistemic power, and that you need to know something about something to know anything about anything. And therefore, it's really important that we pursue knowledge for its own sake, and that we understand and that we have strong disciplines in our institutions. But we also know that the issues that our community are facing are almost inevitably multidisciplinary, and that in order to work effectively once they leave the university, students need to be able to think outside their disciplinary box, and that's something increasingly that employers and others are expecting them to have experience of, not when they're on their first multidisciplinary team or multi-professional team at work, but actually in the university as well. And therefore, a university needs to achieve a balance between what you might call its problem structured and it's disciplinary structured work. And I think finding that balance is a key issue, and investing well in, as it were, the horizontal and the vertical of the T, and shaping your curriculum well around both horizontal and the vertical of the T. That is the core strategic task for an institution. And so in that context, the community engagement obviously becomes more important in the problem-focused work than it is in the disciplinary work, except that the best problem-focused work is going to be asking questions of your methodologies, pushing questions back to your core disciplines to help people to think through things differently. You know? And there are areas where that's just that everybody's investing in at the moment, where that's happening apace. You know, think about data science. For a long time, data scientists engaged in rather arcane methodological debates. And then data science became everybody's business. And the question was not just whether or not the methodology was clever, but whether or not it worked, confronted with the messy reality of this particular context or that particular intellectual problem. And that led to improvements in data science methodology. Well, I think that dynamic between our disciplinary work and our problem-focused work happens in almost every discipline. And so good, engaged research and teaching improves practice. Similarly, it's the case that many of the local issues that we confront raise universalizable intellectual questions or give rise to potentially generalizable solutions. So many of the problems that we're working with Newman Council in East London are problems faced by large post-industrial urban centres in all sorts of parts of the world. Now, obviously, they need to be adapted to local conditions and all the rest of it. But I don't think there's a tension between the quality of our work and engagement. Strategically, I think high quality engagement actually improves our work in both research and education. But you have to be fussy. You know, not every research project should be being done by a university.
True. Now, Kieran, let me, we just have a couple of minutes left, so we are pretty much at the end of our conversation. Now, Michael talked about multidisciplinarity, and obviously, problems don't come defined within functional boundaries. And that is so very true nowadays when we see a very complex world, a very dynamic world that, Michael was talking about. So what's your sense of how, multidisciplinarity and multidisciplinary education helps people innovate better? Because innovation, of course, is one of the, important themes that we are looking at, of course, in a context of making positive impact in society. But generally speaking, as a university, how do you think multidisciplinary education helps students innovate better?
So I think it's a challenge to get faculty members to operate outside of their discipline. I think that we're trained and we're engrossed in our discipline. That's how we think. And so I think there's got to be structures built in place to help people do that. So we have funding for groups of faculty from multiple disciplines to start research centers so that they can start collaborating together and thinking about things from multiple perspectives. I think, as I said before, there's a policy element to just about anything, especially different scientific investigations, cybersecurity, data science, all of those things have to be looked at from a multidisciplinary perspective. Because with data science, the whole thing now about vaccine passports. So that can be a collection of data. There are impacts on people's privacy, on security. How do you store the data? How do you keep it safe? What are the policy implications? So this is an example of, if you look at a problem from a multidisciplinary perspective, whatever solution is going to be put in place is going to be thought out from these different perspectives and will be a better and innovative solution. So I think you have to help faculty members think outside their disciplinary boxes and collaborate. We do that with research centers. We have courses that are taught by faculty members from different disciplines and different faculty. Engineering and public policy collaborate to teach a course on sustainability. Sociology and the sciences collaborate. Our School of Public Policy collaborates with everybody. So if you build that into the DNA of the university, you have research centers that look at problems from that perspective, I think you're going to come out with innovative solutions because the policy impacts are going to be considered and the cybersecurity impacts are going to be considered. All of those things will be considered as you approach problems.
Thank you very much, Kiran. We have questions pouring in from our audience, but unfortunately, we have just run out of time. So I would like to thank all of you for taking time out for this wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you very much on behalf of OP Jindal Global University. Thank you.
Ma'am, we are live.
Well, a very good afternoon, a very good evening, a very good morning to you all, depending on where you are tuning in from. A very warm welcome to this particular panel on the power of youth, harnessing the strength of students for institution building and community impact. We are very, very fortunate to have with us 4 very distinguished panelists. And briefly, I would like to talk about the panel. What is it that the panel is going to focus on? I will introduce the panelists also briefly, and then we can move on to the discussion. We have with us today Professor Dr. Charmaine Dean, Vice President, Research and International, University of Waterloo, Canada. Professor Joe Cicciaro, Senior Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Wollongong, Australia. Professor Dr. Peter Andre Alt, President, German Rectors Conference, Germany. Professor Dr. Ellen Shepherd, President and Vice Chancellor, Western University, Canada. We are so very happy to welcome all of you to this panel. To briefly introduce the panel and the conversation that we have been having in this conference about the universities of the future. Now, a conversation on University of the future is sort of incomplete if one doesn't talk about institutional building. And institutional building, as we have been engaging with in the past few sessions, is not only about high quality education, research, international exposure, but a huge and significant aspect of institutional building is partnerships with the local community. It is critical for universities to connect their students with the local community, to assist them to understand the issues that exist in the community, to equip them to develop a sustainable model that will aid in the solution of these issues. So how do we develop a mutually beneficial relationship with local communities and envisage the pursuit of a shared goal? Some universities have set up extension offices where students can use their research knowledge and skills to help the local community. In turn, students will also get some kind of practical experience. These extension offices, which are normally situated outside of the campuses, are dedicated to assisting individuals, local industries, and local communities in resolving issues, developing skills, and establishing a brighter future. They seek to increase human capacity through education programs and technical information that results in improved knowledge and habits, as well as through system and infrastructural development. These extension officers are devoted to solving water, health, food, community vitality, leadership development challenges, a host of issues, thereby harnessing the power of the youth for community engagement. So this particular panel would discuss how should universities harness the strength of students and promote research for knowledge production and tangible community impact. So that is what we are going to be focusing on for this particular panel. We have a set of questions. I'm going to open with the first question, and we're going to go to each of the panelists, and each of the panelists could perhaps give their comments, ideas, and thoughts for around 3-4 minutes. We would try and move from question to question, and last 15 minutes, we would try and keep a Q&A. Now, the first question that I want to open with, that I want to throw to the panelists here, is what kind of strategies can universities adopt to mobilize students for institution building and community services? How will we need to rethink such initiatives of student engagement in the post-pandemic world? If I may start with Professor Dr. Charmaine Dean.
Thank you so much. I want to give a little bit of context about the University of Waterloo. And in fact, most universities right now are engaging in this sort of activity. We were built by business leaders from our local community with a clear emphasis that students need to be trained both in the classroom and in the community. So we call it a co-op program, and all the institutions represented here have similar sorts of co-op and internship programs. It's really fundamental to the training that we provide, that the students alternate experiences, work in the community, bring that back to the learning environment at the institution, and then cycle through that through the whole career. So at the end of the career at the institution, we're talking maybe 6 co-op experiences outside the institution. The nice thing about this is that there's a feedback loop. There is an opportunity for our faculty members to talk about the experiences outside. We have 22,000 students every year outside the institution to talk about what they're doing, and then reframe the learning environment academically in order to support what we see the community needs. And of course, there are a variety of programs that will integrate students' ability to perform well in the community through work experience programs, developing CV, professional training, etc. So I know that this is also true at the other institutions, but given that it is fundamental to the University of Waterloo, I thought I would highlight it right at the start.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Charmaine, for that. And it is, I think, 2 things that I take away from what you said. One is that the emphasis that University of Waterloo places on experiences both inside and outside the classroom. And I think what is also interesting is what you spoke about, the feedback loop. Where there is a possibility of reframing and constantly looking at the goals and the way to achieve them by being part of this feedback loop where the faculty and the students involved in this process together. So thank you for that, Professor. May I go to now Professor Dr. Peter Andre Alt for his views on the question.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. When I go back in my personal memory to the time when I was a student in the late 70s, early 80s, I remember well that we had a lot of time. We had study obligations which were not that tight, and this enabled us to actively to promote our interests either in political field or in social obligation. Now things are much more perfectly organized, and the study programs are focusing on such kind of practical experience. And when I take a look at the study programs of my university, I've been president of between 2010 and 2018, Freie Universität Berlin. 15% of our bachelor program components are consisting of internships, enabling the students to gather practical experience, to win practical experience, either in NGOs or in private industries. These practical components are very important. They have to learn about the working environments they are facing later after they're having accomplished their studies, and they have to report on that. And the seminars are offering enough platforms to exchange experiences. So I think this has been a kind of formal process within the reform of the study programs in Germany, which were theoretically focused in the 70s and 80s. And then we had this change via a reform process in the late 90s, last century, focusing on much more practical experience, according to the fact that a permanent increasing ratio of young people was going to university, was being enrolled, and they were aiming at gathering more practical experience than further generations. So I think this is quite a good idea to organize this in study programs, to offer hands-on experience, regardless whether you are enrolled in social sciences, humanities, or sciences and engineering. In engineering, we had always this internship components, but now this is a comprehensive dimension as part of the syllabus of instruction. and this works quite well. And the young generation is not only interested in that, they are demanding such components. My generation was much more theoretical focused. Now we learn from the students' interventions that we must offer such coursework and such components in our study programs. And I think a second component is the political interest of students, but this is left to another question, I think, and we can discuss this a little bit later, because outreach is not only about practical experience, it's also about social commitment in general, I think.
Thank you so very much. Yes, absolutely. I think that the orientation of the way educational institutions are now looking at internships, looking at practical experiences that students have as part of their curriculum has certainly changed. There is more and more focus, and there is more and more demand by students increasingly to be able to be part of such practical experiences. So, so to speak, to bring theory and praxis together is something that is increasingly the focus of academic curriculum in educational institutions, particularly in educational institutions, higher educational institutions today. And perhaps it is also important and that we take this up for conversation at a later time in our discussion as to how much of this emphasis on this practical experience stems from the need to have practice-based knowledge, but also at the same time to have, comes from a sense of social commitment, comes from a sense of a social commitment to engage with the communities within which we live. So with that, I would like to go to Professor Joe Cicciaro to kindly share his comments.
Thank you. Like Waterloo and what Professor Sharma and Dean said, University of Wollongong is very similar to Waterloo. In fact, when you look at Wollongong, it's a heavy industry and mining city. And the university, the city actually lobbied to have a university be established at Wollongong in order to serve the local community. So right from its inception, the university, the DNA of the university was around community engagement. And, I just want to take a slightly different tack just to talk about our approach. It all comes down and boils down to what sort of relationship the university has with its student body. And at Wollongong, I think the staff, and particularly the academic staff, take community engagement very seriously and institutional building very seriously. And we see our students as an extension of staff. So when you look at our strategic plan, right at the epicenter of that strategic plan, we say that we see our students as trusted partners. In other words, an extension of the university. And we actually see that we have a shared responsibility for their educational journey, which obviously means engaging with community, getting experience, real life experience, and blending that with the educational experience that the university provides. So I think it's a symbiotic relationship between what the staff are trying to do in terms of its institutional building, community engagement, and allowing the students and empowering the students to also contribute to that. And I think the community embraces that very well. And so I think in many ways we're a living embodiment of this concept.
Thank you for those thoughts. I believe the point that I take away from your insights is that the relationship between university and the student community, and you spoke of that as a relationship which is based on trust, a relationship which is a shared relationship, it is a partnership, and therefore it is a shared responsibility. And I think it is an interesting point to be made, and particularly, and I think in the next round we can perhaps take this up, in view of the pandemic, how do we see a shift in this relationship? Do we see a shift in the relationship between the universities and the local communities and the engagements that are there in place does the pandemic pose a challenge, or does the pandemic come as also something that provides an opportunity to a more enhanced kind of engagement with local communities? Perhaps this is something we could talk about in light of this comment about the relationship of university and the student body on one hand, and the relationship between the university student community and local communities on the other. With that, I would like to go to Professor Dr. Ellen Shepherd for his comments on this question.
Thank you so much, and pleasure to be with you all. Before I moved to London, Canada, I was in Montreal, where I was president of another university for 7 years. So I'm starting my 10th year as university president. And what strikes me about working in both of those communities is how deeply important it is to the local community to have these partnerships and this engagement. Professor Alt said students are demanding these relationships, and I agree with that absolutely. I'm interested in the history of higher education, at least higher education in the West. I don't know as much about Indian higher education, but it's clear if you look over the last, say, 1,000 years, most universities started out as places where you had a gate around the institution, and the idea was to retreat from the community, to go inside to make special knowledge. And now, 1,000 years later, it's just the opposite. It's not to retreat, but it's to be out in the community. We don't need to persuade students of the importance of these connections, but sometimes I think we still need to persuade community leaders and industry leaders. There are those industries that have had long engagement with our students around internships, co-op programs, and so forth. But there are many, many other opportunities that we're still missing, feels to me, that we're still missing to engage locally in our community building. So some disciplines, engineering notably, business typically, have very strong bridges already. But there are lots of disciplines out there where the students' educational experience would be so enriched, and the community would also be strengthened by finding new pathways. And so one of the focuses here at Western in our own new strategic plan is to ensure that all students who are studying at the university, we have about 40,000 students, that all students have a community building experience during their educational journey with us. And that includes humanities students, social sciences students, and so forth. So while some of them, the pathways are obvious, if you're a nursing student or you're a commerce student or whatnot, medical student, but if you're studying in the humanities, let's say, how can we provide a meaningful experience also for those students? I think it's a very interesting question as we kind of invert the university from the being huddled together to being out in the world. And I think also that has incredibly powerful political ramifications for how we're funded, how people see us, how the citizens want to help us as we help them. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Shepherd, for that. And I think it is important that you highlighted how significant it is from the point of view of the local communities as well, this kind of engagement, how it is equally important for local communities that these engagements are carried out. And with that, actually, I would like to flag the second question for the panel, which is how do you see this engagement that we're talking about in terms of institutional building, in terms of university and student engagement with local communities? How does this play out in the context of the pandemic that we are all currently experiencing? What role can the universities play in leveraging the intellectual capital available in terms of the large student population to support during such times of crisis? And what could be the possible challenges in engaging with community partnerships during times such as the ones that we live in? So Professor Dr. Sharmeen Dean, if I could come to you first to hear your thoughts on this question.
Thanks very much. One of the interesting features of our strong emphasis on the core program is that as students move in and out of the industry, I liked what Professor Shikaro said about the student-centered approach. What happens at our institution, we see that students come up with their own ideas They not necessarily interested in simply working for industry. They are interested in fostering their own ideas through entrepreneurship and commercialization. And that's also, it's probably driven by our co-op focus, but it's also a fundamental at Waterloo. It's built on the competitive assets that we have with our bright students and also the students circling through the co-op experience and coming up with ideas, but it's also funneled through the whole IP policy that we have at the institution that's creator owned. So from students to faculty members, whatever ideas they develop are their own to push forward on. One of the interesting things that's happened through the pandemic is the pivoting of some of these. And I'd like to connect into also Professor Alt's comments about his youth and his political side and getting involved in governance. We know that students are really interested in the social side, and sustainable development goals are becoming so important for all of our communities. One of our entrepreneurial offices is called Greenhouse, and it's an area where students have the opportunity to come up with ideas that will form sustainable communities. So it's all about entrepreneurship for sustainable communities. And the other thing that I'll mention here is that there's been a lot of pivoting in the pandemic to support our local communities. So we saw a lot of our entrepreneurs dropping their particular product for a while in order to develop new tools. So for testing groundwater, or simple things like developing a recess program for students who are in the schools, and to help the teachers, because the students are on Zoom all day long and the teachers are unsure what to do. So we had a whole variety of pivoting to help in the classroom, but also to develop recess programs, mental health programs. So I'd say that the entrepreneurship aspect of our students has really harnessed the strengths generally for our communities, and also socially, but also particularly during the pandemic to see what do communities need and how can our young people help them.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I think it is fascinating how the pandemic has forced whether it is educational institutions or other such institutions, to actually think outside the box, to innovate, and as you said, to pivot into other modes of engaging with the community. For example, what you spoke about, engaging with sustainable development with the community, to helping teachers with the Zoom classes, and to bring out new ideas and innovations in order to be able to respond to the crisis that we have in new and imaginative ways. So thank you, Professor Shaman, for that. May I go to Professor Dr. Peter Andre Alt for his views?
Thank you very much. I think the pandemic and the social crisis which is derived from it gives us a very ambivalent picture also of students' commitment for social services. On the one hand, the crisis has hampered and confined social activities and has focused on more virtual approaches. We have many platforms in our universities discussing, debating strategies for later activities, for future activities. So we are collecting, we are shaping ideas. There's a lot of creativity, but the students are very much suffering from the fact that they cannot that actively promote their ideas, actually. We feel, on the other hand, an increasing motivation for social commitment. And I share Chairman Dean's impression and observation. Also in Germany, students are very active in helping campaigns. They are, for instance, as students volunteers helping building in vaccination centers on campus. So we're trying to open German universities in the next semester in autumn. And we do this by actively promoting a vaccination campaign, particularly for students. And this goes by establishing centers on campus, helped by university clinicians and many other supporters, and the students are very active here. And the students are also active in the issues which have been mentioned. Major topic is definitely sustainability. Many German universities have established green centers, many of them launched by students. When it comes to public outreach, I should also mention many activities in startups. So many startups are involved in energy questions, in ecology, in sustainability issues. So students are very active here. And I think we have to take advantage of these manifold ideas they bring on the table. It's quite easy, I think, to participate in this energy. We are trying to form certain contests of best ideas in sustainably establishing new startups, and we try also to be a role model. I think universities must be a role model here in sustainably providing energy and many other aspects of that. So I think there is a high potential. There is a high motivation, and even though the pandemic has to a certain extent blocked many activities, I think in a couple of months, I'm very optimistic here, we can really take advantage of the students' ideas and creativity in all these fields again.
Thank you for those truly optimistic views, which is, it makes me think about when the second wave of the pandemic hit India, which was a devastating wave, which all of us had to go through. The students actually across universities in India, in many instances, came together, set up helplines, for oxygen supply, for emergency healthcare. There were helplines being set up where you could call the students. They were directing people, all through online modes, but they did come together and sort of innovated and extended all kinds of support that could be extended at that point of time. So I completely agree and share with that optimism, and that there is high potential and there is high level of motivation that is there in the youth. And it is extremely important that that potential and that motivation be harnessed. With that, can I go to Professor Joe Cicciaro to hear his comments on this matter?
Okay, thank you. Look, like all the other universities represented here, and many universities, the University of Wollongong also has a very rich cadre of initiatives and programs of students engaging with the local community. But I wanted to use, it's beyond what a single university does within its own community. I think that we've now, there are much more sophisticated things happening. And I'd like to draw the attention, it just came to my mind now that on the second page of our local newspaper today, there was a whole page on the 180-degree consulting group, which is a University of Wollongong group. Now, this group grew out of the University of Sydney. It was a single student in 2007, and the objective was to provide student expertise and experience as a consulting service, focusing on not-for-profit organisations, charities and social enterprises. Now, that since 2007, that this 180 degrees consulting group has expanded to about 170 groups around the world, and in 36 countries. And I know Waterloo is there, has got a group, I think Charmaine. I know that, for example, IIT Kharagpur and IIT Madras also has a group. Now, what the story that was in the newspaper today in Wollongong was that during the pandemic, the needs, this group has been doing a roaring engagement with these charities because they've been stretched to the limit. And so they've been doing a huge amount of work with the charities and the not-for-profits around business improvement and logistics because of just the impact of the pandemic. And before that, we also had some very significant devastating bushfires. So I think here's an example of the university, creating its own community engagement platforms and mechanisms, but also sort of encouraging students to establish to engage with similar organisations in other universities where they share that knowledge globally. I mean, the impact of this group globally is quite significant. There's over 10,000 students engaged in this thing around the globe. So again, I'm just giving an example of community engagement and the power of students, and in this case, those that are focused on charities and not-for-profits and the contribution and impact they can make. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it is truly fantastic. Thank you for that. May I now go to Professor Alan Shepard for his comments on this question?
Thank you. Well, a lot's been said already. I thought I would add just one point, which was around the power of online outreach and how that's shifted in the pandemic for our students. So the Ivy Business School, which is one of our faculties here at Western, has historically offered Entrepreneurship 101, including social entrepreneurship. And we would typically have 30 to 40 students sign up for it and be working with local companies. And this year, we moved it all online. We made it free, and we had 3,500 different, and we opened it to alumni and other community members. And suddenly we went from 30 students to 3,500 some odd students. So just to say the reach of just even what we're doing today, talking to each other from all over the world, I do think that's a fundamental shift that will take root now and will accelerate after the pandemic.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, this brings me to another important question. What all of you say, and rightly so, is that there is a lot of potential and possibility in the context of community engagement. The pandemic has thrown up challenges, but at the same time, it has opened up possibilities for innovation, possibilities for new ideas to find space, possibilities for entrepreneurship. So my question is that most universities at this point of time is either operating in a completely online mode or are in some kind of hybrid mode in which they're operating. So what are the ways in which universities can reimagine student-led community projects and services for social impact while working remotely? So one is the kind of response that you are talking about, all of you are talking about, particularly in the context of the pandemic, but there have been ongoing projects. There have been community engagements that students have been part of. However, now because of the constraints of an online mode or constraints of a hybrid mode of working, how does universities and student communities carry on with the projects that they have started? Or what are the ways in which your institutions have responded to this particular challenge that the current mode of working has thrown up? Professor Charmaine, if I could come to you first to get your response to this.
So I'll have to say, Upasana, that this was one of the most difficult questions. The mobility challenges have made it really difficult. You talked about community-based projects where, especially in the pre-discussion, you talked about communities that may not have the infrastructure for remote connectivity. How do we make connections? I think I'm going to draw on Professor Chikaro again here. One of the, I'll flip the question around because the question is challenging, and I'm really interested to hear what others have to say about being able to promote student research in this environment. one of the good things, if there can anything be said as good, is the global connectivity. So we have students in a variety of countries who are not in Canada, studying from their remote communities, and there are differences in the scale of the pandemic across the globe at any one time. We have been able, and as I said, Professor Chikaro mentioned this, we've been able to draw connections across students who are interested in particular projects, connecting them in globally to, you know, similar ideas that they would like to foster, and then been able to either hire support systems in a particular country to run a research program and share ideas across countries. And we've understood some of the challenges of this because, and actually these challenges are good for the students to face, because solutions in one area will not necessarily work in others. So helping the students understand that, you know, although one of their team members is able to go out and produce a solution and to work with the community, would it actually be expected to fit in another area? So it's drawn on, it's a different approach. First off, it's a more global approach. And secondly, it brings different questions to bear. So having students being able to debate whether this makes sense or whether something new needs to be provided for a student in Africa or a student in the Caribbean. We have lots of students from the Caribbean, or we have lots of students in India as well. You know, do these approaches work? And then being able to draw on the differential impacts of the pandemic in the ability for students to actually go out and do community-based research. So I'm not answering the question specifically because I think it is difficult with mobility challenges to be out in the community. Especially if there's no remote infrastructure to support remote connectivity. But this is one of the ways we've been able to bring a global context to students and still be able to carry out research and debate whether, how research is useful in various contexts.
No, thank you, Professor. I completely agree with what you said, and perhaps there is no easy answer to this. And perhaps this is a right approach to take, to think about global connectivity, to think about students learning that what you very beautifully put out, that solutions in one area would not necessarily mean that the same solution would apply in all other areas as well. And the differential impact that the pandemic has had in ability and capacity of students to engage with the community. And perhaps on the other side of the coin, perhaps the question lies is that, is there in some way, and either you and perhaps any of the other panelists would at some point like to address this as well, and I'm thinking that, on the one side, there is this question of students not being able to do the kind of research they thought being able to do, but at the same time being able to innovate, think differently, so on and so forth. And other side, the institutions will also have to do community expectation management, in the sense that the communities also over a period of time, particularly in context of institutions that have been engaging with these communities for a period of time, have certain expectations from the institutions, have certain expectations in terms of, if there is a health project that was ongoing, if there was a water project that was ongoing, if there was some kind of communication and partnership that was ongoing, then there is expectations on the part of the community also in terms of certain deliverables by the institutions to the community. So isn't there an aspect of community expectation management as well, to talking about community engagement, local partnerships, particularly in the context of the pandemic? I'm just throwing it out there. Perhaps one of you could address it at some point of time. With that, I would like to come to Professor Peter Andre Alt, for his comments.
Thank you. Upasana, this is really a crucial question, I think. On the one hand, I would fully agree in Charmandine's observation. There is a lot of chances in the process. First of all, universities globally have successfully established the technical infrastructure for hybrid or virtual solutions. And this had been enormous progress, and no one would have expected that this could be running that well. And I think the virtual communication enables global interconnection and connectivity. And this also includes that teaching, learning, research are promoted by flattening hierarchies, by overcoming differences between the respective status groups. Open science is not only a promise, it has become reality. And I think we can build on that. This is very important, not only globally, but also with respect to the different roles within the science system. And this enables students much broader participation than in previous times. And this also includes a lot of new aspects of creativity and flexibility. And I think this enables universities much better to connect themselves, to overcome competition. Competition from an institutional aspect is important for global progress. But science in general is not competitive, it's teamwork in most cases. And this also includes different status groups. And this is much better realized by the new structures of communication in the virtual world now. The question how we can also contribute to social progress and to local communities by perspective of students and the general perspectives of the university staff is really crucial. And I think we have learned to globally connect our networks, as we can see here. I would not have attended this meeting, unfortunately, 2 years ago, but now I can, so it's great. And I think we have also to integrate members of different communities into our networks. That's very important, also into the virtual networks, to avoid certain bubbles and also to be open enough and to learn about their expectations. And I think this is manageable, and we must manage this in the future. So we need more mixed groups, more heterogeneous groups, diverse groups, so that we can learn social expectations for realizing our third mission.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I think two things that I'm thinking of when I hear you speak. One thing that you said, it's very, very interesting, and I find is this idea of flattening hierarchies. I find that idea very interesting, which the pandemic has in some way done. It has a very deeply egalitarian approach, which made us all sort of take a step back and think about, where we stand, what are the privileges that we take for granted, and what are the things that we cannot take for granted anymore. So I like this idea of flattening hierarchies that you speak about. And at the same time, and I'm sorry to pick out this particular point because it sort of spoke to me, at the same time, the pandemic has also talked about a different kind of hierarchy. For example, certain things that we take for granted. The fact that a student has enrolled in an educational institution does not guarantee that the student will be now able to continue to have access to the resources that was taken for granted. And particularly, if I talk in the context of India, caste, class, and religion, and other kinds of categories of social exclusions and particularly gender, have become so stark in the context of having access to resources in the context of the pandemic. And I think that is something has really stood out in the context of the pandemic, especially in a country like India. So I really think that there is merit to talking about what hierarchies got flattened and what kind of hierarchies got further exposed in the context of the pandemic. It's not that those hierarchies did not exist before, but it has become so much more pronounced in the context of the pandemic. With that, I would like to come to Professor Jochicharo for his comments.
Yeah, look, I don't have much to add other than to say that, you know, I think Charmaine put a finger on it. It's around, you know, working remotely has really exposed, like in many other parts, certainly at the University of Wollongong, where we have a large percentage of low socioeconomic students. And so the digital divide has really become pronounced in terms of their ability to engage and contribute when they're working remotely. So I think that that is something that the university is very conscious of, and we're actually trying to support students with the infrastructure to be able to do that. But it's a really tough problem because all of a sudden students felt equally empowered to contribute. Now, with the advent of the pandemic and their social circumstances, there is this, I think, this major challenge confronting us that probably places, I think, like India, you know, you've been living with that for some time, as you mentioned. And so we kind of trying to say, how do we actually solve this problem ourselves? It was something that wasn't really there for us. And I think it's actually quite a serious issue, and it's taking a lot of our time in terms of thinking about how we might address it. That's what I would say. I think it's actually a very important point in terms of the impact of the pandemic and the ability of students to engage and contribute in an equal way as far as possible.
Well, certainly. I do completely agree with you. Professor Shepherd, may I request to come in?
Yeah, thank you. A lot's been said already. Maybe I'll take it in a different direction. When I think about my own education and what it would be like to be a student today, I think this is the most extraordinary time in human history to be a student. I think the access to higher education is stronger than it's ever been. I think that we take students seriously as co-creators of research and as people who can make independent engagement in communities that they live in or around the world. It's possible now through technology to have research partnerships that are quite real and fulsome and that are with partners literally around the world. The flexibility of curriculum and the ways in which people are teaching and learning now. I think it's the most extraordinary time, and the pandemic is for sure a setback in one ways. In other ways, as you were saying, Sahana, it's also brought to the fore kind of new techniques, new technologies that we'll all use going forward. But I think I'm incredibly optimistic about the role that students will play in the community engagement and in research, solving big problems that the world's facing. I think we have every reason to be just incredibly optimistic about where it's all going, I must say.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Professor Shepherd. It certainly is an exciting time to be a student right now. And it's also certainly exciting to be a teacher right now, to be a faculty right now, where you're constantly innovating, constantly learning, and constantly trying to adjust to the quote-unquote new normal. With that, actually, we have certain audience questions that have come in. There are quite a few. I'm going to try and combine a couple. And because we have, around 10 minutes for this session to end, so it would be nice if you could take up some of the questions from the audience. So I'm trying to combine two questions together. Perhaps all of you can come in and briefly respond to the question so that we end on time. So two questions actually, and I'm combining the two, and both about institutional building and universities in the context of developing countries such as India. And the question is that how do universities in the context of developing countries harness the student strength for institutional building and community impact? What are some of the strategies that can be adopted to harness relatively smaller student bodies and alumni networks to create community impact. And a connected question, and therefore I'm combining the two, as to what kind of role the students can play in curriculum building, in coursework. And do you think that alumni and existing students can play a role here in terms of curriculum building and coursework? So Professor Dr. Charlene Dean, may I request you to respond to that, please?
It looks like you may have lost her.
Yes, I believe she dropped out of the call. Well, one of the challenges that we can certainly see of the online mode. So Professor Peter Andreold, may I request you to come in?
So please allow me to refer to our German experience. In Germany, as you might know, we do not charge tuition fees, considering the university's program as a public good, which is financed by the state. In most cases, sustainably and also sufficiently. This causes a specific role of students. Students are constitutive members of the academic community, also being members of the academic boards, both of the Academic Senate and the Board of Trustees. And in the respective institutes, they are part of the working groups which are developing the curricula. So in German universities, no curriculum is finalized without contribution from the student side. So I think this is given by constitutive law and by the rules of the academic life. Both elements are important, and they are conditioning the framework for students' work here. I think this is very helpful because the students are not only on the, let's say, goodwill level a part of the universities, they are indeed part of the working processes, and there are no working processes concerning teaching and study conditions without contributions of the students, and this has been turned out very helpful, I think, in the last years.
Well, that is truly fascinating, and the fact that here the students become stakeholders in the true sense of the term, both in the ways in the courses are designed and delivered. Thank you. Professor Tharoor, your thoughts?
Thank you. Look, I agree entirely with what Peter said. I mean, I think you've got to trust the students, and it takes a certain amount of maturity to be able to do that. Don't forget the students are both in the community and at university. So I think if you trust the students and you empower the students, then they will naturally, I think, make a contribution. And like in Germany, the student voice at the University of Wollongong is very powerful. They're in all our major governance committees, in decision-making committees. Our academic highest committee for academic quality and standards is our Senate. 15% of the membership in Senate is actually students. And when you think about Senate, essentially they have the balance of power between the elected people and the ex officios. So in many ways, we have set up our academic senate so that students, if when push comes to shove, can actually sometimes have the balance of power. And I think that's how, in terms of structurally how you organise, in terms of the institution, to listen to the students and empower the students, not just in terms of contribution to curriculum development and co-design, but also in decision making. So that would be my response.
Thank you. That is truly insightful, and I think it sort of gives a context like ours a lot of food for thought in terms of new and innovative ways of engaging students and making them stakeholders, not only in the process of institution building, but in the process of designing and delivering the programs that we are currently running. Professor Shepherd, your views, please.
So one of the things that happened about a year ago at Western as we entered into the pandemic and it became clear that we would pivot for the fall and winter terms in terms of online learning, we hired 330 of our own students, a mix of undergraduates and graduate students, to help their faculty members convert their courses from in-person learning to online learning, 330 of them. It was a summer project, and there was an unintended consequence. We thought that these students would help them convert them, which they did. But the unintended and really joyful consequence was that the courses got remade. They weren't simply converted, they were refashioned, they were co-created with the students. And I think what I've heard from our faculty members who had the pleasure of working one-on-one with a student in their discipline was to be able to see the course through the eyes of the students very, very directly and upfront, not at the end of the semester when you get a teaching evaluation, but all the way through. So I think it was an extraordinary moment in curriculum building that we're likely to hang on to. We've refinanced the program again this summer, and it was very well received by the faculty. I can imagine a time when I was a student in which the faculty would have said, well, we're the faculty and we'll tell them what they need to know and how they should learn it, right? That's certainly my experience as a student. That was not the response of our faculty. Our faculty were terrific. And they were like, oh, we could work together. And now I can see what it, through the eyes of a 20-year-old who's coming to this discipline fresh, what are the questions they have and how would they organize the material? I think it was an extraordinary moment in co-creation of curriculum.
Well, it is truly extraordinary, and I would love to actually hear more about this at some other point. We do not have time on this platform, but I would love to connect and hear more about this. This is truly fascinating. And I think that we have Professor Charmaine Dean back with us. Hello, Professor. We lost you there for a minute. Thank you for joining us back. I would just quickly repeat the question for you because you dropped out of the call. We are taking an audience question, and one of the questions that the audience is asking is how developing country contexts like that of India can harness the potential of the students, smaller student bodies, and in institutional building and in community impact. And particularly, there is a question about what kind of opportunities that the students can be given to negotiate part of the course curriculum and coursework. And is there a possibility to draw on the alumni network and also existing students? Can they play a role in this? So may I come to you, Professor Dean?
So just very briefly, and the joys of remote connection, my apologies. Love what I heard the last two speakers say. I wasn't able to hear Professor Alt, but in particular, Professor Shepherd, maybe building on that. A lot of interest by remote communities on sustainability. I mean, Professor Alt talked about that earlier. One of the interesting things at the institution with the student leadership in the last year in particular, as Professor Shepherd mentioned, is the students proactively defining what would be important in terms of programming as we move forward. And I'll give you just one example, and that is we have a School of Accounting. We have students in particular countries who are interested in sustainability, including Canada. And, the agility of the students and their needs meant that we needed to develop a new program on accounting, sustainable finance. And that brought together the Faculty of Environment students and our accounting department to work together with the students to develop this new program, which is making its way through approval processes and about to be launched in the fall. So I'd say alongside Professor Shikaro, a lot of leadership from students on the sorts of programs they want. And Professor Shepherd mentioned being right up front in developing the courses, and testing them out. That's led to a lot of new programming at Waterloo and elsewhere. One other thing I'll quickly mention is leadership training. So we've been building on the last year on the needs for students to be more proactive with leadership training and also leadership awards through the President's Office. So allowing students the opportunity to, develop professionally as well as they work with the institution on new programs and in the communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Shamin, for that. Actually, the idea of leadership training and leadership award is something I wish we had more time to actually talk about. But unfortunately, we do not. It's 6:30 and we have to close the session. I think two important takeaways, at least for me, from this session is about partnerships and building sustainable partnerships. And sustainable partnerships are built on trust. And built on mutual exchange. And I believe there are two kinds of partnerships that we spoke about here today. One is the partnership, of course, between the universities and local communities, engagement, bringing together theory and practice, allowing and enabling students to go beyond the classroom and experience the real world, to be able to apply what they have learned in the classroom in practical situations, and to seek community solutions, to seek solutions together, and to work in partnerships and in teams. And second, of course, is the partnership between the students and the university, which is a very important relationship that is built on trust and mutual respect. And I think we got very many insightful thoughts and ideas that we would like to take forward post this conference, and probably have longer conversations with each one of you and see what is it that we can learn from your experiences and bring it to the experience of institution building here in India, and envisage the universities of the future in new and imaginative ways. With that, I want to thank each and every one of you. Thank you so very much for your time. We are truly grateful that you took out your time. We are thankful to technology that enabled us to have you with us here today. And at some point, perhaps, in not so near future, we would be able to host you at our university, and we would have the opportunity to interact you with all of you in person. Thank you all very much, and we look forward to continued interactions. Thank you. Thank you. The session is now closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At dawn, as the ochre rays of the sun dye the emerald landscape of the campus of OP Jindal Global University in gold, and the campus basks in the glory of lights and sounds, another morning appears to be suspended in time. A celestial experience plays out as every microcosm of life on campus comes alive. As the bird song spreads joy in nature, the squirrels get on with their liveliness and gambol through tree trunks and branches. The leaves of myriad trees display a painter's palette of green shades, rustling in tune with the soft breeze as the peacocks spread their plumage. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. In perfect harmony, unseen avian and other visitors go about their circadian duties. In these idyllic surroundings, 6,500 students begin their day in quest of knowledge and wisdom. The corridors begin to beat to the tempo of rushed feet and the sounds of classrooms. Paper rustles, pen scribbles, keyboard pound as the hours go by. A place where one dreams big, aiming to make history. A place that inspires, makes one inspire others, and also get inspired by others. This is the exceptional and inimitable educational experience at India's global university. Spread over the 80-acre campus, the university has 10 interdisciplinary schools, where 6,500 students and 730 full-time faculty members engage in the pursuit of excellence. Each day marks the beginning of a new idea, a new vision, and a new story. Each day ends with a sense of fulfillment in everyone. Watching over India's best and brightest students is the tallest flagpole displaying the Indian tricolour, a culmination of the efforts of the founding Chancellor and benefactor of JGU, Mr. Naveen Jindal, which empowered private individuals and institutions to hoist the Indian national flag in pride. It is a gentle reminder of our goals, aspirations, values, duties, and responsibilities. On the edge of the national capital region of Delhi, in the city of Sonipat, in the serene Jagdishpur village, you will easily forget the proximity of a bustling city, thanks to the verdant landscape, arable fields, and lush vegetation. Amidst this genius of nature, JGU stands resplendent. JGU's architecture merges finely into these pristine surroundings, where its uniquely designed academic block stands testimony to the institution's vision, creativity, and intellect. So as to facilitate technology-aided and experiential learning, the academic block houses state-of-the-art classrooms, faculty offices, conference rooms, modern design labs, and studios, which assist in imparting world-class education. JGU promotes equal opportunity and inclusive education. It has welcomed differently abled people, and the campus has been designed to ensure their ease of use as per international standards. JGU's state-of-the-art global library offers a panoply of resources curated to facilitate the learning and research of student and faculty. In addition to the print resources, 80% of the library's resources are in electronic form and are accessible from within the campus as well as remotely 24/7. The Global Library offers flexi spaces and the right ambience for study and learning. We believe in creating a broadening and holistic learning experience to students, one not restricted to classrooms. After an intellectually strenuous day, students make their way to sports arenas abundant in amenities, including an 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball ground, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Sports and fitness activities are an integral means of individual development. Student sport under the guidance of qualified coaches. For those who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are activities which create intramural and extramural opportunities for students. Debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music, and creative arts to choose from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called the Adda, is site to activities like plays, dance performances, and cultural events. Through moot courts, students sharpen their mooting and advocacy skills. Moot court competitions gather on campus young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debate. During Biswamil, the annual Student Cultural Fest, and Magnus and the Jindal Sports League, the Sports Fests, students let their hair down and paint the town red. A fully residential university, the JGU campus serves as a home away from home and an enabling ecosystem for intellectual networking and social interaction. It offers the widest range of comfort, support, and choices for students who live with us through their educational innings. Fully networked and digitized with the latest Wi-Fi technology, keep the proverbial window to the world open before our students. It has been said that some of the greatest ideas and bonds are born on dinner tables. JGU's multiple dining halls are any gourmet's delight. It offers nourishing multi-cuisine meals of the choicest varieties. Other amenities on campus include laundry services, convenience stores, pharmacy, ATMs, grooming salons, and a creche for the children of faculty and staff. Providing 24/7 security, the campus is under the watch of CCTVs and guards on duty, in addition to other security measures, including night patrolling. The JGU Health Centre offers the best primary medical care with highly qualified doctors, nurses, and physiotherapists. It has wards, a minor operating theatre, an ICU, physiotherapy rooms, and an in-house pharmacy. The Centre for Wellness and Counselling Services ensures emotional and mental wellness of the JGU population. A decade ago, we had a vision to build a world-class university in India with a sustainable approach towards the environment and protecting our biodiversity. We continue to preserve the natural habitat of our avian and other visitors, integrating them with nature. As dusk sets in over the landscape, as horizon turns crimson in the silhouetted buildings of JGU, another great day spent in teaching and learning in joyful pursuit of knowledge draws to an end. Leaving libraries and study rooms lit by midnight lamps for solo pursuit of knowledge. Tomorrow will be another ascension, another sunshine, another awakening in self-discovery. The JGU journey continues.
Sir, we are live on the.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another session of this mega conference hosted by OP Jindal Global University in India. We have been discussing various aspects of universities and universities' contributions to the world, to their own countries and societies. And this particular panel is exactly focused on what universities can do for the global goals. These 17 goals announced by the United Nations and signed up by all the countries of the world in 2015, what we call the Millennium. It was initially called Millennium Development Goals and then extended as Sustainable Development Goals. So for the next 2015 to 2030, we are supposed to be all working towards these big milestones. And let me just remind you, some of them include, ending extreme poverty, ending hunger, providing decent education, healthcare, gender equality, employment and economic growth, and there are a host of other related socioeconomic goals. So now the question is, what happens in the context of this mega calamity that the world has suddenly been thrown into in the last 1.5 years, which is the COVID-19 pandemic and its devastating impact. We are seeing it right now, especially in large developing countries. It affected India very badly a few months ago, and now Indonesia, another heavily populated country of Asia, is being talked about as the epicenter. And then a lot of Africa and Latin America continue to be facing this, the wrath of the pandemic, even as we talk. So there is, and then the richer countries of the world, North America and Europe, went through several phases of extreme suffering as well, and have now started emerging. So there is, and then there is a fear of a recurrence in the form of next waves and then following waves. So this has become a kind of an unending nightmare almost, with no clear endpoint in sight. So in this context, what happens to all the SDGs? I mean, the UN and most of the other affiliated organizations are saying that pretty much the entire sustainable development goals, all of them have been set back severely by the pandemic, and we are facing a regression or even a collapse of some of these goals. SDG number 1, which is about poverty itself, the World Bank and others are saying 3 to even possibly even 400 million people are going to fall into extreme poverty worldwide. Is the first time that almost all these indices are regressing after making somewhat reasonable steady progress in one direction, which was up for about 15-20 years. So the challenge before us in universities is very severe. It's not only to our own bottom lines and to our own finances, but to the wider society. So, and our stakeholders as universities, obviously not limited just to students. There's a wider society in which, and the communities in which we are embedded, and we are seeing a lot of suffering and a lot of inequality and a lot of tragedies as we speak. So in this context, we have a wonderful panel to discuss this, what we could do, what we are already doing, and what else could be done in our through our institutions as higher education institutions, what we can do to further this goal in a time when the goals are just receding and simply vanishing, and people are unable to see hope. So what can we do? And to discuss this, I've got a very eminent panel. Let me introduce them to you. I have Professor Ann Cudd, who is the Provost and Senior Vice Chancellor at the University of Pittsburgh in the US. Welcome, Professor Cudd. I have Professor Stephanie Marshall, Vice Principal of Queen Mary University of London. I have Professor Chris Glass, Vice President of the Star Scholars Network in the US. Welcome, Professor Glass. I have Professor Paul Tonks from Yonsei University in South Korea. He's Associate Vice President for International Affairs. And last but not least, I have Juan Pablo Lascurain, our friend from Mexico at the Tecnológico de Monterrey. He is the rector for higher education there. So a very interesting geographically spread out panel, and I hope that brings in lots of regional perspectives from different parts of the world on this big question. Let me begin with Professor Ankad and ask her what she thinks about the impact of this on the SDGs. I mean, at the intellectual level, Professor Kard, obviously many of us think and write about these issues. The Vice President of India just inaugurated this virtual conference yesterday and was emphasizing that universities must do a lot to address and to study and to research socioeconomic and political problems, especially since the pandemic has hit all of us so hard. But so there are two elements. One is the intellectual output, and our scholars continue to grapple with these issues, especially the ones in humanities and social sciences. But as universities as a whole, how do you think we have been responding? Have we been on the sidelines and not really been able to make an impact, or do you think universities are doing something valuable that will be remembered as part of this crisis fighting, and especially in light of the SDG goals that I mentioned, which are all in decline? So what do you think obviously education is one of the major goals in itself, but even otherwise across all the, would you like to commence by talking about maybe your experience at Pittsburgh and in your community and what the university has been doing? And of course, last but not least, what your scholars have been doing to try and raise awareness about these issues and the mega problems we're facing.
Great, sure, I'd love to address that. Thank you very much, Sriram. And first, let me say that I'm honored and delighted to participate in this discussion with these panelists, these distinguished panelists, as part of this really fascinating, impressive international summit. So thank you to your university as well. Universities are well positioned to promote and support the Sustainable Development Goals because they bring together the best minds and people eager for knowledge, for inquiry, and then, at least in the best situations, give them the freedom and support to question and seek answers to hard problems. So universities have the ability to, I think, change culture by focusing attention on ethical problems, like through the humanities and social sciences, as you mentioned, and from many diverse perspectives. But in turn, universities seek out important research topics and needs that society has to focus on. The Sustainable Development Goals together pose the great challenges of human life on this planet. Each one opens a wide potential area of focused study and experimentation. It's really an entire curriculum in the 17 goals. I see many different kinds of networks that come together to focus on particular areas of sustainable development. You know, back in the 19th century in the United States, the U.S. Moral Land Grant College Act of 1862 set aside federal lands to create colleges to benefit the agriculture and the mechanical arts, as it was stated in the act. And this network of universities created the Green Revolution in agriculture and continues to work together for the benefit of society through, for example, the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities. And then another more recent example of a network of universities that the University of Pittsburgh is involved with is with Newcastle University in the UK. We're forging a network of universities that are focusing on the role of place-based universities that are engines of reinvention in their Rust Belt cities with declining 20th century industries, attempting to forge new, greener economies. So in terms of specific sustainable development goals, I would say that depending on the university's context, its place, each one could be centered in a curriculum or in the research mission of the university. But speaking for Pitt, the University of Pittsburgh in particular, as a major health, science, and medical school, we are certainly focused on health and well-being, as well as on, of course, education, gender equality. And we're poised in Pittsburgh at the confluence of three great rivers with a history of major polluting industry. the steel industry, coal. We're in the heart of Appalachia. And so water quality is a really important topic for our researchers and our students. And of course, energy and climate change. But as a public university located in a city with significant inequalities in our surrounding communities, we serve the goals of economic growth for decent work, sustainable cities and communities. Reducing inequalities is an important goal of ours, which I might be able to talk about later in this panel, as well as climate action, of course. So I'll stop now.
Yeah, great. So thank you for this opener, because it sets especially public universities, have historically had a very important role to support social and economic activities. And so I think it's obvious. Now let me shift to Professor Stephanie Marshall, who is in London. And like the US, the UK also has gone through a very wrenching kind of a crisis. And we hear that only so-called Freedom Day has just arrived, but there's still a lot of nervousness around. There's been a lot of suffering in communities, we know. So how has Queen Mary positioned itself, and your scholars, how are they addressing, and the student community? I'd like to bring students in also, because obviously it's not just our researchers and scientists and social scientists, but also young people who are, I know Queen Mary has a very active student community that's engaged in community issues. So Professor Marshall, your thoughts on this big setback to the SDGs due to the pandemic, and how have you adjusted in the last 1.5 years to this in terms of the goals?
Right, thank you very much, Sriram. Like Anne, I'm just absolutely delighted to be here, and congratulations to you and your university for hosting such an eminent conference, and so timely to get our heads back in this space as we begin to emerge. And of course, Monday was our Freedom Day, where we were supposed to actually feel a lot safer about the pandemic having receded in the UK. I wouldn't say we're that confident. The majority of people are still wearing their face coverings as they move about, and I think quite rightly so. But in terms of looking at the SDGs, when I arrived at Queen Mary 3 years ago as Vice Principal with responsibility for education, it also coincided with devising a new strategy, our Strategy 2030. And our Strategy 2030, if you look at it, is so much about embedding those 17 SDGs. So we were on this track in terms of what are we about? I mean, we're based in the East End of London. If anybody knows London, you'll know that it's the poorest part of London. We always say we're the Russell Group with a real difference, because through our DNA is the notion of social justice. Why do staff come to us? Because they're absolutely passionate about social justice. They're amazing researchers, but they're amazing educators, and they want to also be doing the education in the community as well as with our students on campus. Yeah. Our student body is predominantly non-white. Over 50% of them commute to us from the local area, and over 40% of them are the first in their family to come to university, and about 15 to 20% come from families with a really, I'd say, inadequate annual salary going into those households. So they're coming to us with our vision of being open the doors of opportunity. So we're absolutely committed to opportunity. And I have to say on that one, in terms of thinking about SDG 4, absolutely, it's our passion is to offer a quality education. We also, of course, have a very, very world-class medical and dental school, Barts in London, which has been doing work in this area of pandemics and immunology. So when the pandemic came, we had been making progress with our huge commitment to diversity and inclusivity and success. And so as soon as the pandemic came, obviously like every other university, we went online, but we were so concerned about our local community. So if I look at what's happened then with our medical and dental school, immediately they turned their hand to asking what could we do to the government in terms of our research. And I think that was across a number of medical schools. But we, of course, based in London, were right there working so closely with the Chief Scientific Officer, the Chief Medical Officer, and particularly in the East End, we started partnering more tightly and closely than ever with our public health in Tower Hamlets, the local London borough in which we work. I was amazed how our students became so mobilized to say, we've got to help. Medical students then were volunteering in the hospitals. And I have to say, post-traumatic stress became something that we had to then be concerned about with some students. And so rapidly, others supported them in terms of developing apps to help support them in terms of mindfulness. So our research really shifted. How do we support frontline workers? A number of our clinicians working in the medical school then became frontline workers themselves, whilst also trying to teach online. In terms of our research, within the humanities as well, I mean, social anthropologists then thinking we need to then study this and look at how what can we learn from the past and that might help us in the future. So we were looking back to previous plagues, pandemics, etc., and seeing what we could learn to help us move forward. But I think the huge commitment then was not just to our students who were absolutely amazing and helping each other, helping staff in terms of what online might look like, but how can we help local schools? How can we help the local colleges? Getting used to operating in either Zoom or Teams and making sure that we did our best. If you look at our curriculum, we have what we call the Inclusive Curriculum Project. And in our Inclusive Curriculum Project, we've looked at then how do we also embed the SDGs. So you can see in terms of our curriculum, a number of the SDGs are offered via projects where they're not embedded in the curriculum. Then they feature maybe as a potential to do an interdisciplinary internship, dissertations, etc. So there's an awful lot going there so that we're keeping the ideas flowing. So in terms of a setback, I'd say I think what's happened is it's a pause button. I think inequalities is the thing that we've been most concerned about. And I think whilst we've had a chance to think more, also to be able to reflect and think the world needs to be a kinder place, how do we bring that about? By making sure we look at those inequalities in even more detail globally and make sure that we wade in and do our bit to help. It isn't just in terms of people, it's also in terms of, for example, we do an awful lot of work on, for example, saving turtles, because we've got a crisis in that. Looking at solar energy, let's ramp that up and get moving more on that. I could go through a number of examples, but I think if anything, it's helped us accelerate that 2030 strategy in terms of our commitment and ambition. Because I think we've become, if anything, more passionate that we have to vote with our feet, with pragmatic, practical work now to help move the agenda forward. Because if universities don't, who will? We've got to empower our graduates. And I have to say, and I'm sure this is a global phenomenon, across universities, our students love the planet. They're very precious about the planet. They want the planet to survive.